clouds falling away. Some tell me now the fortune of the real. Call on our Savior to wipe out all the traitors. The earth trembled as we gathered ashore for the lands we swore to hold. For our kingdom glorious. Some tell me now the fortune of the realm. Call on our Savior to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious. echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you see. and give your body to the fire. It's true that you were born to die. So now we set your spirit free. Let the lifeless clear the way. For we have come to save you from your pain. So let your voices scream. Powerless lifelines free from time. 'Cause we exist to survive the changing tide. The blade is born once again. Another one is slain, bringing an everlasting fires, yeah. Cold rivers course throughout these veins. Another torment gets me. The pain is calling out to my waiting ears. So now we set your spirit free. Let the lifeless clear the way. For we have come to save you from your pain. So let your voices scream. Powerless lifelines free from time. 'Cause we exist to survive the changing tide. Live our lives out So let us free you of your life. Give your body to the fight. When your judgment on his side, we must guide you to the taken away. A number's too great to comprehend. We cannot break, we cannot bend. We must find and strike their hearts. Must stop its relentless beating pulse. For these tyrants covet our world. Gather our people. arm and take our aim. Rain down the fire like rain. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away. When they bring down, we must survive. Relive the pain and turn it on love. 'Cause we must live up to our closer, but with a deeper sweat. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last to the edge of death and back again. We've seen the walls come down, but here we all still stand. We're not afraid, we feel like to fight our right. They try to extinguish us. We are diagnosing death. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it to the fires, to redemption to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
变革轰然来袭。峡谷亦是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。池歌市马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL Summer 2024 Split. We are kicking it off with a Group B matchup in Shanghai, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Got a little bit of Nirvana to get through tonight. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by the ever so wonderful Trouble, and we are going to have us a slugfest tonight of 3 best of 3s.
And for everyone who hasn't been paying a lot of attention to socials, because it's really hard to figure it out, RNG are bringing a new flavor, I want to say, which we will reveal very shortly to you.
Yeah, we will. Let's go ahead and take a look down memory lane a little bit here as we look at exactly what happened yesterday as well, because I think in all actuality, it was a little bit roundabout for TT to take a 2-0 victory over WE, and then Top Esports put the brakes on the Weibo trade here.
You know what? The tales of Top Esports' downfall were greatly exaggerated, Mazel. Weibo Gaming, even though they put up a really great fight, game number 1 was very scrappy. I feel like it was great for the fans of Top Esports to see them back in action and being so decisive.
Well, we get to have a little bit more fun today as we have 3 more best of 3s on the docket, but we start off with a Group Nirvana matchup to get us appetized, to have a little bit of fun with this one, a little bit of craziness with RNG Spice thrown in the mix, and then we get back-to-back bangers. Weibo having fallen to Top Esports against AL, who are thriving right now in the Ascension group, and then LNG, who have been so incredibly good in this second stage, versus BLG, who remain undefeated here as well.
I'm just going to say, AL were undefeated until they faced one of the top 3 from Spring, and they ended up falling. LNG are undefeated so far, and now they're facing up against number 1 from Spring, and BLG are coming back in hot.
Yeah, I think the way that these last 2 matchups are going to pan out are huge, but also for the standings implications, because we're going to be getting pretty far, especially for some of the teams that have already played 4 games. That'll be their 5th series. And you have to remember, there's only 9 teams, so 8 games total. So we're already going to be over the halfway mark. And here is the Rumble stage so far, Trouble.
Ouch, that's 0-4 at the very bottom of Group Ascent from NIP. Hurts so much. I don't know, man. NIP really need, like, we don't have them today, obviously, but they really need a big, good, fat shake-up in the way they play, in the way they perform. It's been so sad, especially since there were so many promises, and for Spring, to not see them into internationals, you know, especially for Rookie, it hurts a lot, so they really need to pick up steam here.
You have to start thinking about who will be in that play-in playoff stage against the Group Nirvana teams that will be moving on up as well, since we are getting pretty far along. But let's go ahead and hone in on this first matchup where, honestly, we're kind of waiting to see what we get because RNG have thrown everybody for a loop. They've completely changed out their roster after Wei has departed over to BLG. But Ultra Prime have a serious chance to gather some momentum for themselves.
Not gonna lie to you, I feel like Ultra Prime is one of those teams that has so much promise behind them, being that dark horse. They have the players, and they have been performing. I'm particularly looking at players like Hacker, like Yokai. I feel like the mid-jungle duo has been so strong. Hacker in particular, I feel like he's found his footing. Ever since Niket has joined the team, a lot of the shot calling, a lot of the engages have fallen onto to be his responsibility. Therefore, Hacker, he's a little bit more free on the map to carry on those AP junglers, and it seems to really suit the team. However, inconsistency has been plaguing them, like a lot of these bottom tier teams. And I feel like, man, Ultra Prime, you can't. There's nothing that can jinx it going up against what RNG are fielding today.
I think when you look at some of the champion frequencies we get from Hacker as well, he's like a lot of the AP farming junglers, and he has been known in his past, obviously a long-standing member here, but with Ultra Prime, revisiting them after some time away. But I think it really has been about his early machinations. If they're backed up, they look really good, and that has always, I feel like, been the case for Hacker. But now that he's got Yokai, who's just having some really good moments, it feels really nice to see them combine. And Niket's been an incredible addition. I think, on the other hand, we have to look at RNG. And if you're asking yourself, what's going on? Well, we are too, as we will have some changes around. Iwandi will be moving from the support into the jungle role. Tong Yuan will be going to the support role, and XZZ will be coming up from their LDL roster.
So let's make it snappy. Your support is now the jungler, your mid laner is now your support, and you're bringing in somebody whose actually role is to play mid lane. He's the sub mid laner for RNG. So basically we've got, I don't want to say auto-field players, but I'll say maybe off-rolled. If you want to speak in solo queue terms.
Yeah, and we have seen XZZ, obviously, a lot of the time in his past. He was a IG young developmental prospect and spending a little bit of time with IG itself as a sub. But it's going to be interesting nonetheless, especially when you're against Yokai, who, again, has been taking very dominant lane-centered picks in the 1v1 setups and is going to be played around heavily tonight.
And I really love the fact that we saw all the champion pools right there, of course, with Tanyon moving over to support. He had like LeBlancs and Corgis over in the support pool. I feel like the most interesting thing is that right now RNG have the chance to quote-unquote cheese a win off of Ultra Prime. The early group, their placements looked really rough. They went 1 and 5, but right here they have the chance to play things they enjoy and things you might not be expecting from somebody who's moving over from the support role to the jungle, from the mid lane over to support, and we might see some really cool things coming out of them.
And I think it goes both ways, right? You choose a victory out of both sides. It just depends who's going to take the opportunity here and what kind of RNG we're going to get. Obviously, Iwandi with a big spotlight on him tonight with Hacker on the other side, who loves to be extremely aggressive and take very, very invasive jungle paths. It's going to be a heck of a ride, as we said, a little bit of an appetizer before our entrees as we move to Group Ascent later.
Yeah, and for Ultra Prime, this is your chance to show that the 0-2 loss versus TT was just a fluke. When we saw them versus RA earlier on the series prior to the TT, they felt like they were back. They were on an 8-game lose streak, and then they managed to cleanly 2-0 RA, and we thought they were back. At least for me personally, I feel like Ultra Prime is the dark horse of this particular group, especially because when we see them win, they win so convincingly through Hacker, through Yokai. Doggo even had a fantastic series into RA as well, and there have been, I think you and myself have been asking like a lot of questions about Doggo and whether we are going to see the PSG Doggo. We got a glimpse versus RA.
And you have to remember, if we're looking back a little bit more for Ultra Prime as a whole, like they were so close to that group ascension. Like they were literally the other choice over Weibo, who is now dominating that group, or at least was until they've been kind of pumped a little bit in their breaks. It is an Ultra Prime who came out, I feel like, with very strong promises early on in the summer split. Not so much in spring, but I think this roster has really come alive a lot of the way, and it's been a really wonderful pickup of Yukai and kind of utilizing him a lot of the time to find their advantages. But you have to find that consistency, kind of like what you talked about earlier.
Yeah, I feel like this is what's been plaguing Ultra Prime in general in their games. However, you guys, if you're wondering again what's happening to your screens and you didn't catch up the conversation earlier, we do have a little bit of a shuffle coming in for RNG. We've got support in the role of the jungle, mid laner in the role of support, and sub mid is going to be starting here for RNG. Again,
gotta make sure they know where they're going.
absolutely. When you bring the chaos in, I think especially I'm looking at the jungle. I'm looking at iWandy playing jungle. A lot of the support players, like I've seen jungle players role swap to support, and when you are the support, you know a lot of the movement in general of the map. Your job is to roam the map, to understand the map, to know where the enemy jungler is. So I feel like for support, it's sort of imprinted in them to sort of know when and where to move on the map. Now the matchups, the 1v1s especially, and the invade timers could be something completely different. That's why I feel like RNG is super interesting to look at today.
Yeah, I really wonder what kind of support we're going to get out of Tong Yuan, especially
What?
especially with the way that we get Niket having so much influence on the map. Like, if you can't do that, then Niket's just going to run the map as support.
Hacker just walked out. He looks at his right. He's like, wait, what? Who's that person over there? Who are we actually playing against? Never change, Hacker. I love how you just gave a look down and he's like, wait a minute. Who is my opponent jungler?
As we get into it, though, that matchup is going to be super important. Hacker, as we said, like a main driving force of Ultra Prime a lot of the time. And my goodness, have we seen them run away with games early. That AP jungling farming style going to be heavy present today. Do you think we get that out of iWandy too? You think we're going to get some resources given to iWandy?
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm expecting Sejuani potentially to come out. I'm expecting some sort of Ivern potentially to come out. Hey, listen, Ivern is not a particularly very difficult champion to play, and especially when you've got side lanes that you can fall back onto. If you want to play melee towards the top side of the map, there's a lot of AD mid laners. You know, Ivern can really come into life. However, I'm not gonna lie to you, Mazel. I feel like it is a Sejuani angle. It is one of the strongest facilitating / engaged champions, and as a support, especially for iWandy, you're very used to doing that job yourself from the bottom of the map.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be a lot of the shot calling aspect of it. RNG also relying a little bit on the veterancy, obviously, of Huanfeng down on the bot side, maybe to guide Tong Yuan a little bit. But that man right there, XZZ, is gonna have a super important job to do today, into either shut down Yukai or not let him get on fire.
Talking about fire, Brand is one of those champions that Hacker has been really leaning towards. And especially when this one is banned out, he's been leaning towards that Lilia. So I feel like, as you mentioned, XZ has a lot of pressure on his hands. Not just to even shut down Yukai, but just him and his jungle not to allow Hacker to have a pretty smooth sailing game. I feel like every single time Hacker has been left to his own devices and he's farmed the storm, he ends up carrying entire series with his AP junglers. So making sure that you shut that down off the get-go is going to be super important for RNG.
And again, I think going down the track record of Hacker as a whole, he's been a part of this team for this last year, but also spent time with Ultra Prime when they were E-Star, but also when they transitioned to Ultra Prime for a little bit. And he's had those ups and downs. I think we've wanted to see consistency from the guy, and a lot of times in the past we've seen him not be backed up in a lot of the plays he tries to make early. But I think that has changed to some extent with this Ultra Prime roster. But as we talk about them so much, it is also just begging the question of, what is RNG gonna look like? Because they're also getting to the point where of no return, really, in this group Nirvana, as being 0-3 going 0-4 in an 18 group when you have 7 games total. it is not looking bright.
Yeah, and they've honestly already played the teams that didn't necessarily do well in their groups either. They've played EDG, OMG, and WE. So for RNG, you've pretty much gone through the easy part of the deal as well in this group as we move straight into draft for game number 1 of RNG versus Ultra Prime. Let's see if things like the Brands, the Leonas, the Misfortunes, things that are very early game dominant are going to be taken out or even taken away from RNG having that be one.
RNG on the blue side gonna ban away the Leona, the Nautilus, and then that's Sejuani. So try to make the bot lane matchup maybe a little easier for Tong Yuan. And on the other side, it's the Rumble and the Tristana already.
The Sejuani ban. Now I'm interested because we could potentially see I1D on one of those AP junglers like the Brand, like the Zyra, but so far none of them have been banned away and they will be open up for grubs. You still have things like the Ashe available, B1 Renekton, which LPL absolutely loves. There he is.
Yeah, might as well. Juice, gonna give him the juice today. Drop the gauntlet on that top side matchup. Ting Tian on the other side. Gonna need to be very either aggressive or stalwart in this one, I guess, is the options. But we have seen those top lane picks coming in the first phase. If you can get the blind there in the end. But there's still some big choices on the table here. Qingtian not going to get his choice immediately. It's going to be the Ashe that has been left open.
Not gonna lie to you, the amount of times we've seen Qingtian pretty much blind pick the Darius, I feel like if he sees one more melee champion on the side of RNG, he'll be very happy to insta-log something like this. He has been much more confident in his play, and it shows not only from his picks, but the way he plays that laning phase. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something like this coming through.
Love to see some comfort given to him. Also, Juice has had a little bit of troubles in the 1v1s up there on the top side. Maybe taking advantage of that. But it is Hacker on the Zyra, so setting the tempo in the jungle.
The crowd loved the
I just having so much fun.
Oh, very exciting, actually. It's going to be the Brand. Okay, guys, reminder, I1D support for RNG swapped onto the jungle. This is going to be a carry performance by the support of RNG in the jungle. You do have two really, really strong champions in terms of creating priority for the Brand to play his game. And now all eyes are on Ultra Prime to see what they're going to be slamming towards the tops of the map to try and take down that priority in the push from the Renekton. Things like the Jax open mind a lot for Qingtian.
Well, I expect there to be some top lane bans from RNG now that the Lucian has been picked up by Ultra Prime as an answer to Corki in mid lane. We've seen that a ton of times now as well, and it is a pick that can push and move very, very nicely. I want to see what the second phase is going to look like for Ultra Prime, though, in terms of the bans, because maybe you look to single out some of these pools here.
Yeah, you're looking at pretty much raw power towards the tops of the map every single time you see an AD carry like Ashe, extremely immobile. You do not have a lot of burst up front, so any stat check champions like the Misfortune will very easily take you down. Now, I'm looking at that Blitzcrank, and what it's telling me is that you are potentially going for a very, very squishy bot lane. Things like Kalista Renata spring to mind. Things like potentially double AD carries spring to mind as well. We've seen the Varus plus the Kalista. So the Blitzcrank banner here looks a little bit sus so far.
We'll see what we get if they want to give us some more spice to add on to all the roster swaps here. But it is the Bard, finally, that will be banned away as Ultra Prime's last ban. So they didn't use that counter pick against the top side just yet. That'll be a heavy focus in the second phase for them. But it is the Rel final ban. So 4 support bans for RNG.
Let's see. There is still the likes of Alistar that remains. Brom, extremely strong. Together with Ashe down the ball lane, the Failure duo. You can block a bunch of the damage coming in from the Corki and the Brand later on in the fights. However, you do not know what kind of AD carry plus support is still in for RNG. So I think like Ezreal Karma would absolutely wreck a Brom lane. So they're just gonna go easy. Qingtian this time around are for Cassante very safe.
Might as well, right? And you can play the lane pretty safe, but also you have a lot of team fight impact later on. especially against more squishy characters like RNG have set up for themselves so far. The Ezreal to add to that poke and the long range is going to be RNG's choice.
Only played once this season by Huanfeng is 100% win rate, and I mean, this means a lot. There you go. This is why the Blitzcrank ban came through. Double squishy bot lane. Tang Yuan, of course, coming from the mid lane over to the support role. Very used to playing these types of champions with those supports. Had to learn how to play Nico in the previous season as well. And I feel like the Rom is going to come through right here. Now, I'm looking at the side of Ultra Prime, and they're a very defensive build team. Anyone who wants to dive into them, they're more than happy with. They create space with the Zyra, they create space with the Brom. They're fantastic when you chase them through choke points. Yeah. However, RNG, they don't necessarily have a decisive go button. They've got a bunch of champions that do damage. They've got range and they've got damage. RNG are gonna have to figure out a way to pull apart Ultra Prime because they're so squishy.
Royal never give up, never what, I guess. You just go with all of the heavy focus damage comps, and maybe it'll be enough. It's the double-edged sword. But really, it is going to be a lot of the setup from Tang Yuan as his Nico, obviously, having been seen in the past in mid lane, but now is going to have a lot of say in RNG can really get any kind of engages kicked off here. I think on the other side, Juice is going to have a massive role as really the only frontliner along Tang Yuan. And it feels like Ultra Prime have game one for the picking here, Trouble.
Yeah, and for RNG, I feel like this is the second time we see a team play 5 carries all over the board. I think it was Weibo Gaming that did this early on with a pack down the bot lane. It is very hard to pilot on the Rift. However, if you get ahead in the early game, you can very easily snowball through the raw numbers of damage on the team. And RNG have more than enough tools to do this here.
We're getting into game one now. Our appetizer for the day kicking off here in Shanghai. It's a very different Royal Never Give Up. Longtime fans might be scratching their head here, but they're trying to find a new era for this roster, and right now it involves making sure placeholders are there. Ultra Prime on the other side, though, they have a real opportunity to step up and grab a win here in this group Nirvana matchup. Game one kicks off now. Quick, easy, to the point. Got some nice gyos there, but as we get into level one, I do want to talk a little bit more about this jungle setup, because we have seen the Zyras very willing to kind of be more passive early on. There is opportunities for the brand to be very aggressive as well into that matchup, but Iwandi gonna have a lot on his plate here on the brand setup for the team.
I'm sure a lot of people will also be very familiar with things that Shaco does, and Zyra is very similar to your typical solo queue Shaco. You want to be stacking those plants at your red buff. Therefore, the opponent team always knows that the Zyra will be standing still, trying to spawn as many seeds as possible to try and assist taking down the buff as quickly as you can. Therefore, that's why RNG knew that they were safe to sort of move into the jungle, because you're basically -1 body for Ultra Prime, as Zyra has to sit around that camp to spawn.
And priority in mid lane is going to be super important for both these two junglers to keep an eye on, as well as we see early trades going down. This is as is with the Lucian pick into the Corki, and honestly been a setup, a 1v1 that I've really liked.
I actually love the Lucian into the Corki, primarily because a lot of the poke early on from the Corki, especially when you're playing against ranged champions, comes from your Q. Lucian is one of those champions that is so slippery that you can actually E through the Q of the Corki and take a very, very favorable trade. So Yukai definitely having the upper hand in this laning phase.
And it's so funny, you talk about Yukai a little bit as we see Invades actually being pulled off on the bot side. He is also, actually his first outing was with RNG as a Royal Club member all the way back in 2019 when he first started out. So pretty cool to see. But now Hacker, with that Invade I talked about, going to actually push Iwandi out of his side of the jungle. Doesn't look like he wants to continue that, though.
And the HP levels are super low for I1D. I feel like Hacker actually contemplated maybe staying for that red buff. However, RNG's bot lane having all that pressure down bot, it gets a little bit dangerous because they can definitely dip back into the jungle and try to help I1D reclaim the territory that was once his, and it will still be his, at least for the time being. However, Hacker, again, exerting the pressure. You are the jungler on the Rift, and why I'm saying this again, if you guys are just tuning in, I1D support for RNG, a little bit of a shuffle, ends up in the jungle, and now with the brand, nice trade right there.
Taking a couple extra turret shots there, Juice. Be reevaluating the range of that turret. But as we do look back to the setup here, and for that singular jungler that's on the Rift here for Hacker, he's consistently hovering around this bot side, which I think can be really big, but the pass will be leading up towards these mid lanes now.
I1D is going to be spotted there as well, and Hacker is going to be pretty much sprinting through that mid lane towards the top side of the map. Reminder that here I1D is 2 camps down. He's not killed his Krug, sorry. He's not killed them. He's going there right now, and he's also lost his chickens to Hacker. So this is a +1 for Hacker, +2 Scuttle Crabs. This Sarah is going to be getting strong really quickly. Again, these type of champions that we're talking about that are AP and they do a lot of damage, they require a lot of farm. So for Hacker to be able to take that one camp away, get back onto the map with Fated Ashes over an amplifying tome is extremely insane, because this means his speed is actually amplified so much more than that tome onto I1D.
Yeah, and Brand's clear speed will pick up a lot as well as he gets a little bit further on, but it's really that double-edged sword of trying to, I guess that's the theme today, trying to find a way to either be a little bit aggressive against Hacker's pathing and try to find a way to stop him, or just, you know, put your head down and farm away until you can try to match around these big neutral objectives, which, speaking of, we have Dragon coming up and Grubs in about a minute. Both these jungles love the Grubs setup. So actually we see both of them heading down towards Dragon.
They do have a lot of area as well, especially Brand really chews through those Void Grubs. However, if you're looking in terms of CS, because that Fated Ashes came through from Hacker's Scuttle Crab, the extra camp that he took away from I1D, he has cleared that jungle so quickly. He's already cleared the entirety of the second spawn, and Hacker is about double the camps up from I1D. That means that the levels are coming through much faster, level 5 to level 4, and there is some sort of lead on the map for the jungle right here. Now, both of these junglers love peeling backwards. This is what they do. However, the plants do give an opportunity to I1D on the Brand to be able to exert more pressure, especially after level 6, bouncing them off into Ultra Prime.
As we see here, Hacker was taking advantage of the map state to take the first Dragon for Ultra Prime. It will be on Vision, because the Grubs will be spotted up and started on the other side for RNG. So nothing else going to come of it here, and RNG will actually get a neutral objective. Look, let's go, I1D! He's able to get a little bit of pathing advantage there, and maybe not the CS department, but he's able to keep that advantage.
Round of applause. His first neutral objective as a jungler.
Let's go.
Mazel. All 3 Void Grubs, and he's looking towards the top side map. Ooh.
That's a lot of burst damage right there, Niket. You gotta be a little careful. They do have a lot of damage back in the 3v2 down here. Tong Yuan not gonna be having his Pop Blossom just yet. Level 6s, honestly, for RNG, help them a ton moving forward to kind of stop any of this aggressive move.
Ooh, I'm just looking at the top of the map right here because I1D is taking his revenge arc right here, stealing away that red buff. He can path towards the top side of the map. Qingqian's Cassante is pinned underneath the tower, which means you cannot move away to try and scout for your jungler. Hacker is just going to find some Krugs down that bot lane and take those away. However, I1D, slowly but surely, he keeps creeping in a little bit more gold. Trying to look for potentially a top lane dive. It didn't work. However, he's going to still 2 camps away from Hacker. Now it's 2 and 2 on the stolen camps for both his junglers.
Isn't Zyro wonderful? You don't even need to be in front of the camp. You can just do it from wherever. It's fine.
Don't worry, man. It's getting nerfed soon. Ish. Ish.
We'll see. I will remain a doubter until then. Hacker has constantly been looking down on this bot side, trying to take advantage. Huanfeng and Tong Yuan. Yukai also starting to roam down here, but Iwandi is around the corner. Does have Pyroclasm now.
Wait, he gets spotted?
Ooh, the uprights there. The Grasping Root's not going to connect either. Arcane Shift away from Wanbong does get him to safety, and Ultra Prime's advances are thwarted.
Now, this is a little bit of a problem, right, for RNG and Ultra Prime, and don't be surprised if later on we see those fights pretty much going back and forth and no one's dying. There is no hard engage for any of those teams. Yukai is going to get caught on the transition right here and take a bunch of hurt. XZ takes a tower shot as well. Took that from his boy Juice up the top side of the map while he was trading. However, yeah, don't be surprised if you see a lot of back and forth, a lot of abilities that will be missing. There are no proper press button go kind of engage tools on Ultra Prime or RNG. The only thing there is that is non-committal is the Ash Arrow, and I feel like Ultra Prime are going to be heavily relying on that to start a fight.
Yeah, I think they have that as their go button. Maybe Niket throwing his body in there. And feels honestly a little bit about the same way. You got a nice big ultimate combo from Tong Yuen to set them up, and maybe Juice throws his body in there for RNG. So I think those team fights are going to be really interesting, and at this point with the pace of play, we'll see CZ get the culling to the back of the dome here, almost going down, does end up burning the flash in mid lane. Yukai will have the advantage on that.
And again, you see that Lucian is a very short-range champion. So whilst XZ is using his E, Yukai is not necessarily taking any trades into that because he's going to get pretty hurt. However, when that E is down for XZZ, Yukai has been taking all of the aggressive trades into him. He knows he can dash through the Q. He knows that he can pretty much dump the entire culling onto XZ. And for his flash, Yukai, excellent trading in this particular lane. Again, a champion that was picked into the Corki from the side of Ultra Prime to take some control. However, top side for Juice, he's not going that bad.
Oh, concussive blows do connect. They have moved up here in front of the Grubby fight, but Juice gonna burn his flash, gets hit by the turret, still alive. Hawkshot will spot him out. He is walking over towards Hacker, but he doesn't know. He's gonna use the Blast Cone out. There's that control ward there, but still needs to find an exit as Hacker is looking. Iwandi is right behind here, and the Croc will be safe for now.
You know what, Mazel? I feel like PSG Doggo would have flashed this. And gotten the kill onto Juice. However, if it's a summoner spell, you take it, of course. I'm joking here.
We're growing, you know?
Yeah, with Void Grubs. With Void Grubs coming up, having that flash onto Ash is going to be so important. You're very mobile, and even though, again, there is no hard engage for RNG, having that flash onto Nico means that you do have some sort of access into the backline. Tanya is going to be extremely scary, especially when you're walking through those choke points. So, again, props to Doggo for taking that flash without having to use his.
Okay, so big thing happening right now, though. Grubs have been reset. Juice headed down back towards bot side, does not have TP up yet, so Ultra Prime will just utilize this movement of the map to take the Grubs and even it up 3-3.
Yeah, there's a few levels advantages on the map. You've got Doggo on this Ash, level 8 for Hacker as well. You did have TP onto Qingtian, but you didn't have it onto Juice. So you could potentially end up outnumbered if you are RNG, especially since you put that Renekton towards the bottom map. I've really been loving how they're moving Juice around the map. He's in a favorable matchup up here. Renekton versus the Cassandra. He's got a bunch of, a couple of tower platings towards the top side of the map and 2 towards the bottom of the map as well. So they're moving him wherever it's free to try and get that Renekton as soon as possible.
Let's take a look at this top side of the dive here already going on to XZZ. They've already pulled it off. The Stranglethorn there. Niket gonna tank up, gets the heal out there. They aren't able to get XZZ. True Shot Barrage gonna hit him from the side. And that's Wanfong picking up a sniper kill. Now Tong Yuen is not gonna hit the Pop Blossom on the back into that one. There is the dragon being taken by RNG on the other side of the map.
That's great stuff from them. They get the kill towards the top side of the map. XZ survives a dive, and they stop the stacking from Ultra Prime. I felt like Ultra Prime, given priority on the Void Grabs very early on, was a very great advantage for them. You stack those dragons, then you force RNG to move into you and fight you when you've got the perfect peeling backwards composition for Ultra Prime. It's not quite the case right now. The stacking has been stopped, and XZ, the Q is going to miss from Niket, which is so important, which means that Ultra Prime have to overextend, especially Niket, to try and apply the passive, and then the rest of Ultra Prime are overextended to try and proc the passive. By that time, the TPs are being pulled. Tong Yuen is already on his way up top. And the snipe goes through. Great stuff from RNG. They have found themselves in a gold lead here.
And now with first item spikes come across, got that Trinity Force completed for Wanfong. And the Black Cleaver for Juice to get a little bit more damage on that. Now I want to see some cohesion of the team comps here. As man, just looking for picks as much as possible through the jungle. That's what this Nico pick is going to have in store for it for the rest of the game.
Tongyun also getting that Scuttle Crab right there. 5 HP, I think it survived with. However, RNG have been doing pretty well on the map. And again, in terms of power spikes right here, you're expecting to see the Trinity Force coming in through for the Corki as well. This is definitely when RNG are going to want to start taking those fights. Take advantage of the early game Renekton spike. You've got Black Cleaver, double AD carry. You benefit so much from having that extra armor pen coming through the item. And of course, Renekton benefits a lot as well, especially when you're playing into quite a squishy team with the Zyra, Lucian, and Ashe. Very mobile as well. If you can find a flank potentially with one of your champions, mainly the Renekton, you could be making a lot of damage onto that backline.
And people might be wondering, what can we do with a 1 kill in 14-minute LPL game? Well, I promise you the kills are coming because both these teams very apprehensive of the early dives. But now we're going to try to see if mid-game is going to change that up a little bit. There's the all-out by Qingtian to bring Juice away from the team. He's still going to take him down. Looks like it's the surrounding of Ultra Prime that will be the bane of the Croc. As it is RNG on the other side of the map, that will take a outer turret here.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
That was interesting from
Really
Qingtian,
wanted to try to get the kill.
Especially when everyone actually TP'd down bot lane. You saw Doggo sort of sprinting from mid lane all the way down the bot side of this river to try and get the kill. And Qingtian's like, nope, he's mine, guys. I didn't want your TPs. I didn't expect any help. I didn't need any help. I got this. However, Renekton has now been shut down as well, which was one of the keys that we said into that early to mid game that we wanted to see being used from RNG. And it's not quite going to be the case. However, they're going to trade that Renekton life for a top lane tower and a Rift Herald that it can very easily use to take some priority down mid lane, get some chunks of this tower, and then start taking some control towards the bot side for the next jungle that's coming up.
And we talked about it earlier, but I think the setup for RNG around these team fights is very good. I think the pick potential for Ultra Prime is very good. It's going to be a lot about what Ultra Prime can pull off before RNG gets set up in position. Now, you might say on the other end, Hacker needs to be set up as well. So it's going to be a lot of, I feel like, musical chairs on positioning around these objectives when they start becoming more important. But until then, Ultra Prime are a bit in the driver's seat with the Doggo Ashe arrows on command.
Absolutely. If you get a pick right here, it's going to be huge. Who's the real Ezreal? Take a guess. Doggo is looking... Doggo is staring down at 3 Ezreals right now, using the W right there from Nico as well. It's going to be up to Doggo to get a pick. I feel like once that cooldown is down for Doggo, RNG will have pretty much free reign into the river. There are not many abilities that at the moment they're scared of. I mean, you definitely do not want to be running again into an Ultra Prime that has the ultimate peeling composition with the Zyra and the Braum. However, once they do not have the peak potential onto that Ashe anymore, you could be looking for ones yourself with RNG.
The early positioning around this mid lane for both teams is they'll send their 3v3s here. The reinforcements are going to be pulled off in top side. Qingtian will replace Yukai his back off. But the poke from RNG is on full display here. The reason why you grab the Corki and the Ezreal so often.
So here's the problem here. You have very late resets coming through. That means Ultra Prime is going to be able to walk into the river, take full control, place down the wards, clear out yours, and ensure you still have that Rift Herald to pop down mid and sort of delay Ultra Prime from dipping back into the river. But they have so much intel already by placing their wards around that bot side of the map. And RNG have to pull TPs to try and gain some control. I'm expecting Iwandi to use that Rift Herald here to try and keep Ultra Prime busy.
A little bit of distraction, Carnifex style, as they will end up popping that one there and try to move over towards this dragon. TP is available for Qingtian. He's going to be working on that outer tower up there. Right now, the focus for RNG is this mid lane, though. He's going to get the charge in, try to take this outer tower before maybe moving on to this dragon here. They will pull off as well. Ultra Prime looking to potentially contest this one. Would be second dragon for either side.
great stuff right here from RNG. They used that they have numbers advantage. If Jingchen wants to TP in, they'll take it. He will TP now. Ash Arrow.
That's instantly cleansed by Huanfeng. Calling use. Tong Yuan has been on the side this whole time. Look at the pop blossom. It's going to connect there. And it has found Yukai, but it might not be enough in the rest of the fight. The all-out from Ting Tian going to separate XZZ for the rest of his team. Now Dragon has gone over to Iwazi. Of course it has. As Hacker might be able to get the back end of this play, but he gets taken out by Iwandi himself. Now Juice able to make it out of there alive. Doggo with a double kill on the side of Ultra Prime, but RNG, they're giving him a run for their money here.
Wait, maybe the shuffle was all they needed. Iwandi is absolutely popping off. In the jungle, on the brand, steals the dragon away, puts down so much damage towards the side of Ultra Prime. And Ultra Prime lose pretty much everything. They lose the dragon, they lose their mid lane tower, and now it's going to be getting very scary for any of their carries moving up towards that mid side of the map to try and pressure out the waves, pushing for a little bit of priority. RNG are doing so well in this early game. They're having Ultra Prime basically run behind them on every play. And let's look at this again. That arrow does connect, but it connects on that one member that has the cleanse, which is one thing here. And even though I felt like Tang Yuan tried to hit more people with that ultimate, it was perfect because it separated Yokai from anyone else, and the entirety of RNG just jumped onto him to try and kill him off. I want these stills with Dragon as well. They'll take Hacker with. Some great stuff coming in from RNG.
Huanfeng gives a little flash play there, but yeah, Iwandi getting in there, getting the dragon, but also having a huge impact on this brand. We said that kind of from the get-go. Brand will have an impact. The team fights, both these two guys are going to be massive implications to watch out for. And the Hacker showing his off right now. The Stranglethorn pop there will end up forcing out Iwandi and the rest.
We did praise him. Ended up overextending just a tiny bit. You know, you do get overextended, especially when you complete your Leandries. You're very close to having the Rylai's. You get a little bit too excited. You've got a lot of damage on the brand. You do get to dictate how a lot of these fights go. Again, Juice is looking for the side. Doggo does have his flash.
Got the flank here, and they're going to move forward on this. So Juice has a massive flank. Tong Yuan! A 4-man pop blossom! My goodness! Give this man the sticks more often. RNG find the engage.
Now that was the ultimate he was looking for in the dragon fight, and he finally finds it in this choke point. Qingtian way too late to the fight, and RNG will take yet another life on the Rift. 1,000 gold up for the crew right now. 2 dragons have got that mid lane tower as well. As you can see on the map, Ultra Prime picking towards the top of the map for Baron. And Ultra Prime think they get a pick right here. I mean, for sure, they grab XZ. A great route right there coming out from Zara, but a fantastic pop blossom from Tong Yuan to pretty much lock everyone in place. It's gonna have been so disastrous. So many blinking bars afterwards.
And that's all you have to do. That is your singular job as Tong Yuan. And Ket's gonna be like, wait, you can. This is supposed to be a support role. We're supposed to be playing engaged supports, but Tong Yuan, he found the engages. He's found the flanks, and that has been, you know, a trademark of the Nico mids, but also when Tong Yuan picks it up in the time. So RNG flexing their muscles a little bit with all the changes they've made, but Ultra Prime, a stalwart composition in their own right, are going to be very tough to handle if they don't find these little picks.
I feel like the consequences of the previous fight are more important for Ultra Prime. Doggo has lost his flash, Cat no flash. You got no flash onto Hacker either, so 2 of your carries and one of the members that usually tends to overextend a little bit when you have the prompt to try and block a lot of those poke abilities coming through from RNG. None of them has any flash, so RNG could potentially be looking for one of those 3 targets that are actually summonerless right now to try and pick them off the map. I feel like RNG have been doing great so far in taking somebody off. However, it hasn't necessarily resulted in too much other than the Dragon of that one tower in the mid lane that we've seen. I feel like all eyes will be on, can you take more than one person down from its team to take that Baron Juice?
A lot of trouble because Customer's going to get a lot more difficult to run away. They will not have the damage to put him down, as the Dominus did get popped there, so at least you have that ultimate cooldown down. There is a Dragon coming up in about 30 seconds as well. Would be some point for RNG.
And this is the perfect time for Renekton to fight as well, right? You've got your Sterak's, you've got your Black Cleaver, you've got your Steel Caps. You are ready to fight. Playing against double AD carry, you've got your survivability item, you've got the armor pen item that's going to benefit your 2 carries as well that have completed the Mana Moon, and Muramana also onto Huanfeng's Ezreal. You are actually so spiked right now for RNG.
We got the clone. And a nice little pull from Tong Yuan. And the poke from Huanfeng keeps going. I don't know if it's going to be enough to dissuade Ultra Prime here, but actually it might just be that. And Cat's going a bit of an awkward distance, but he has Braum just fine. And Ultra Prime feeling a little bit hesitant to move to the Dragon side of things. They will just try to recoup and regroup in mid.
Now here's the thing, RNG, both sides of the map, pitch black. They cannot see anything in this river. Yeah, Ultra Prime can't either. So even though RNG have given so much space because they have no vision on the bottom of the map, Ultra Prime were not interested in Qingtian. Might get caught between multiple members of RNG. He's K'Sante, he's out. He's fine.
They do lose a tier 2 in topside to XEZ just because of map movements, and honestly, that's huge.
RNG have been pulling Ultra Prime across the map. Again, there's a lot of lack of vision coming out from Ultra Prime. Considering you have Ashe, you've got a Hawk Shot. You could be used very wisely in terms of taking a little bit more of advantage on the map, which Ultra Prime have not necessarily done so far. And again, RNG have reached those item power spikes when they can literally take the fight onto Ultra Prime. There's so much pull coming in from Brand, Corki, and Ezreal. And again, once this Ashe arrow misses, this is a chance for RNG to walk a little bit more forward. However, that reset from RNG is going to cost them that second Dragon 2 apiece.
And of course, we go even. Still a couple thousand gold in advantage for RNG in general from their farm differentials. But they're moving a lot of presence towards topside right now, having XCZ and Huanfeng up that way, or Tong Yuan, actually, rather. I think the biggest thing for RNG right now, we talked so much about the pick potential for Doggo, but Tong Yuan is literally like an assassin right now, walking around the map, just always looking for the setups. And here's that setup I was just talking about, but it is on Qingtian, who is not maybe the target you want to go setting up onto, and he's already down. Now Chance Cristalero goes through the dead body of Tong Yuan, and XCZ will be claimed by Ultra Prime. They've got to get on the defensive, though, as mid lane has been under siege. They can't get the turret yet, and now Ultra Prime, they've got a tempo play. Glacial Fissure going to be used there on a Juice, and he is locked down. You cannot run from this Freljordian combo. And Qingtian's cutting down the sides with the Pyroclasm. It's doing work there. Juice still alive. Finally put down by Doggo, but he's gone. Qingtian. Oh, it's the trade of the top laners, and now Ultra Prime, they find a little bit of life.
And Ultra Prime are not even gonna think of trying to walk into this Baron pit. Nico is back up. You've got Ezra with the poke, and of course Brand in the hands of I Wanted, that you can definitely not walk into this Baron pit. It could be your demise. However, Ultra Prime with a very quick-witted play right there. They caught RNG towards the top of the map. They pull everything, the TPs. They even pull TP to save that mid lane tier 2 tower. Again, it's not going to result into any major objectives. RNG even almost got that mid lane tier 2 right there. And as you mentioned, the assassination from Tong Yuan trying to come through. Hacker has to flash away. That is a flash. The Hacker's going to be missing the next fight to come. And Qingtian, very close and fast to that fight. You get the TP from Yokai as well to help right there. And then Qingtian, of course, having to TP into the mid lane tower to not allow RNG to take this down. Again, RNG with the first dip into that river. Baron is the next objective you're looking at. And of course, it's not always for your eye pleasure to get that vision over Baron. If you guys are not familiar with how fast Zyra does Baron, she can pretty much destroy it in 12 seconds.
Yeah, both these teams are going to just be burning, pun intended, through these neutral objectives as well. And it feels like they both know that, right? A lot of these times, these standoffs are happening very far away from the objectives a lot of the time. And you can see some of the hesitancy between the two teams. This should have been an Ultra Prime easy victory. If you're thinking about all the roster swap, the craziness, bringing your support to be jungle here. But RNG, they've risen above it. Yes, they only have about 1,000 gold lead here, and it's going to be very hard to close out. But it's something where RNG have shown a lot more promise than maybe we expected of them.
Absolutely. Again, I feel like they have been pulling Ultra Prime across the map. I feel like in terms of macro, RNG are the better team here from the very early on. Juice has been having a pretty free lane. He's getting tower plates top lane, then that back bot lane. The second the Trinity Forces were completed for RNG, they chose to fight together with the Black Cleaver from the Renekton. I feel like RNG have been playing so well around their item power spikes, and of course being aware of Dogo's engage tool. Every time it's down, then they know to move a little bit more far forward. Yuakai is gonna cross vision.
I think he just had his life flash
Just the
before his
Nico clone.
eyes there. Just gonna say, as that clone came around the corner, he's like, oh my god, I'm between the wall right here. But it is Ultra Prime using some of this movement towards mid lane to get this outer tower.
Yeah, they're gonna catch RNG. On the retreat in the jungle, XZ was nowhere near. You can see Juice on the bot side of the map. Now, Ultra Prime have a choice here. Do you back and try to stop the Renekton, or do you try to pull a Renekton TP, stopping the bank from Chinktin right here? Means that this tower in
He's
the
gonna
bot
take
lane
another
goes down
aggressive
for free.
back. It gets stopped. That's 2 stops in a row. And a tier 2 tower fell. All that extra local gold going the way of Juice. And now RNG have position around the Baron pit.
Okay, positives here. Chinktin does not need to back anymore because Yuakai has got up the wave down the bot side of the map.
Still
So you
wants
can
to.
actually stay around.
Apparently, the calls are for Ultra Prime to go ahead and get their backs off here, get the resets. Doggo has completed his Bloodthirster, so 3 item spike there. Speaking of, on the other side, you have those 3 item spikes already completed for RNG as they are already back on the map as well. And we have Dragon coming up in 20 seconds.
And again, a lot of these fights will look scrappy. They'll look back and forth, the ping pong back and forth, because both of these teams do not necessarily have correct tools to engage, if any. On the side of RNG, there isn't any, but there is so much poke with a triplet in the middle of the map for RNG. Oh,
Got the catch out there. He's going to slice and dice his way to safety.
all right.
Crocodiles do. And we're just getting heavy positioning around this mid lane because Ultra Prime want to have a little bit of an option to maybe force the movement of RNG around the Baron. But that's a 3-man True Shot barrage that does
What is
work.
this creep?
Look at Taguyen. This is the kind of flank he needs, though.
There is an
wild
enemy
creep.
minion infiltrating enemy base. Who could that be?
Isn't that so unfair? It's just a mid laner that would support and just got to be unlocked on the map and just do whatever. It's like your classic solo queue nightmare, like a Camille support, things like that. Just get to go be a nuisance on the map.
Absolutely.
Dragon did
In
get
the meantime,
taken.
absolutely, yeah. XZ taking that dragon, and this is the correct play, right? You take one of your 80 carries with teleport towards the bot side, you take that dragon, and if Ultra Prime threaten a Baron, you still have that TP to join. Both of these TPs so difficult to start it. Like, somebody has to misstep, someone has to make a mistake, or an Asher has to hit the right target. By right target, I mean probably I1D or XZZ, because at this point, they're the only two with not necessarily a Zonius or any evasive tool like a Cleanse. So you are definitely looking, or Nico, I guess, for Tangyuan. However, there is a Seekers right there with an inbuilt stopwatch. So you definitely don't want Tangyuan to be the target for you. So you definitely, as Dogo, you are looking potentially at the brand or the Corki for Ultra Prime to march forward.
What's up with our top laners? Just get their back. Stop this game. Juice and Chinktian,
Okay.
you're not allowed to back.
Listen, Marcel, if they're trying to back in front of their opponents...
Which has been
I
the
mean-
case every single time.
Yeah, yes!
Hey, when you're
It's
able
like-
to blind pick Renekton in this league, top laners are ruling the kingdom, it feels like.
Do you know the meme where it's like deal, where they like handshake and it's like, you let me back now, I'll let you back later. Deal, no deal.
All right. I like that. I like that. Have to get that refashion for the LPL too. We are looking at the map state right now, and Ultra Prime have consistently been threatening this Baron side setup. They also need to be around here to get Hacker's plants going, as it's RNG that moved forward. Stranglethorn got popped as well as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
That is 2 huge ultimates that Ultra Prime are missing right now. You mentioned how Hacker needs to be around the Baron to set up for the plants. He needs to be very close to Baron and have a few plants already, seeds already spawning, which is not the case because they see him moving around. So the threat for the Baron is not as huge as it would be otherwise. And RNG use the numbers advantage mid lane, take another tower. Ultra Prime, with the inability to engage those fights, are losing numbers, they're losing control over their lanes, and continuously are losing towers, which will result in a lot of loss of vision as well. RNG are slowly but surely choking Ultra Prime towards their base.
Getting so much value out of the clones every time, it feels like. Able to block a ton of damage here, but Ultra Prime right back to the well once again. You don't have a lot of health, they're going to start it anyways.
The TP is going to get called in by XZZ.
That's
and Ultra
just
Prime.
what they wanted. They got the cleanse and a one-fong there. And this has been the play the whole time, trying to get set up. They just want to force abilities and force cooldowns out of RNG.
Oh.
This guy needs to be very careful.
He's 7 levels up! Your guy's level 17 and Tongan is level 10!
Because he's roaming! He's one with the wilds in this game.
There's no way!
Oh, true shot barrage. Gonna come across yet again because the cooldown is so low. And yet again, we just get a standoff in the center of town here, Trouble. And both teams stare at each other and nothing else happens.
7 levels difference between the
But
highest
he can pretend
and
to
the
be another
lowest
level. Look, see, he's level 17 right now. Does that work, right? Like,
I mean, depends. Do you want the reality of the situation, or?
I'd rather be ignorant. Yeah.
I think he is as well right now. He's like, it's fine, guys, don't worry. As long as Tongyun gets one of these huge ult that he has showed he can to peel for his team, I think it doesn't matter if he's level 10. He does have that Seekers to stay alive that little bit longer as well, to get chased away. You've got that W to be a complete nuisance. So I feel like the Nico right here is just meant to be a nuisance on the map and trying to find flanks, and that's what Tongyun has been doing this entire time. He's off of experience again. He just got his level 11, 2 points on the ultimate, and he's moved off of experience range again.
The biggest thing is he has 2 avenues. He can either be the one to kick it off, or he can wait till it's all started and then get in there with a big pop blossom, as we've seen both already in this game so far. Now, Dragon is about 35 seconds. Need to think about the posturing for this one, because it would be soul for RNG.
You see Yokai threatening down bottom as well. He's going to take that tier 2 down the bot side of the map. He does have TP to join, but RNG are going to dip straight towards that Baron. Again, Ultra Prime do not necessarily have the correct tools to engage a fight like this, and Tongyun has already taken complete control of the top side of the map. This flank could be huge.
Yuka is completing his back. Iwandi is the one that gets hit, and everything going to be thrown at him.
No.
Now he's just burned down to a crisp his own right. Yuka has just solo killed everybody on the side in Wadfog, and now you have the Baron going over to Hacker, the real jungler, and now RNG, they're scrambling, but they're getting knocked back heads. And here's Wadfog trying to have something to say. He's going down immediately too, with the all-out in the middle of it all. Ching Tian kills him. A triple kill for Yukai, and that's the Ultra Prime we were expecting.
Ultra Prime were so aware of Tongyun, which was incredible to see. They knew that he had sneaked in through their jungle. Yokai takes him off the map, and the death timers are too long. Ultra Prime could be looking for an end.
Oh, they are. They're going straight for it, too, with that Baron buff under toe. All they needed was one fell swoop this game that all of a sudden exploded off the back of one big engage from Ultra Prime. And the machinations of RNG are put to bed. Pyroclasm, one last desperate attempt. But it's Ultra Prime that handle it in game 1 and take a 1-0 lead in this best of 3.
What in the world happened there to RNG? It felt like they had full control of that Baron pit. Iwandi gets caught with his flash up, and then Tongyun also gets caught with his flash up. Again, for RNG, it has been incredibly saddening to see the form, but of course, with all the players shuffled around into different roles, you're expecting obviously not the same sort of coordination as you would from Ultra Prime. However, Ultra Prime going into game number 2, they need to sit and watch a little bit of that early game and sort it out, because they were definitely getting pulled through the map by RNG.
That was a lot better than I expected RNG to come out today, and honestly, it was a pleasure to watch them push Ultra Prime through their paces. Ultra Prime do finish it out, though. We'll see if RNG can bounce back a little bit more of a spicy draft for game number 2. We're going to be stepping away for a little break. We'll see you there.
to fires, to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. Through our last free breath and back again. We've seen our skies burn red and seen them turn to flame. We are the fire that guides our destiny. Yeah, the tide to finish us. We fight until the last. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it to fires, to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light within us. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand forever from this day. We made it to fires, to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. We'll keep rising. And we still remain. Yeah! Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power, lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Hold down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah. I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Wow. 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah!
Welcome back, one and all, to LPL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Trouble, and we're already one game in to our potentially long night here as Ultra Prime did what we asked of them, and they handled business against RNG in their swap around, maybe musical chair style roster situation, but it was RNG who actually made them work for it.
Yeah, LPL Gold Graph, all for your guys' eye pleasure right there. Ultra Prime, they won. Did they win cleanly enough?
One fight.
They did not. One fight. Hacker had a lot of a huge role to play in this particular game. I feel like he bullied Awandi out of his jungle. He was double his CS, like, what, 6 minutes into the game. You give this guy a farming jungler to bully you around, and he will. Again, Jingtian, you know what?
Okay.
Your Cassandra is great. It's fabulous. Your Darius even better. However, my boy Hacker has been robbed twice now
True.
of that MVP.
Hey, you know, somebody needs to respect the jugglers around here. But also,
maybe
I think
maybe it was the 69% KP.
True.
Maybe that's what
true.
did the trick.
That's probably it. Also, really big shout out to, like, literally the reason why Ultra Prime won that game so quickly was Doggo's enchanted crystal arrow hitting onto Iwandi, and they just all dogpiled onto him, literally speaking. And I think it's huge in a thing where Doggo was literally the only engage for a lot of it, for him to step up there as well. So now we got to see what RNG's response is going to be. The Spice didn't work in that game number 1. Do we expect a little bit more of it here?
I feel like for RNG, they did pretty well in their early game. They were playing the map very, very well. I did like the Renekton a lot coming out of Juice. I feel like it sort of bullied Qingtian in the early game. However, this time around, Ultra Prime will be on blue side. And for RNG, I feel like with teams like that, especially when they're shuffled around in terms of roles, I want to see some hard engage, some go tools, which both teams were massively lacking in game number 1.
Yeah, very much so. It's not typically normal. I feel like in a lot of the games that we see. Hey, honestly, it deserves it. Tongyuan was popping off on that pick. We'll get the Rumble.
7 levels down.
But hey,
the only
4-man pop
the only reason he couldn't be more than 7 levels down is because people were level 18 already. They couldn't grow anymore.
There's no more. We want to take a look at the bans, though. The Ziggs and the Rumble join that Nico. It is also the Trist, the Sedge, and that Renekton banned by RNG. Don't want to deal with the blind pick Renekton by Ultra Prime here, and it will be the Ashe locked in once again.
Ooh, things like Leona have gone through, the Misfortune, things that can very easily punish a champion like Ashe that is very immobile in lane. However, in fear of the Braum, that is such a great response to things like Misfortune and Leona together. You could potentially be running into a brick wall if you pick it too early for RNG.
Really want to see what the double pickup here by RNG is going to be. Maybe a little bit of that safety in the bot lane, but also flexibility with this Ezreal pick, depending on where we want to see it grab. And there is now the choice of some of these maybe more engage-centered picks coming through for RNG, give them a little bit more setup, or they go with the double-edged sword again and get 2 marksmen.
So here's the thing, Yuka has been playing primarily AD mid laners, so things like the Yone and the Corki are things that are up and available for mid lane. Lucian does pretty well against both of those, and we know that Hacker lacks his AP jungler, so most likely Yuka is going to be going for one of the 2, so XZZ takes the better matchup early into those champions. I really like this. I'm also really enjoying the Ezreal right here, because if they choose to smack something like a Braum right next to Ashe, things like the Karma become extremely viable for Tongyuan down the bot lane.
That does come to bear as the Corki locked in on the other side, so for more of that poke damage, but also the heavy scaling we will end up seeing from this choice. We got to see a little bit of it last time around by RNG with their double poke comp. This time, though, as we go into the final picks of the first phase, that engagement priority is the question. It will be the jungle setup right now, though, as the Zyra locked in once again for Hacker.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Handshake again. Zyra for Brand from the side of 5-1D. I think he did quite fine, especially in a lot of these fights, the way they were bouncing back and forth. I really enjoyed seeing his Brand. It adds a touch of AP damage that RNG really need right here. I know we're not supposed to speak about hovers. Oh, the Zac.
So a little bit of flexibility is still there for RNG, and also that engage that we were asking for.
So, immobile carries on the side of Ultra Prime, and very squishy team so far for Ultra Prime. You've got the Zyra and the Ashe, extremely mobile, really, really good targets for Zac. And especially talking about getting that Ezreal ahead in that early game, you could be looking for these juicy summoners down bot lane if you are RNG. Now, you need some sort of setup as well towards the bots of the map. I'm expecting Tongyuan to pick his support on 5 to see what the response first will be from Ultra Prime.
I'm wondering if we're going to get more of those mid laners down bot side. That'll be remaining to be the question, I guess. So we do get down there. The bar banned again by Ultra Prime, as it was in the second phase of that first game around. I like the Poppy ban towards Ultra Prime, though, themselves, because you take away some of that disengage potential that RNG definitely don't want to hand over.
Let's see what you've got left for the top side for Ultra Prime, because right here it's going to be one of the Qingtian specials. The Jax is going to get banned out, and I'm looking at things like potentially again things like the Cassante, or maybe if he wants to go towards something like the Darius. Now, playing Darius into double AD carry is never ever very fun. However, RNG's team is built to go forward, and Darius loves having champions in very close proximity to him, so it could definitely be a possibility for Qingtian, who's done it before.
Yeah. I also really like the Rakan ban awake, and maybe giving some of those go in, go out champions a ban is a really nice priority against RNG's composition, but it is the TF here. So we will see a little bit of spice in terms of where these picks are going, especially the Zach.
Yeah, Love Controller was the top side of the map. Jintian, though, seems to be laughing about something. I'm not sure if they weren't expecting the TF or actually the quite opposite. They were expecting things like the TF to go down. He has a counter pick ready on the go for that one. It's not going to be the case. It's just going to be slow and steady. Play the Cassante. Leona still up for grabs. Rel, Nautilus, all the engaged champs are still up and available in the pool. Reminder, if a melee AD support goes down bot lane, the possibility for Karma widens for RNG.
Right now, if you just go a stock standard composition for Ultra Prime, it is looking very juicy in this game number 2 because you're going against right now a triple marksman composition by RNG. They do not have the tankiness to stand. Their snowball, though, is the hardest thing to deal with. And I like the Leona choice here by Ultra Prime.
Give me that Brom. You've got triple AD carry. Those passes are gonna be popping red, left, right, and center. I tried to mix all the words together. It didn't come out as smooth as I had hoped for. Brom is perfect here. You are protecting 3 AD carries. You do have the engage or the disengage with the Zac as well. And of course, Brom is very prominent in terms of playing that into melee supports like the Leona. Okay, not to worry anyone, but I'm seeing a little bit of a shuffling in terms of champions going on, and iWandy is currently holding the Brom.
Oh, goodness gracious.
No way we're going to have a shuffle on the Rift as well.
We'll see once we get down to the time setup. But definitely, this is begging the question what things look like for RNG. It does look like we're going to get some difference in maybe these picks going through, maybe some lane swaps in-game coming through as well. As iWandy will be piloting that Braum. We will also have XZZ on the Zac, unless there's a little bit of a glitch.
All right, guys, buckle up. We've got sub mid laner for RNG on Zac jungle. iWandy back in his position. Tongyuan back in his position in the mid lane. A little bit of normalcy, if you will, for RNG, apart from the little anomaly in the jungle currently. However, the composition looks very, very strong against what Ultra Prime have drafted for themselves. And if anything, Mazel, I feel like there could be a possibility for a win for RNG, a win that they very much need in this group stage.
Yeah, because you have to remember, this RNG team is 0-3 so far. And in this group Nirvana, there's only 8 teams, which means you have 7 games. It's not looking good if you go down to 0-4, and you will be looking to bid adieu to the summer split here. We're getting into game 2, a chance or Royal to never give up and to bring us to 3, and also a chance for Ultra Prime to put them in their place. They have one of the most meta comps we've seen of recency, and it is time for them to put up or shut up. That loss against TT hanging heavy over their heads, and against RNG, that's a chance to gather some momentum. Let's hear those Gyos roar. Let's get into game number 2 and see if Royal can truly bring us to 3 games.
Damn, RNG has a lot of supporters
It is
today in the
RNG.
arena. Hey man, you're right. We still hear some TSM chants here and there, you know?
I think the most interesting thing here is RNG obviously said game 1 didn't work, that it did not go well. Let's try something a little bit different. They have a little bit of the flexibility with that, with some of the musical chairs they've been playing with their roster, but we also have to take a look at this deep flank. I mean, this is coming from the depths of the ocean. As maybe Niket can't see in the depths of the ocean there. Doesn't hit the Zenith blade, but does push Juice out of his lane early and has already popped the ghost. Cheng Tian waiting like the Grim Reaper here to try to cancel out Juice. Flash will be burned there, so double Summoner spells burned by the top laner of RNG.
Flash gone, Ghost gone. Ultra Prime with a very sneaky entry onto the topside jungle of XZZ. Just about hugging the wall to not get spotted onto the vision from the wood on the top side, placed by RNG. It won them pretty much that early game. Double Summoners down and Twisted Fate, especially when you know this Twisted Fate is going to be very heavily deprived of any experience. NCS and gold very early on. Great choice right there from Ultra Prime. We haven't necessarily been seeing a lot of lane swaps as of recently. However, right here was the perfect opportunity to use that. You've got triple AD carry and RNG. One of them is going to have to miss out. This time around, it's Juice.
Doggo using the hawk shot up there just to see who he's got to deal with in lane. And Ket has come down to deal with the 2v2 with Xingtian. See what the lane swaps are going to bear for us here as we do get Hacker moving over towards Xingtian's jungle. Expect to be saying that tonight, but he will be pushed out of his jungle as a whole, and I think Hacker can continue to kind of push.
All right, guys, we're a little bit back to normal. Sub mid lane,
Is it normal?
jungle for
Is it normal?
RNG. Okay, it's more normal because more people are in their positions, if that makes sense. So instead of having support playing jungle and mid playing support, now you just have mid lane sub playing jungle, which is fine. If you're so proficient at the Zac, which he has found Doggo here.
Yeah, Doggo dodge it out though. It will not be hit. XZ in a lot of trouble as he walks out of there. Not going to get the passive pop just yet.
Oh, look at Hacker though. He's wrapping around towards the top side of the map. They could very easily pop the passive.
No. That's going to be a move under turret by Ultra Prime. They need to get the wave in here, though, if they want to try to dive this one. Ooh, they're going to try to pull it off. Little damage on XZ. They just want to get the passive. There's the ignite to pop it. Doggo going to be stepping up now. Juice just trying to defend the bloblets. No, no, no! The TP! Okay, it's going to be there. Doggo just gets executed. I thought Togued wasn't going to TP to the blobs. It just killed XZZ, but ends up Ultra Prime can't finish him off, and we have executions now in this early game.
All right. Viewers for every time of the day. Narrative. Ultra Prime cannot be showing this kind of face. You are playing versus a team that is almost falling apart. You've got 3 people playing different positions. You've got sub mid laner playing jungle. The ignite pop here on XZ is perfect, but the execution coming up. Niket doesn't walk up to Q. He tries to snipe with E, which means when he misses, he has to flash out. And then Doggo with the aggro from the tower ends up going down. This is very, very, very messy. And this is again why what we're saying Ultra Prime can look like a really great dark horse team that can take the big teams down, or they can look like this, going up against an RNG that's been shuffled around in terms of roles and cannot execute a tower dive. It needs to be better if Ultra Prime really want to show their good face every single time.
I mean, I said it in the quote retweet of your tweet for today, but this feels like the appetizer you order at a super fancy restaurant that has like 5 names. You have no idea what it is. You just order it because you want to try something cool. And, you know, this appetizer is definitely delivered. Ultra Prime were able to clean that one in game number 1, but game number 2 has delivered absolute chaos so far. And I do want to check in on game state so far as well, because there is a massive CS differential in the jungle right now developed by Hacker.
Same as game number 1, double the CS numbers. However, in this particular matchup, you're expecting it. It's much more of a tank matchup into a farmer. Hacker will make his way towards the top of the map. Reminder, Juice does not have his flash available. Niket, Chington, Doggo, Hacker, all of them towards the top of the map. 4 on top.
There's no TP
No, Juice,
coming
run.
for you this time, Juice, and he will be squeezed just like the fruits he was made out of.
But actually, all he could do was run because he popped Ghost.
Yep.
But it just wasn't enough when there were 4 members of Ultra Prime towards the top side. Again, I want to get your attention towards that bot tower as well, because 2 tower plagues have gone away. 2 in favor of RNG, sorry, and 2 of those Void Grubs. So RNG, again, are very quick on the map in terms of decision making. Whenever they lose something, they'll take something off of you, which is very uncharacteristic when you're looking at the bottom end of the table teams, which RNG is one of them right now, if not the bottom of the table team right now, sitting at 0 and 3. Juice, you really think you can walk up to your tower, buddy, even with Zac around? That's not the case.
This duo, Niket and Hacker, being very active already and trying to keep XZ out of his own jungle. They're going to do just that here. Juice looking to step up, though. They have push in mid. as well for Ultra Prime, so they'll be trying to get some more turret plates for themselves, and they've just been able to play freely up here and oppress Juice outside of his lane. Doggo is just becoming massive as well, and we'll be getting very close to that level 6.
I1D towards the top side of the map as well, though. It's going to be 3 versus 3.
He's hit it.
Niket.
He got it. The concussive blows, though, going to be big onto Niket. XZZ not going to go down. Turret shot going to claim it for Juice. Now Juice in a little bit of trouble as the Unbreakable will not be angled correctly there. Doggo not going to have any tools for the long distance engage, but Juice just steps up and dies anyways because the plants are going to keep him barriered out of there. And Doggo also, under all of that, going to take another turret plate.
What's that, 1 for 1 at the end? Everything committed towards the top side of the map. Tongyun is going to take another turret plating from the mid lane. And if you look at the bot side, Huanfeng also has taken a third one from that bot lane tier 1 tower. RNG are just chipping away as much gold as possible. Juice is being witness of big bullying up the top side of the map, and no matter how many numbers RNG are bringing to his aid, Ultra Prime are basically gonna one-up them in terms of raw bodies towards the top side of the map.
And because of all that,
But again,
yeah, go ahead.
I feel like RNG are doing their best with the situation. They had committed 3 members topside while this was going on by Niket, which was a huge overextension, and he ends up losing his life. Bot lane was already pushed and taken a plate out of. Mid lane was pushed by Lucian, who didn't have TP to join this fight, and in the end, it ends up being a 1 for 1 by a snipe from Yukai.
And just capitalization of the positioning up there as well. And we actually see a little bit of that capitalization right now by XZ as the Dragon hadn't even been pushed over because Ultra Prime were just on top side the entire time. So RNG finally going to make good on that one.
A little bit too busy. Trying to figure out that top lane situation. It hasn't necessarily hurt Juice too much, as you can see in terms of levels. He's 1 level behind of Qingtian. However, it is problematic every single time he has to walk up to his tower because the Leona Ashe lane is very, very dangerous to walk into. That's why you see I1D heading towards the top side of the map, making sure that he's shadowing for his top laner. However, again, Ultra Prime, you're bringing 2 top lane RNG? We'll bring 4.
Just like watching a sitcom. You get a new episode every week, and now they're going to move into this dive yet again. Destiny going to be popped just to see who is coming, but Stranglethorn under turret cannot be dodged away from. Niket gives his life, but that's 2 sweet, sweet kills for Ultra Prime, and on top of that, they're going to get the turret.
3-1-1 for Doggo on this Ashe, who ended up having the winning play in game number 1, sniping that one target that they desperately needed to start a fight. And right here, he has been set up for success off the get-go. So many target platings toward the top. 3 kills already on that Ashe. Ultra Prime, it's looking good so far. They're 2,500 gold in the lead, just 10 minutes in as well. They could very easily be snowballing that lead away, especially since I'm expecting Ashe to have first item very, very soon.
And it's difficult to see some of these early plays for RNG going a little bit wide. You have to think to the way they enter the team fights later on as well. You know, XZZ is going to have a massive aspect to their engage. He's going to be really the person kicking it off, and then everything gets layered down on top of that. And if you can put yourself in a potential for that to be successful, that's how RNG can find their way back into this game. And it starts by maybe getting a kill bot side. True Shot Barrage is going to be popped. Turret is the focus right now as the Bloblets come down. Qingtian trying to flash away, does dash away as well. He actually has so much distance coverage. And after all of that, they get the turret. They'll lose the grubs there. But it is Qingtian who makes it out alive after his flash.
4 grubs taken away by Hacker right there. Buff acquired. Mid lane was being pushed meanwhile. And I felt like we kept talking about RNG making the plays, but RNG have been responding to plays that Ultra Prime have been hammering them with. And it just hasn't been looking great. Now RNG pull a play onto the Cassante. Qingtian managed to run away with his life. But Ultra Prime are just ascending on the map as a whole, taking inch by inch every single bit of the map, taking that mid lane, top lane tower. It's going to be, mid lane tower was going to be the next objective. Only 3 tire platings remaining. Doggo is so strong.
That's a flash out there. They might actually catch the cat. Oh, the Winter's Bite not connecting is unfortunate. And that Stranglethorn, a big cooldown used on the other end of it. But it is a situation where Ultra Prime are kind of fine with those setups because their big strength is around the objectives when they can pull those fights off.
And Niket really needs to find a way to hit that level 6 already. I feel like Niket has been babysitting topside a little bit too much, especially roaming around. We mentioned how he roamed around with Hacker for majority of that time towards the top side of the map, which means that he was quite heavily deprived of experience. Having that level 6 onto the Leona gets a lot more threatening, especially when juicy targets like Tongyeon on the Lucian or Triple AD carry in general for RNG walk up.
I want to see Ultra Prime actually try to clean up some more of these turret plates. Looks like RNG are the ones that want to try to do that right now. But so far, I mean, Ultra Prime's gotten 10 plates across the table. RNG, they've gotten a decent amount themselves as well. And I think now trying to capitalize on this last minute might be important. Tong Yuan is going to be forced out of his lane yet again, and they're going to try to get these last two on bot side.
Tong Yuan respecting the pressure on the map by Ultra Prime, knowing that if you can't see them, they're most likely in the jungle. That was absolutely correct right there. You'll see XZ will be heading towards that bot side as well, trying to defend. He's bot lane, quote unquote, because Tong Yuan did belong in the bot lane in the previous game, so I guess you could make them a bot lane together. It's an AD carry, so hey. However, across the board, there's gold leads for the entirety of Ultra Prime, and primarily the 3 members that really do count, the 3 carries. When the resets come through, Trinity 4 is expected to be finished by Corki. You're gonna have first item coming through from Ashe as well, and Leandri is already completed by Hacker. This is a team that is actually equipped to start fighting, especially now that Niket has hit that level 6.
And it feels really good to see Ultra Prime kind of taking control of the map, and at this point in the game being the better team so far. As that was kind of the question, is you're facing a team that's definitely playing some musical chairs toward the end of their split and need to take advantage of that. See if RNG want to upset Ultra Prime in any way around this Rift Herald, though, as it already has started off. Enchanted Crystal splits the uprights, but it still might mean the fight kicks off, though. XEZ going for the double engage there. Rift Herald falls to Ultra Prime. Big Stranglethorn to separate the fight, though. Look at Dago kiting him down. He gets the flash out of Tong Yuan, though. All out comes through for Ting Tian, and now he's got his sights on Iwandi. The rest of the fight, though, is going to call him down, and RNG are the ones that actually strike.
Wow, 2 for 0. Juice had a fantastic flank right there, which I feel like caught Ultra Prime off guard. Kept pressuring through the jungle as well. RNG with a great teamfight victory. However, the Rift Herald is going to go into the pocket of Niket right there. So technically, what Ultra Prime came for, they left with. Let's have a look at this one more time. Eyes on XZ, who's going to be fending off both Yukai and Dogo. And that was a fantastic flash forward to connect the stink shot right there, which makes sure that Yukai goes down, and then that pressure from Juice through that jungle. Oh, we have
Speaking of Juice, got squeezed yet again into a glass by Ultra Prime. Now Yukai, he squeezed himself by the combos of RNG. Gonna get the trade back there in the end. As looks like mid lane is the play for Ultra Prime right now as the Rift Herald comes through, driven out by Niket. They'll get the outer turret.
They're gonna get some pressure on the map right here. 2 members missing, 1 from each team, and there is a dragon up. Tong Yuan seems to have already started that together with XZ. That is pretty good news for them, especially since they already have the earlier one. Start stacking them up, forcing Ultra Prime's hand later on. XZ is gonna make sure he finishes that, as RNG really need to reply to that pressure towards the top side of the map. Ultra Prime much quicker on the map this time around versus that game number 1. They tried to move in much better tempo around, trying to take towers, objectives, set down some vision. Has netted them a bunch of kills so far. However, the gold lead has shrinked.
Just a little bit, and I think that's been kind of the consistent factor of this game. Look at those ridiculous turret plate numbers. That's a lot of gold, and it's really just been both teams kind of playing away from each other.
Ooh, let's have a look at this again. Oh, Juice. He was trying his hardest just to finish the creeps one at a time. And when the tower goes down, Yukai finds his opening. He's going to pay with his life, of course. But hey, a solo kill is a solo kill.
Yeah, in all actuality. But also in all actuality, Tong Yuan is now 3-0. The move from him at support back to his natural mid lane has been really good on the Lucian. And RNG are going to have to rely on that one as a big part of their damage going forward as they have the triple marksman comp.
And much importantly, he's not 7 levels down this time around. He's one of the highest levels on the Rift. Onto this Lucian Kraken Slayer Essence River completed too. 2 items full. You need to take advantage of having that Lucian being so fed in that mid lane. As you can see, RNG, XZ and I1D playing towards the tops of the map. Trying to shadow put down some vision for Tongyun to pressure without being threatened. My only concern right here for the side of RNG is that Juice is primarily going to be playing for gold cards and zoning off members. You would usually see a huge threat when there is a Twisted Fate in the game in terms of a split push and how Cassandra cannot necessarily fend him off too quickly and having to build a lot of armor to try to just survive in that lane and farm under tower whatever Twisted Fate pushes towards you. But due to that early game swap from Ultra Prime, Juice has not necessarily had the juice that he wants to in his inventory just yet.
Yeah, he's you know, the frozen in a can juice right now. We're waiting for him to thaw. He'll eventually turn into some nice cold juice. I don't know. Do they have that in Berlin?
I'm not sure.
No, probably
what
not.
You
That's
mean,
probably an
but
American
hey.
thing. Knowing America, you know. As is though, Ultra Prime themselves need to find this win. I think not only that TT loss hanging over them pretty heavily, but in the group, they should be at the top when they were so close to getting to the Ascension group. And here they're going to put their pressure onto Iwandi. And Gent Cristolero going to actually hit over onto XZZ. Nothing else going to come of that one, and RNG make it out alive.
Flash for Ignite exchanged for Ultra Prime. You take those anytime. Niket and Co will find some time to walk into the jungle again, set down some vision. I think it's been Ultra Prime's game this entire series, trying to move a little bit far forward. This also allows for Hacker to consistently steal away a bunch of camps. XZ's job at the moment is not farming his camps, is not continuously getting more money to his pocket, is shadowing his lanes and trying to get the perfect engage or be there for a counter dive or a counter gank, which allows Hacker a lot of freedom into his jungle. Already about 50 CS up onto this Zyra, 1.6k gold. Very, very close to that Rylas as well. When this is completed, it's gonna get very, very annoying for 3 carries to get constantly slowed as they move forward from RNG.
And it's not going to get any easier. The clear speed will just continue to ramp. We also got the second item spike for both Yuika and Doggo. Ooh, Grafting Roots Connect. They might want to follow that one up. Fong gonna have that arcane shift out of there, but Dragon is spawning in under a minute, so mid lane priority is the name of the game.
Yeah, RNG need to figure out a way to pressure that bot side of the map. I feel like it would even be a good idea to have Tongyun play towards Yokai. At this point, this Lucian is much stronger than the Corki. You can definitely pressure that side of the map. You need some vision into this river if you want to contest for the next dragon, which would be so point for RNG. However, they do not have second item for Ezreal. They do not have second item for TF either. They're getting currently out-damaged by Ultra Prime, and also with no vision into this river, it's very scary to walk in. However, you do have the tools, you have the Zac, and you have the Brom if you wish to face check, but still dangerous. You do not have the damage to follow that up.
You see the observers showing off the vision for Ultra Prime right now towards that dragon side of the jungle for RNG. RFC did just get completed by for Juice, so he'll have a little bit of length of engage for RNG added to the mix. They're all barreling down mid, and we know what's coming here, trouble. Maybe an overextension from RNG as Iwandi steps up against everything thrown at him. Doggo almost goes down. Destiny on the back, though. Is it going to be enough? Juice flashes. Juice on Doggo. Juice gets locked down, though, now. And now RNG moving forward with Tong Yuen as he's dashing and flashing, and we're getting RNG all over Ultra Prime, and that's a double kill for Juice. A double kill going over as well to Tong Yuen, and RNG have just pounced.
Ultra Prime throw everything onto Iwandi. He's more than happy to raise his door and soak up all the damage. RNG, what a fantastic team fight off the back of that. They're gonna take that Baron, have more pressure onto the lanes with this. As you can see, Hacker on your map is pinging viciously that dragon. They might not even let him get it, as you can see.
What?
Yeah, just pushing the lane. Let's watch this again. He gets caught by everything. The Root, the Leona, like every single one of them is dashing onto this Brom. They don't get to kill him, but look at that Juice flag flashes through, assassinates Dogo. Jingtian has soaked up so much damage, but Ultra Prime are just running away because their front line is just dead.
As soon as you see the retreat coming through from Ultra Prime, like that gives Tong Yuan so many aggressive moves with his dash forward, and he's able to help clean up a lot of that. And Juice having a massive impact already with that flank. And that is how RNG can kind of pick apart some of these fights. Now Dragon will end up going to Ultra Prime in the end, but RNG showing a little bit of life here, and now more than life. Almost 3,000 gold up over Ultra Prime in game 2.
Hold on, what's that replay right there? Juice playing a little bit with fire. Jingtian is going to TP on him.
No, he
he's
is dead. Well, sometimes you win some, you lose some, you know?
I was about to say, I don't remember him being 4 and 5. There was a positive KDA there at some point, I swear.
Especially at the triple kill, you know?
So I want to compare a little bit Juice to Solo Kill. Solo Kill had a pretty equal game in terms of him being shut down in the very early stages of the game and then coming back onto the Twisted Fate, the utility that you have through the gold cards, the ability to flank with your team fight, assassinate the backline as well. Is actually huge with the champion. So if you know how to not give up too much in the early game, even though you suffer, you will eventually get back into the game. He's now even levels with majority of the members on the side of Ultra Prime. He's very threatening having that rapid fire cannon with the gold card as well. So RNG are well and truly back into this game. They've got the tools right now. They've got the engage. They've got the Brom to soak up the damage. Their composition looks so much more put together.
And they have the Baron buff, which is helping a lot in the siege in this one. So they were able to take that early Baron. And now the siege on bot side will be stopped in the end, but the stretching strike's going to bring Ultra Prime right back to it. Only used by Tong Yuan. But is the siege in mid lane also of importance? Swanfong has continued pressing there. We're going to get the siege on bot side as well.
They're trying to sink in both of those waves with the Baron buffs, which is pretty good because Ultra Prime cannot defend both of them at the same time. However, Swanfong needs to play a little bit more further back, doesn't have his flash available, still has cleanse. And right now RNG are going to take a reset. They're going to let that wave crash into the mid lane. Yokai is going to take care of that one. And they're just going to get back, grab those juicy items with all the gold that they've just accumulated. Terminus just completed by Juice as well. They will be melting through that Ultra Prime's front line.
And I will just say, as a little bit of taking stock for RNG, like, all you had to do is move XDZ to a position of, hey, go get the engage, and we'll do everything else. And RNG looking a lot more, at least stable and put together here, as you were kind of mentioning earlier. But I think now, as well as the time to think about how they get these pieces into the right positions, because you have so much kickoff engaged by Ultra Prime, and as soon as they're going to be getting these third items for their carries, it's going to be very difficult to stop their engage.
However, and again, onto this Leona, you do have a couple of juicy targets that do not currently have their flashes available. Looking at the TF, the Lucian, the Ezreal. Ezreal a little bit more evasive as a champion, very slippery. However, the other two could very easily end up going down if you engage on them now. The problem does remain. Abwandi has been on point with those unbreakables. Every single time Ultra Prime dump every bit of damage that they have on him. And he's just soaking through as a Solari finished up as well. A lot more survivability through the shield. And RNG, they're pressuring right now on 3 lanes. Ultra Prime need to find the pick, but it just seems so difficult for them.
Tong Yuan at 3 items now as well. Very difficult to deal with the burst damage that will come down from him. Hacker steps up to try to get a little bit of this wave clear going through. And RNG gonna move Juice over. As XDZ goes up towards top side, Yokai able to defend against it when the cat's back up here. So far, Ultra Prime, they're putting out the fires as they spawn.
I feel like XDZ has been playing incredible around these waves. You know how champions like Maokai and Ornn on a siege, you'd have to press your ult just to zone members away so you can take power? All XDZ has to do is step up in vision and press E and threaten a dive. And he's been doing this every single time a wave crashes for RNG, whether it's mid or top. He keeps transitioning through the jungle, trying to threaten. It's been a great game, honestly, from him so far. On a jungle role, which is not his mate. The dude is a mid laner. They might have got Jingtian here. If he overextends, there is Tong Yuan right behind Juice. Pull up some damage numbers.
biggest importance here is that 30 seconds till a dragon spawns will be a third dragon towards an infernal soul for RNG. They definitely want to get that under tow. That Destiny did get popped there in the end. Kind of see where everybody was against them. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to be flashed out of by Juice. Good response.
Topside Yokai has got away. He's pressuring as well. Juice is going to have to TP back and respond to that, but this is going to be some more standing gold going over to the side of Ultra Prime. Some gold that they really well need right now. Most of their carries used to be so far ahead. However, right now I'm looking at almost a 3k gold lead for Juice. A guy that was permanently dived over and over again. It was like deja vu. Meanwhile, the Dragon's going to go down. Soul Point, as you very well mentioned, getting Inferno with triple AD carries going to hurt Ultra Prime quite a lot.
Obviously, Juice, one of the newest members to the RNG fold, having spent a little bit of time with World Club, but also been taken advantage of in a lot of their matchups. So really nice to see him stepping up even after he was taken advantage of early in this game. But truly it is RNG rising to the occasion, and Ultra Prime needs to find a way back into it now. As it looks like RNG can just kind of push their pressure out on the map. They're getting a TP on them on the flank here. Tong Yuan gonna burn the culling there, but Iwandi already gone. You've lost a ton of your front line in this triple marksman composition.
That was a great TP by Chington because it completely splits apart the fight. Iwandi has no one to flash and jump onto, which means now RNG, you are 4 versus 5. 3 very competent carries. Very difficult. The cleanse is gonna be burnt there by Tong Yuan as well.
Get Yukai pushing in mid lane as we get everybody from RNG trying to collapse over on this bot side, or top side of the map rather. Yukai can get onto the inhib turret. Now the TP is coming in to join the fight. This could be trouble because it's a 4v5 in favor of Ultra Prime. Niket going forward though. Look at the back line. Look at Tong Yuan. Tong Yuan is a monster. He's dodging around everything, and now he is the saving grace. Huanfang going in his own, but it's still Tong Yuan, the saving of RNG's hopes and dreams. He's dashing away, but the Bloblet's buying a lot of time. The culling has come back up. Yukai stepping up. Tong Yuan, the only one alive, cannot do it. And a triple kill for Yukai.
He's been farming a storm. He's been pushing towers. He's been farming like a madman for this particular fight. Yukai comes in on the teleport and saves the day for Ultra Prime. It looked so grim. RNG almost managed to 4 versus 5 win this fight. Yukai comes out clutch. And let's look at this one more time. That was another arrow that misses right there by Doggo, and all eyes on XZZ because he backs off after he flashes, but he gets an incredible engage. Look at Tong Yuan. He's waiting on the side. The second XZZ lands, he dashes through the wall and absolutely decimates the backline of Ultra Prime. But Yukai comes in clutch with his quirky, flashes through the abilities and decimates everyone on RNG.
The tale of 2 carries, the tale of 2 mid laners back at it again. The Baron goes up with Ultra Prime, but Tong Yuan not one to let them go quietly here as they're trying to get the link from Juice. He has the yellow card, but he can't hit the RFC range. Stranglethorn going to be popped. Yukai tries to get a quick back, but can't do it. He has been caught out on vision now. The rest of Ultra Prime leaving him to his own devices, but he is a strong Corki, not able to get Juice in the end, and the kill will go to Huanfang.
So 1 member down for Ultra Prime. They will take the Baron. However, this is a shutdown going over to the side of RNG as well. Nothing is set in stone. Another tower is going to get pressured down by RNG. RNG are still very firmly, well, I'm saying firmly, it's like 1,000 gold, but they have been ahead for majority of this game in terms of a gold lead, and Ultra Prime have been scraping the bottom of this bowl to try and get something going on in these team fights. Losing Yukai does definitely hurt because he was the reason you won the previous fight. Now, let's just relax for a second and take stock as in how Ultra Prime manages to win these fights. Because when RNG is all bundled up as a 5-man unit, Iwandi gets to soak so much pressure. Ultra Prime managed to pick off Iwandi, a little bit overextended, great teleport from Chingchen to break him off his team, and they made it a 4 versus 5. I feel Ultra Prime are gonna have to try and figure out a way to do this one more time.
Got 45 seconds for an Infernal Soul for RNG. Resets have come out. There are 5.5 items rather for Yukai now. Very big damage dealers on the table here, Trouble, but it's RNG first and foremost into the position around this Dragon Pit.
It has been the case. You cannot lose eyes onto the Zac. XZ has been absolutely on point.
They're
with
just
the engage.
splitting them. They're completely taking advantage of it. They're nowhere near each other. Iwandi tanking everything up, but it's not enough because Hacker has cleaned him up. Now Ching Tian trying to get the re-engage on XCT, but it was Tang Yuan they wanted the whole time. Everything's being picked apart right now at Ultra Prime. They've come together as one, and they've gone Ultra. As now they've gone to mid lane here.
How does it happen 2 games in a row? 1 engage, 1 fight, all the way to victory.
That's all they needed. They're snowballing this down mid lane here. They'll be able to get the inhib. RNG in stalwart defense. Hacker has decided to clear the red buff here for the team so that they can get the siege going.
Hacker, you don't need red to end the game. Oh, everyone is so low.
That's a 4-man True Shot Barrage. Slingshot queued up and ready to go, but RNG just want to scrape by with their lives. They will lose that mid inhib. Destiny going to be popped to see their exit as Juice goes to push out as the Dragon has spawned.
They have very low HP bars. XZ is looking, doesn't have the flash. He's not going to make it there in time. However, they might be looking for some scraps at the end of this Dragon. It's not going to be the case. So denied by Ultra Prime. And again, that was the name of the game. Pick off Iwandi, split him apart from his team. That's exactly what they did. That's exactly how they keep winning the fights. Juice showing on the top side of the map means that he cannot necessarily join super quickly because his ultimate can get him a far distance, but it's not a global, so he still needed to walk towards that bottom of the map to be able to participate. And by the time that was the case, Iwandi had already gone down. Ultra Prime now, they do have the formula on how to win those fights, and it's exactly like that. Picking off Iwandi, take that front line away from RNG.
Yeah, Triple Marksman Cop desperately needs that front line. And the fact that you have so much distance you can cover with these engages for Ultra Prime is just so deadly.
You can see Ultra Prime back to back. They get one huge team fight, and it looked like the end. I feel like it was a little bit overestimated from Ultra Prime that they could end the game right there and then. This is why Hacker was also taking their M. I was like, guys, calm down. We can't end the game. They still have carries up and available, and they have a bunch of wave clear. So even though we're like, Hacker, why are you taking red buff? He was on the right track right there. The game was not necessarily that easy to end. Therefore, he just kept on piling up that CS, even more gold onto the Zyra. Very, very close to things like a Void Staff or a Creep Bloom, depending on what Hacker chooses to go for. That'll be a lot of Magic Pen, especially since this is a lot of MR build onto Iwandi and XZ.
And as we get ready for Ultra Prime to continue looking for picks, it is a remembrance of this RNG team being a bit musical cherry right now with some of the swaps they've had. Now they've reassumed some of their original positions, XZ moving to the jungle position. But this is also an 0-3 RNG in Group Nirvana, where you do not want to be at the bottom end of the table because your season will be over if you are after this stage. Juice ends up burning his flash there as well as the Mercurial Scimitar, so Ultra Prime on the advance.
Oh, Tang Yuan has last mid.
There you go, Hacker taking down solo bolo to Tang Yuan.
That is so weird to me. Hacker stays mid lane to pressure down the wave into Tang Yuan, whilst Juice on the replay will lose his cleanse. It's such a weird turn of events right here because you mostly never want to leave a very immobile champion in the mid lane all alone while everyone else is shifting towards the bottom up. Ultra Prime, again, they're losing a lot of their formation. Your guy is caught between an Ezreal and a Twisted Fate, or are they caught with him? We'll have to wait to see that one.
Honestly, though, I'm so happy we're getting just a rousing performance from Tang Yuan. He is now full build. The Lord Dom has been completed, but he is the centerpiece right now in a lot of these fights for RNG. You see the replay of that one. The Dragon not on the table. It is the Baron that's on the table, and Ultra Prime just going to cede that one over to get this tier 2 in the bottom side. Vax will be unleashed, though, and the defense in the bottom side will be there for RNG.
Tongyun has had an incredible performance on this Lucian so far. 7, 2, and 4 full items. Level 18 Lucian. This is late game. Anyone who missteps ends up going down. Triple AD carry composition, you mentioned it, from the side of RNG will melt anyone inside instead of Ultra Prime. For Ultra Prime, it's been very easy. Pick off I1D, get that tank off your screen, and end up chasing off RNG, and it has worked for them in multiple occasions. However, this time around, I really hope RNG have learned the lesson and they can group up and move as a unit. XZ has been fantastic in finding this backline together with Juice. So if Ultra Prime overextend, they could very easily pick them apart.
Hacker gonna take a chunk coming out. We'll end up getting the team blue buff there, but we're starting to get full items completed for majority members on both sides. TP out in the mid lane. We have Dragon in 40 seconds. This one might be even more important if RNG can actually secure the soul.
You see they're dancing around. They're trying to push the creeps. Oh, the engage.
Double engages. XCZ goes on one side, but it's Ultra Prime who have pounced on Iwandi. Now you get the crit balloons going off, and Ultra Prime, they've got the single target focus. XCZ gonna get the bloblets down, but RNG have started running for the hills. Juice gonna get his GA pop. Quanfong's gotta step up here. Something's gotta give for RNG, or they're just gonna go down. And Yuakai shuts them out, and that's everybody from Ultra Prime still alive.
Ultra Prime have done it yet again. They've won a team fight when it matters most. Level 18 and most of their carries. Only Quanfang and Tongyuan left alive, but they're the two members that count. And everyone, Ultra Prime,
He's in a lot of trouble, but he is.
I was about to say, it's kind of squishy.
All right, so the damage dealers are up. The two guys who can deny Ultra Prime from easily taking this one, but they will move away in the end.
True shot.
Enchanted Crystallero. Oh! Right before his very eyes as they watch a third dragon go over to Ultra Prime. Now both teams on soul point of an infernal soul.
Both teams also engaged at the exact same time. Ultra Prime, the second they see I1D overextend, they will pounce onto him. You see, they see I1D right here. Qingtian instantly goes in, tries to go for one fan at the start, but he's like, you know what, I1D will do. The Ash Arrow is going to land onto him, and XZZ couldn't quite find the target. Tongyun is stuck on a choke point. Huanfeng is too far away from the fight. Juice doesn't manage to find the targets he wanted through that flank. So it ends up being a very, very chaotic and spread fight from RNG, where they can't quite land the damage that they do have on their carries. And Ultra Prime, they don't walk away with a victory yet. However, they do manage to deny the soul for one more time. We're on Drake number 7 that will be spawning in 4 minutes, and Baron number 3 that will be spawning in about 2.5.
The biggest difference there was the direction of the fights. Oh, the predict with the Enchanted Crystallero. He still is Zach, though. Could be looking to get out, but he's trying to bounce his way out. But he might just bounce his way into a death. No passive available, and Yuakai cleans him up.
From the hunters to the hunted, Juice and XZ tried to make a play towards the bottom of the map. End up being punished by losing XZ 50 seconds. Ultra Prime have on the map to make plays 4 versus 5. Again, it's so difficult for Ultra Prime to siege. There's so much poke, so much damage coming through by Lucian and Ezreal. So incredibly difficult, and Juice and Tongyun have been absolute nuisances trying to cut the wave on that mid lane.
They have been. They're trying to get this inhib down to get some lasting presence. Then we take a look in that replay. Enchanted Crystallero, though, is kicking off here in the mid lane as they are completely collapsed on Iwandi yet again. All out coming through. It might be a trade back. He's going to dash his way out to safety as we see what's going on down in the other fight. True Shot Barrage not going to ring across just enough on a Qingtian. And it also is Juice who makes it out alive with the flash burn.
And I1D gives his life away. However, XZ is back up on the map, and Ultra Prime cannot finish this game. There's too much wave play. Juice was cutting off the wave. He almost gave his life away to cut off that wave in the mid lane. Had to use his flash. So did Yuakai. And Yuakai could definitely be a target for the next fight to come. Remember, Juice, XZ have always been finding that backline access with the Zac, with the flank. Coming through that ultimate from the Twisted Fate. Now level 18s almost all across the board. And almost full builds. The goal difference means nothing. It's only 2k anyway, but it means nothing that late. It's about finding the targets. Ultra Prime are looking for I1D, and RNG are looking to get into that backline and assassinate Yokai.
Who needs boots? As we're going to be getting to the point where everything gets sold, those boots into full items here. Speaking of, Farman going to have his IE now completed there. And I think 3 marksmen have full item builds. Going to be very nice in the damage department for RNG.
Absolutely. One of his boots, you mentioned it. Can't run if you're dead, but you can do a lot of damage.
Oh, that's the limits of engage that XTZ brings to the table. There you go, stretching strike with Juice on the flank here.
Juice.
RNG, they might have found it. Juice now caught out though on the other side. Gonna burn the Mercurials. Chinkten in the fight, going out as well. He is safe. As Juice now caught, though the volley catches him, and Juice is down to Yokai. Ultra Prime, they're bloody, but they're giving the fight
They're
back.
for the end. You guys teaming in for the end. RNG are gonna have to respond. He's taking down that bot lane inhibitor tower.
They've got the backs, they've got the backs. They will end up getting that inhib down there, so there'll be 2 inhibs gone. The back's gonna be completed in the defense there, and Ultra Prime, they've been working their way into this base over and over again.
Oh my god, RNG, they had everything they needed in this fight. They had the flank, they had the deep reach from XZZ. And it just was not enough. If Doggo and Yokai are left untouched in the fights, they can output so much damage and control so much area together. Chinkten just about lucky to get away with his life. 30 seconds now for the next dragon. Now, don't think it matters, because by the time they fight for the dragon, the game will already be over. Tonyan is using those full items that we mentioned. No boots, just full items. Great dive into the backline from XZ. Connects the arms as well onto the 2 targets. Juice oversteps is welcome. Chinkten just about gets out with his life, and this is a worn fight from RNG. This is where you back off and take more control of the map. However, Juice overextending right there, not accounting.
Oh, we're getting right into the
QSS.
fight though. We're kicking it off. Glacial Fisher has separated Ultra Prime. Yokai!
Yokai!
Right back in! Oh my goodness, RNG! They have the momentum in this. They have XCC going over the top rope. Hacker and Doggo, they've got to stay alive as Chinkten gets the bloblets out of the engage of RNG. They have separated some of the front line, and now they have a fight to give over this dragon as RNG move over.
3 versus 4. RNG wins yet another fight. Again, these fights look so grim from Ultra Prime. Yokai getting caught. We mentioned how he's been flashless. He is going to be the next target for RNG in the fights to come, and they do exactly that. Reminder, RNG has a bleeding base. So for now, Ultra Prime, as long as they keep 2 out of 3 of the carries alive to push out the wave, they're gonna be fine for now. So we'll go away. Let's watch this one more time. Chinkten, a little bit too far forward. They're just baiting. They catch XZ from the sort of Ultra Prime. Get is too far in. He's gonna trade his life. He's not gonna trade his life actually. And Yokai W's in.
A little bold on that one, Captain. As that is a main centerpiece of your damage, and then RNG try to pick them apart, but Chinkten getting the separation there, and that's actually really big.
Really big reminder here, Yokai is the reason that Ultra Prime win a lot of these fights. Wing forward into 5 alive members of RNG. It's only gonna end south unless they're super low in HP, and that wasn't quite the case there for RNG. So Yokai needs to be extremely careful with his positioning. His flash, luckily, he's gonna be up very, very, very soon, and he does have that QSS in his inventory through the Senator, so he should be able to stay alive.
Also saw Juice switch between the Zephyr and the PD over and over again. Finally decided on the Zephyr. Going to be fever in his movement speed there as well. Completion of that one through the boots. And Ultra Prime on the defensive. There's still about 25 seconds on the Baron buff. True Shot Barrage coming across though. RNG putting the hurt on them and trying to return a little bit of that base damage that's already been done to theirs.
Yeah, a lot of that pressure with the Baron buff. Now you've got I1D moving towards that bot side, trying to Baron up that wave together with Tongyu, and they're pushing both mid and bot. However, you can't get caught.
Okay, look at XZZ. He wants to re-engage here. Has the slingshot prep, not going to pull it. RNG will be a little scared. They get the Mercurials burned by Juice. So RNG moved back to mid lane now as well.
XZ has had a fantastic performance every time anyone moves forward from Ultra Prime and threatens a carry from RNG. XZ just sits there and presses E. he invites them to move forward straight into that slingshot, straight into what most likely could end up being their death. So great stuff, honestly, from the sub mid laner of RNG to put up this performance in game number 2. Potentially could be giving RNG their first victory in a very long while. The wave is going to get cleared out by Ultra Prime, and again, these teams have so much damage and wave clear between each other that there needs to be a pick, there needs to be a mispositioning, and when you're this deep into the game, 50 minutes almost in.
That's the instant cleanse out of Huan Fong, as I will Captain Jack that one. That is big, but as you say, it's really difficult to close these games out, and as we talked about RNG in such a position of power, they still have to close it out. It has been a story of heartbreak so far in this group Nirvana for them. But imagine being able to set things right in this best of 3, and they just need to close things out. One big team fight will be the difference maker here, and we are approaching the longest game of the split. Ultra Prime know these times very well, as they were already the kings of that one here in the Rumble stage.
And we see some smiles coming through from Tong Yuan as well. Enjoying himself 8-2-7. He's had a fantastic, phenomenal, I was about to say, but phenomenal and fantastic game number 2 onto this Lucian. A lot of the damage, a lot of the frontline pressure relies on him and his poke and his engage that he's been doing constantly with that Lucian at the very beginning of the fight to chunk down members of Ultra Prime just for XCZ to follow up. And again, as I was about to say earlier, you definitely do not want to be the member getting caught out that late into the game. The death timers are so long. 4 versus 5 could be all one team needs to try and end the game. And we're approaching the time where the 4th, I think, Baron is about to come up on the Rift 40 seconds from now, and we will have Elder Dragon very shortly, in about a minute and 40 seconds. And definitely you can tell that it doesn't matter who takes the Baron, doesn't matter who gets the Elder Dragon. These will most likely just be filled for team fights.
I want to talk about the 2 major points of pressure in this one, as you already had put a big highlight on Tong Yuan. I think Yukai deserves it on the other side. Obviously, of Royal Club development for RNG, but spending a lot of time with that organization, and now having been picked up by Ultra Prime from LNG coming into this 2024, and it's been really nice to see him grow into his position, and him and Hacker having a lot of big combinations. But he is oh so key here. Him and Tong Yuan deserve the spotlight.
Ultra Prime need to find a way to get inside this river, and Niket is taking a lot of damage. That Baron is already almost gone.
Change the Crystal Arrow, gonna be popped. That's the Unbreakable to block a lot of the damage there. And the choke point, though, you gotta be careful. All out is ready to go from Tingtian, but Juice has repositioned on the other side. Big engage. Hacker is getting locked down. Stranglethorn has been saved for the perfect moment. Look at Ultra Prime's positioning. Look who they're focusing on, but look at Tong Yuan. He's stepping up when he needs to. He's gonna use his mercs there as he's stepping up again. He gets one. RNG, they picked out the sides, and now they're going for the gut. They're right up the mid lane here, and RNG, full body strong, are putting Ultra Prime to bed.
And XGZ is chasing all the members from Ultra Prime. Only Yokai is gonna get his...
No, he gets stuck.
He reset him.
He sacrificed his life. The martyrdom coming alive for Royal. Never give up. And their tagline truly sticks. We're going to 3.
What an incredible game of attrition, of patience, of perseverance. 50 damn minutes of back and forth. 4 Barons, 7 Dragons. RNG refusing to lose because they knew they had worked hard for it. Juice being sucked down in the early, but having fantastic flanks. Tong Yuan with the damage. What an incredible series. If you want to see the true LPL, this is the true LPL.
Oh my goodness. Previous longest game in the Rumble stage was 49 minutes and 18 seconds, Ultra Prime versus TT. So what a way to bring us there. RNG with the musical chairs, truly giving us a sight to behold here. We're going to step away for a little break, calm down while we get ready for game number 3.
Clouds move closer, burnt with the deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Split 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble, and we get a 3-gamer for our first series of our 3 best of 3 night. And RNG smacked back against Ultra Prime in that game too.
That was honestly so, oh my god, 73,000 damage from Huanfang on Ezreal. We had our eyes dead set on Tongyuan, and don't get me wrong, almost 50k damage on the Lucian is insanity, but that Ezreal kept constantly staying alive, doing damage. I feel like this was an absolute banger of a game where both teams kept winning and losing fights back to back, depending on who they lost on the initial pick.
Yeah, and Huanfang stepping up big as a veteran voice on the team, I guess, for RNG as a whole. But it also was our longest game of the split so far, 50 minutes and 31 seconds. Previously held, at least by Ultra Prime with a 49-minute, 18-second banger. But this means that we get to give out our MVP of that game number 2. And I think there could be a couple names on the drawing board, but Tang Yuan absolutely deserves it. He was navigating those fights beautifully.
He won that mid lane 1v1 early on with Yokai, and ever since he just kept snowballing constantly. And it's so difficult to do, especially when your team is bleeding. And ever since they lane swapped towards the top side of the map and Ju started bleeding, Tongyun had to be the carry. He had to go above and beyond, and that's exactly what he did. And have a look, guys, because most of our fights literally looked like this. This was one that RNG ended up losing, because they got picked apart, they were spread too thin, and they just didn't land shots in the backline.
And Yukai was also having a hell of a game as well in the Corki. And it really was cool to see that game 2 really came down to Yukai versus Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan back in the mid lane after spending game number 1 as support. But Ultra Prime, we're looking strong for a lot of these later game team fights. I mean, you got to remember, we were at like full items for almost everybody, and it all came down to a couple key engages. And XZZ, I know you wanted to give some praise to him for a lot of the Zac plays we saw from him.
Now listen, we had our backs and forths, Mazel, about XZ and the Zac. I feel like the way that XZ played the Zac, he min-maxed a lot. He had a lot of bleeding lanes in the bot lane and the top lane. He was hovering them and shadowing them very well, and I feel like every single time there were lanes bouncing to push in, he would threaten with E, then he would bounce off to another lane, he would threaten with E, and every single engage of his was pixel perfect. He was always finding the right targets, he was always engaging at the right time, and it's just very easy with champions like this, especially when you're not a jungler, to have a trigger finger, because you've got one of the best engages in the game. And I feel like XZZ, see the coaching stuff right there, I think XZZ played fantastically well for his first official jungle game ever. And
you know, hey, you get to step in, you have the role assigned to you, and you're able to execute it. I think that's really big. But it was also a step up from the primary positions, and especially, you know, Iwandi and Tang Yuan getting a little bit more stability under themselves. But now we go into a game 3 with having no idea what to expect. This should have been an opportunity for Ultra Prime to bounce back after a tough 0-2 loss to TT. This was meant to be momentum, and it has not been that.
This is a dark horse, man. Ultra Prime are a dark horse. They have players that can step up to the play. And don't get me wrong, they did. However, you have an RNG that is literally scrambling about. They're playing RNG with the roles of their players. We're going into this draft, game number 3, and we don't know who is going where from RNG. So I guess they're playing the trick game where it's like, if we don't know what we're doing or where we're going, how can you?
I think if it worked so good in the last game, maybe you stick that one again. We'll see. As we get down to it, though, game number 3 kicking off. Ultra Prime on the blue side. We get the bans of the Rumble and the Brand already. It is the Renekton and Tristana banned by RNG.
And Ultra Prime have been permanently banning Sejuani as well for the entirety of this series, and I'm wondering, is there maybe a chance that you could be looking for a Sejuani yourself this time around? Because XZZ looked really good on the tabs of facilitating junglers. So maybe you could have a choice through there as well. So far, on the grid, the names have not changed. Iwandi is still going to be starting jungle, and Tongyuan is going to be the support, but you never know once the draft is through.
the Ezreal as the answer to Ultra Prime's first pick of the Corki. I think Uekai was having some really good moments on that choice there in that game number 2. We'll see if he continues that going forward. Now, RNG, they have a lot to decide on here. If they want to get some more priority on their solo lanes, it looks like that's going to be the case, as it's the Ezreal and the Yone as the double carries locked in right now.
I'm loving this because they can exert a lot of pressure on the map as well. You do suffer a couple first levels versus the Corki, but then you sort of get unlocked to trade and also play side lane. So I'm loving this for whoever in RNG is going to be piloting that in the mid lane versus Uekai's Corki. Now, Hacker has been resorting a lot onto this Lilia when Brand is taken off the equation. And it's going to be, I think, his 6th time this split playing that champion.
Really appreciate the clear speed you can have, but also the kind of annoyance you can have as the Lilia with that clear speed. Now it is the Kai'Sa locked in to get some follow through on the engages for Ultra Prime.
Let's see. I feel like banning the Sejuani here by RNG. They were scared of a B1 Sejuani from the side of Ultra Prime. However, Hacker has showed clear tendencies that he's going to play AP junglers. And I feel like it would really suit your composition right now. Spell switches, you have Yone, and most likely maybe a melee champion towards the top of the map. XZ, though, did fantastically well onto the Zac. So again, I'm expecting XZ to head towards the jungle. Tong Yuan is going to be piloting that Yone in the mid lane, and Iwandi is going to end up back to his position as support on the bot side of the map.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Mantra right now for RNG. Just give him what he's good at. Right now he's good at that at Zac. So it will be the big lock-in. The Jax and the Poppy were the bans of the second phase by RNG. Right now it was the Braum banned away by Ultra Prime. Maybe also looking to continue these support focuses for them.
Hey, you live and you learn. Braum was so strong in the hands of Iwandi in the previous game with 380 carries in the mix for RNG. Became so strong. Apparently the TF as well was a huge nuisance for Ultra Prime and they don't want to deal with it. However, you do have two pretty short range AD carries in the terms of Kai'Sa and the Corki. Kennen, a really good wombo combo kind of carry on the top side of the map to try and shut them down when they go in.
Not necessarily something that Juice is known for, but the team fight setup is too juicy to pass up on. And he's going to have major impacts on how, especially Huanfeng and Tong Yuan, can get their damage off. Now, we have seen consistently the K'Sante go to Qingtian. It will be locked in once again. Rel will be locked in immediately as well for Niket, one of his best champions so far this split.
And you've got so many choices right here for Iwandi as well. The Leona, the Nautilus, the Alistar, all three of them are up and available. What do you value more? Because you already have pretty strong engage coming from XZZ. I feel like you need a pretty strong lane matchup right here, and Alistar is just that into the Rel.
Really like the Alistar pick here for Iwandi as well. Just giving so much spacing tools available to RNG. We know exactly what they're looking for, and it's the Wombo combo.
I'm looking at Ultra Prime as well. Hacker has pretty good free reign in the early stages as well, especially since you got the Corki pressuring through mid. And I wonder if he's going to pay extra attention towards the top side, towards Qingtian, shutting down that Kennen early on. It could be yet another case of a lane swap right here.
Would wonder where exact pressure is going to lie early, because it does feel like you do not want to get behind as the Zac again super early against the Lilia. It all depends on if we're going to get to the late game once again and just become the engage tool there for RNG. But it's been a rough and tumble couple games so far. Exactly what we would expect from this group Nirvana matchup. Royal Never Give Up have changed their positions. They've had to readapt to a rough split. And sitting at 0-3, you do not want to go to 0-4 in a single round robin where this group can determine if you are done in 2024. Ultra Prime on the other side, this should have been a win. This should have been the momentum they needed to carry themselves into the playoff play-in later on. But here they are, backs against the wall, both teams fighting tooth and nail, and one of them has to come up with a win. We're kicking off with a banger series in Shanghai, and it only gets better from here. Game number 3, sure to deliver if XZZ can deliver those engages for RNG. Game number 3 starts now.
60秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Oh no. Oh no, Juice.
He doesn't
Juice!
know. He doesn't know. Oh no! First blood goes to none other than Doggo, and Ultra Prime starts strong.
Oh, remember what we said at the draft? They're most likely going to be lane swapping again. It just makes sense, right? You have a Cassante in the top side of the map who can actually bleed. He will be the tank later on. And Juice on the cannon, you can definitely not deprive him of experience and goal. It literally happened in game number 2, and RNG were just not quite ready for it. However, I just want to point out right here that Qingtian has forfeited one of his summoner spells, which is Flash, to make sure he exhausts Juice in every single one of those fights, or even be able to side lane versus Tongyun's Yone later on, because Doggo and Niket want to have that aggressive presence down bot lane with Ignite on their own.
Such a good call out, and something you have to continuously watch once we get to those big team fights. Again, we look down memory lane of this series. Both teams been very hesitant in the early action. One of the games we didn't have a kill for almost 11 minutes. Not a normalcy for the LPL, but I expect now that we get both junglers pathing down towards this bot side, it's going to be all about mid and bot lane priority.
And for RNG, this would be the start of something, because they need to get started with something. As Ultra Prime's bot lane, it's going to hit level 2 and threaten a little bit. RNG were on a 5-game losing streak, and they break it right here. Was it easy? Absolutely not. It was 50 minutes in, it was 7 dragons, it was almost an elder, it was 4 barons, and it was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, a lot of engagement, a lot of team fights, a lot of effort coming through them, but they did manage it. And again, reminder, if you're not very aware of what was happening, is XZ, the sub mid laner from RNG, playing that Zac jungle, played in game number 2. A game that did break that losing streak from RNG. However, Hacker, very used to stealing away counts right now from XZ.
It's been a changing of the guard for RNG, trying to figure out what works for them. Obviously, no longer having Wei Ming.
Oh.
And XZ spotted out on the ward going towards mid. Hacker should have a play on him if he wants to go for it. Yukai gonna back off. There's the elastic slingshot, not gonna connect now. XZ in a little bit of trouble. He doesn't have anything to get the stretching strikes connected onto. He's got to be careful, still has the bloblets. Hacker moving his way over. That's a flash from XZ.
Very clever ward placement right there from Ultra Prime to spot XZ on his way to mid lane. He's going to stick around.
Oh,
just in
nice
case the
little
Lily is
double.
around.
Juan getting some good combos on the bot side of Ultra Prime now as well. Juan Fong getting some good damage down too. Nothing else going to come of it, but both junglers getting spotted out in mid lane yet again. And XZ will not be able to contest, it seems, for this Scuttle Crab as Niket has moved over first.
Yeah, XZ tried another elastic slingshot in the mid lane, which was replied by a W from Yukai. So nothing more. We're trying to see if they can maybe force a flash off of that Corki, which then makes, in turn, Yone's trade-in much, much easier, knowing that Corki is under threat the entire time. So it would have been worth it from XZ if they did manage to get that summer spell. However, it's not going to be the case. He's going to lose his camp, he's going to lose double Scuttle Crab, and has been pretty much the case this entire series from Hacker. He knows that he has the advantage as a jungler, he knows that Lilia clears super quickly, and he uses the advantages from his lanes to just enter jungle, quickly take a camp, and then get out.
Did get double scuttled by Hacker in the end. Also, looking back at this top lane matchup, Juice gonna have the advantage in this range versus melee top matchup for a little while, so a little bit of help, which XZ looking to bounce between right now.
Oh, let's see if I can dive this Cassante. Extremely low in terms of HP, and he hasn't been spotted. He will now.
Trying to get some of this wave clear here with that Q3 XZ. Inside as ever a patient blob. He's gonna go through as soon as Xingtian goes forward, but he's gonna get the unstoppable knockback backwards. And RNG, this is dicey. They need to pull away as XZ does. He will take a turret shot.
Yeah, I felt like XZ was patient, but maybe a little bit too patient. He decided to dive in as the wave was getting a little bit sparse, which means that a lot of the damage from the tower would drop onto either Juice or himself from that exchange. Xingtian has to burn the exhaust, but he will survive to live another day on the top of the map. Doesn't give a kill away. This is a lane where A little bit difficult, of course, with like Asante. You play melee into Kennen, who loves to bully tanks. Any pretty much AP champion loves to bully tanks, those looks of the map. So, hey, he's going the short end of the stick the entire series. Chinktien, we're talking about his Darius. It's not going to be the case this time around. He's
all
just made to survive. Yeah.
Literally all Cassante. But again, that exhaust. It's going to be crucial. We are looking at a point where both objectives are up on the map at the same time. XEZ has come over to this top side because grubs seem to be more of importance. Here's all out to be popped by Chinktien. Juice going to hit the Slicey Maelstrom. Couple combos given back and forth. The ultis burn. Ultra Prime have already taken one, but XEZ gets in there for one traded back. Iwandi trying to deny Hacker, but there's the lilting lullaby. Fate Sealed is going to get Tong Yuan out, but I don't know if I can say the same for XEZ. Boblets are popped. Iwandi flashing over, and those bloblets will be made into a flash for Ultra Prime to drink.
What a great trade from Chinktien. This was his time to shine. You mentioned how important that exhaust is in the fights to come versus Kennen. Kennen hits level 6. Chinktien does not have the exhaust. This was Juice's time to shine in these types of skirmishes, fighting towards the top of the map for the void grabs. However, a very favorable trade from Chinktien completely takes Juice out of the equation. RNG walks in 3 vs 4, and the rest is history.
And now you have the big back from Hacker, complete with the Faded Ashes and the Dark Seal. We'll take a look back at the play and how it kicked off.
Again, you have 5 members of Ultra Prime walking up to this play. You've got Unfang all the way down bot lane. You cannot walk up RNG. It's too dangerous. They get engaged on and kicked apart. This was not their play to make right there, especially since they lost Juice.
Get that Pulverize combo, but I wanted him to kept taking an extra turret shot. Doesn't have much of a health bar to speak of. It is going to be Hacker moving into the enemy jungle yet again to continue his CS domination over XTZ.
About 20 CS difference between the two junglers right now. 400 gold lead for Hacker. Does have the 2 assists in there to help with the gold for sure. RNG should probably be focusing around those dragons a lot, making sure that you start stacking them very early on, forcing Ultra Prime to fight into you. You've got the Ken and the Zac. You want them to be trying to walk into you, because this is the point where they can absolutely decimate them. If you go too far as Ultra Prime, there are so many tools instead of RNG to take you out.
And we did set up RNG for the big team fights and kind of a wombo combo setup for them. So if they're not super far behind, I think they're just okay with how things are going to go, because that 3-item spike is the saving grace for this composition, it feels like now, as they will start up the dragon. Ultra Prime, they're not ones to go without a tussle here.
There is no vision from the side of Ultra Prime. Their Kaisa is super far away. Doggo is just walking back in lane right now. They're gonna just walk, you know, they're walking up. They're checking what's happening, you know. Hacker one too many times has dashed into the pit, found enemies there instead of just the dragon, and ended up losing his life. However, Niket and Yukai are constantly looking to see if they can roam into the jungle.
They actually have Wanfang's Arcane Shift down now. If that Swirl Seed connects, it's a much different story, but Hacker unable to go bowling this time around. Ultra Prime looking at bot side consistently now. They will need to figure out what to do with this mid lane. Tong Yuan is going to be very strong on this Yone now that he's feeling up to snuff.
And isn't it very cool having a farming jungler, which means that this jungler is going to have more downtime than usual, which means right now Hacker was jobless on the Rift. So what does he find to do? A gank. Try to get pressure, try to get summers, try to get somebody to overextend, potentially could result in a kill. So the faster you clear, the faster you have chances on the map, not only to take those neutral objectives that we know AP junglers and farming junglers in general love to take, but you actually get to put pressure on the map in terms of having an extra body while opponent jungler is trying to catch up in terms of CS and gold.
It's just looking at how they set up the map state as well, in terms of kind of looking back at last game. It was a little bit of a similar situation, and XEZ coming super clutch in the late game invades and especially engages on the Zac. So still a potent presence on it. Iwandi on the Alistair is definitely going to be in the same boat. Chinktien going to all out juice, slicing Maelstrom in. Here comes the damage though, and Chinktien cleans that one up. There was XEZ around the corner, but nothing else for RNG to do, and they might lose a couple plates up here.
Very squishy the cannon at this point. All you have is boots in your inventory, and these boots are not going to stop a Cassante from taking you down. You had Haunting Guys in the inventory in base. Sorry, Fated Ashes now actually is going to swap it around and take the other item instead. Realize this is a better choice for him in the early game. Helps him push out the wave a lot as well. He ends up losing his life. Once the exhaust is down, that cannon pretty much tickles in that early game.
Spawn 2 of the Telegrubbies is up to be a setup into this top side, though already being pulled off by RNG. As Nicket's gonna dissuade them with the crash down. There's still everything available for the team fight ultis, but RNG gonna be the first ones to start up these grubs. They could still get 4 if they get all 3 of them.
Dogo has no summoners, no ultimate. It's so dangerous for the Kaiser to walk up in there, especially with all the short range. But Ultra Prime
They're
wants a piece
doing
of
it
this.
anyways. Why not, I guess? Hacker is going forward as the Lilting Lullaby hits across. Juice is already gone. And Ultra Prime, they spring the trap. XCZ, he needs to get the stretching strikes off, but he can't do it. And it's a double kill now for Doggo as Iwandi goes right back in. Wonbo's been peppering the entire time, but he doesn't have the damage. And after all the smoke clears, 5 grubs go the way of Ultra Prime.
3-0-3 for Dogo, 1,000 gold ahead of his counterpart and Ultra Prime. I think they're sick and tired of this series. They're sick and tired of the swaps. They're sick and tired of not knowing who's the jungler, who's the mid laner, and who's the support. They have a very strong grip on that early game. I felt like this was a very scary point for Dogo to play. However, Hacker, all he wanted to do was just walk in and smite one of the grubs, which is exactly what he did. He gets a pretty heavy, strong ultimate right here onto Juice, just doesn't get to press ultimate at this point, doesn't have it available either. Very squishy. Electric Mouse ends up going down, and then Dogo gets the free cut, just walk in and auto-attack people.
Again, you're just not at your item spike. You're not at your strong points for RNG, but they're being forced to fight anyways. Niket is the focus now, but he is tanking everything. Now Tong Yuan goes forward with the bait seal, but he has put himself right in the center of damage of Yukai. Now Hacker is moving forward too, and they've actually maybe found Niket. No, he's not even gonna go down. Iwandi will headbutt Hacker away, but it's not gonna be enough to get XZZ out of there, and XZZ falls in the end to Ultra Prime and Qingtian looking for a little bit of beef on the back end.
And you can see RNG again a little desperate, trying to make plays. You said it, you do not have item power spikes. You want your cannon and your Yone to have items. You would love a Trinity Force onto your Ezel before you start forcing fights. However, right here, all carries from the set of Ultra Prime have snowballed pretty much out of control for how early the game is. 13 minutes in, a 4,000 gold lead is incredibly high to try and come back from, especially when 3,000 of that is pretty much chilling onto the main carries of Ultra Prime.
It's a lot of gold in the right pockets right now for Ultra Prime, and this is the standard that we kind of expected coming into this one, especially with all the craziness with RNG's roster itself. But being able to start off very strong here for Ultra Prime, still need to prove that they can close it out. Dragon number 2 on the table for RNG.
They have full control of the river as it is. Ultra Prime do know that Hacker is also the top of the map. They will not be contesting without their smite around. Just pressuring that mid lane, take control over the top of the map. They want to end this game right here, right now, pretty much. The more you take control of the map, the easier it will be for Ultra Prime to end this game. Taking that Rift Herald will most likely result in a tower, or at least pressure, right? Every single time you pop that Rift Herald, RNG will want to clear it out, so they could fall into the trap of fight and Ultra Prime to clear out that Herald, which will result in Ultra Prime slapping them around since they have more items and more gold in their inventories.
Yeah, I mean, I think Doggo and Yukai can just kind of fight on sight in a lot of these team fights, and Hacker going to be very willing to give his life for a big lilting lullaby just to set them all up as well. Still also keeping a side eye on the impact Qingtian has had with those exhausts onto the right targets. I think that's still going to be a major factor in this one. Now, Yukai trying to take down an outer turret here would be the first one, at least on this side, and it is going to be taken down. So first turret goal going to Ultra Prime.
Great control by them, honestly. Having Hacker towards the top of the map just in case anyone from RNG tries to make a play. Shadow and Yukai right there. You mentioned how fed he is, 2-0-3, about 1.2k up onto that Yone. Meanwhile, both mid and bot were being held onto by Doggo and Qingtian respectively, and Ultra Prime will go back, reset, get back onto the map. Dragons are coming up for about 3 and 45, so they don't necessarily have a big reason to fight. However, they do have Rift Herald in their pocket to try and open up an entire lane.
and really love to see the impact that Doggo has had on this series as a whole, especially in the Ashe in game number 1, but also his classic Kaisa here being very fed and very close to second item. His second most played all time, by the way. But he is set up for success with his killer instincts, and now we're seeing the bases are burning for both sides. Rift Herald got popped in mid lane. Ultra Prime looking to make it a little bit more permanent, but a side lane push from Tong Yuan, he's actually going to get some lasting damage onto this tier 2.
Yeah, Tong Yuan is trying to pull a scout here. Scout has done a fantastic job playing that Yone, getting push and control through side lanes, and most importantly, getting a lot of free CS and gold, which is exactly what you're missing on this Yone. He's gonna dash through the wall away from Qingtian, who's chasing him. But at this point, you need a savior, and I feel like the savior that you need has to be Tong Yuan. Incredible performance in game number 2 onto the Lucian to try and get them out of a low dodgy situation, even starting fights on his Lucian and poking people down severely before those fights even started. And here, he's got the chance to do this with the Yone. Yone on 3 items gets very, very scary. Now, we're very far from those 3 items. However, slowly but surely, he's been creeping out those waves on side lanes. Exactly.
That's all that matters, unless Ultra Prime decide to push the tempo. Which, right now, they seem to be pretty fine with the map states themselves. Not having gotten any of those dragons might come back to bite them. We know both these teams very unsteady, it feels like, in the mid to late game decision-making trees, and we have seen these series go very back and forth no matter what the early advantages have looked like. Now, 4,000 gold helps that in a lot of regards. A second item on your major carries helps that in a lot of regards, and it is the Guinsoo's completed for Doggo.
Hey, it took 50 minutes for any team to win game number 2. RNG, if they feel like this game could drag out a lot, it could potentially be the case. Again, I just want to mention that Juice was put down severely in game number 2 onto that Twisted Pain, and he came back clutch. He can pull a performance like this onto the cannon right here, find the right flanks, find the right targets. Even with that exhaust down, he could potentially create an opening for Huanfeng on this Ezreal, who did 75,000 damage in game number 2 to take some people down.
And you have to remember, like, this is a crucial veteran piece that RNG are trying to rely on. Huanfeng and Iwandi, like, they have to be a lot of the shot-calling voices to this team. XCZ obviously filling in the jungle position now has been a big difference maker in terms of the setup for the rest of the team, but RNG have looked a lot lacking in their direction in the fights. Now, we need a little bit of direction to both these teams. It is the Dragon in 40 seconds. Will be sole point of an Infernal Soul again for RNG.
And I feel like RNG have earned themselves 10 minutes on the map by getting those 3 dragons. So if you don't feel like you've got the vision, you don't feel like you've got the setup, as you can see, Tong Yuan has a pretty good push on the sideline as well, which you definitely do not want to stop, because he has been getting a lot of that gold back. It was a 1.5k gold diff right here, which is sort of slimed down to 1k gold diff for the Corki. Hold on, Qingtian.
Both teams,
just
or at
kidding.
least Tong Yuan's not going to be pulled there just yet. Doing a lot of damage to Qingtian, though, but they are losing a tier 2 in bot side. Oh, Juice.
Yeah, they're using the Void Grubs.
Oh, he tries to get the preemptive flash, does make it out, does pop everything as he does, though. Re-engage from Iwandi. Here comes XZZ, they're TPing. This is the play for RNG. Tong Yuan, bait sealed, is going to go wide. Can he stick the damage? He's just getting blown up by a gyrocopter. Here comes Doggo! And you got to be careful about them teeth.
Remember how we said RNG do have the time to wait, push their side lanes, get more gold into their carries? We're talking Kennen, we're talking Yone, really great late game carries. Not only do they just dive into the madness trying to get a pick, but it's just so miscoordinated, and Ultra Prime take advantage of that and just straight up re-engage onto them. Juice had lost his flash, he'd lost his ult, and this is where Iwandi pulls the trigger to go in. XZ had already used his elastic slingshot to get into this play. And let's watch this one more time. Niket gonna force splash ult right here from Juice, and that's all she wrote. But Iwandi seals the play. 2 members stacked up. XZ doesn't have an elastic slingshot to get in. He used it to get to the play. Tong Yuan gets in with the teleport, misses every ability he has to get out. And by that time, Doggo assassinates him in the backline as well. Ultra Prime very ready to slap back with just raw damage numbers from their items.
And the exhaust didn't even need to get popped there. The kind of lack of combination of RNG, and we've said it from the draft, right? Like, RNG are looking for the wombo combo. If you can't get it, this composition struggles a lot in the sustained fighting in terms of trying to pick apart Ultra Primes. Now, they do have a lot of sustained damage themselves, but it's about how you use it. And as we see the map state right now, RNG trying to lick their wounds a little bit on the top side, but it is going to be getting very close to third items for Ultra Prime's carries.
It's already gonna start getting much more scarier, right? The Skyside's gonna head towards more of an EP-oriented build. Every time you're gonna try to step up, all the poke is going to hurt massively. Coming out from Doggo. Already you've got tank killing abilities, you've got poking abilities coming from Ultra Prime, you've got engage, you've got disengage, you've got everything you need, and everyone is far ahead of the play as well. A 6,000 gold lead for themselves, and RNG are trying to put a Hail Mary right here. The Dingus Baron coming through.
They have an opportunity to, but they will pull off of it. Wanfong gonna have to pull his arcane shift over the wall. Ultra Prime sending out the scouts to make sure there wasn't any shenanigans afoot. There's a bit of a collapse here that XZZ needs to be careful of, as Ultra Prime have the topside jungle of RNG completely warded. There is a deep flank right now by RNG.
Yeah, XZ has gone in there completely undetected. The Hex Flash through the wall by Alwandi. He's gonna put the two primary engage tools of RNG in the back line of Ultra Prime, and Yukai might be the victim.
He sees the last seconds. He's around the corner. They didn't
look at
see XZZ go all the way to this push, though. And honestly, at this point in the game, why not go for stuff like this? Because this is your opportunity to make something happen. But look at Ultra Prime. They're ready. They're like, everybody's missing. We know you're trying to make a play somewhere.
XZ is trying his hardest, but Yukai plays so safe. Stops right after he goes top lane, doesn't even get anywhere near the tower, knows he can get jumped on from the side by Tongyun and XZ, respectively. So Yukai putting so much respect and patience to his play as well, knowing that he can't be giving away such a huge shutdown to anyone, especially Yone. Tongyun could do wonders with a little bit more gold in his pocket.
Really could. Again, that 3-item spike is really where you're looking at. Still a bit off on that one. Baron is up. We don't have Dragon up for a little while. See if Ultra Prime wants to pull the pressure of RNG over there. Again, the side lane should be just fine, and we're going to get a little bit of a moment of reprieve, which honestly RNG will be very happy for.
Unless they pull the trigger again and sort of... talking about pulling the trigger. They have on Qingtian. It's going to be a reset right there. Tongyun wants a little bit of that trade.
Get a decent amount of Qingtian's help there. That rapid fire cannon did just get completed for Yukai as well. Now it looks like Ultra Prime are just moving bodies down towards mid.
They have full control of that top side of the map. They could be taking down that Baron super swiftly. You've got very fed triple carry composition. Qingtian, he's trying so desperately to just hold on to that exhaust for the fights to come, since he has that teleport. And his team is looking for the Baron, but Tongyun is giving him a pretty hefty trade.
They're going to keep him there as well, or try to in the very least. Dragon is now coming up in about 45 seconds. They're actually sending Doggo down here and stopping the back of Qingtian, because if one CC chain comes in, you can jump on it and Killer Instinct. But that is not going to be the case. Now Ultra Prime are getting positioned for this Dragon setup. RNG going to take resets now, at least in the topside jungle. 4i1.
They're trying to clear whatever they can from the top side of the map. Any vision that Ultra Prime might have, but there's so many. There's so many wolves there, but you cannot take all of them down. Plus, with the Dragon coming up, you might need a few of these sweepers. Now, caveat here is that RNG also have plenty of damage themselves, so they could potentially be looking to burst down the Baron if Ultra Prime commit to this Dragon. However, what they've been doing over and over again is they'll use one member with teleport to take down the Dragon, so they're ready to TP if a Baron play gets played out. And that's exactly what they're doing with Yukai right here.
They have so much freedom of movement on the map. Yukai slowly but surely going to take down that second Infernal Dragon in a row for Ultra Prime. So those 10 minutes being bought here, definitely leaning out in favor of Ultra Prime in that regard. An Infernal Soul is massive for both these two teams. We're going to go back to a reset position, and honestly, a position that RNG, even though they're down 6,000 gold, this is a series that on paper should have been 0-2 with some of the magical chairs that they've been playing with their roster itself. But it's been really nice to see a lot of the core members step up a lot of times, and Tong Yuan, key of them.
And on the other side, Ultra Prime, I feel like this is their game. This is what we expected to see coming into this series with the whole shuffle that you just mentioned. From RNG, you cannot be close enough in this series. You need to be by far the better team. We have seen them be the better team, especially when they played versus RA, who are struggling themselves right now as well. And Ultra Prime, they just need to show their good face. Doggo has a pretty good lead right here to do that. Somebody who's been quite criticized a little bit, especially since ever since he came to the LPL, we've not necessarily seen that incredible performance that we've all expected. And he has been having glimpses here and there. I think you would agree, myself, but never that consistent pop-off.
Yeah, ever since that original failed Billy super team that they had, hasn't necessarily risen to the occasion in that regard. Did split time with Uzi over there, though. That was kind of cool. But yeah, ever since coming to Ultra Prime, almost 2 years ago now, I guess at the end of this year will be 2 years, he has been a major sticking point, a major developmental piece. In the goods and bads, you think to the Rammus at some points, but you also think back to some of the big moments, like in this series, where he has been a difference maker, especially in Game 1 on the Ash. But we get back to it now, and we're trying to look at setups for RNG to get some of this vision cleared that has been so oppressive by Ultra Prime all game.
That's exactly what you do when you take all of those other towers from Ultra Prime. That we're trying to do this a lot of the times in game number 2, and it did work out. They do have a bunch of the engage with the Rel. If you do find the right targets, you could potentially get a pick right there from Ultra Prime. But ultimately, I feel like Ultra Prime is one of those teams where when they have the lead, they do like to play a little bit slow because they know they have the damage, they know they have the items. They're just slowly bleeding their opponents out. However, again here, you've got Kennen on 2 items. You've got Yone on 3 items at this point. You're looking maybe potentially for either an Infinity Edge or maybe a Bloodthirster for that Yone. 4 items would be the absolute max right here for the champion. You can start bullying out those side lanes very heavily if you're Tongyuan. And Xingtian has been the recipient of all that bullying for pretty much the entire game.
RNG looking for the Wombos. We gotta be all together for those, though. And I think Ultra Prime in a tier 2 season top side, not gonna find too much, but it's about trying to catch people out in transition as well. That the tankiness for RNG is starting to come online as well in a lot of regards. And we're just gonna get complete fights over this vision as Xingtian will also complete his 3rd item.
The only available objective on the map right now is going to be the Baron. Hacker's going to start smacking it. RNG are going to be around. They're trying to get Tongyuan's TP right here. However, Ultra Prime, they seem to be sticking it.
They don't seem confident. Stay look at the healing. Tongyuan has joined, so Ultra Prime get what they came for. Xingtian left it down there to clear out and push out the bottom side. As you see, Ultra Prime's strategy has been pulled off.
Yes, Xingtian is free. Rejoice! He feels so much better not having to play into the Yone, because this situation can continue, right? You still have that Baron up, you're gonna have the Dragon, you can have your Cassandra towards the both side of the map, has the teleport. You do not have to face that Yone for quite a while now, since the teleport is down for Tongyuan, so you are stuck in a lane with Juice on a side lane, which is much better for you. So great stuff right there from Ultra Prime, forcing that TP. Now they're transitioning Xingtian on the top side of the map since he has TP for the Dragon. And most likely, Yuekai is going to help push out that wave when it crashes towards the bottom side of the map.
I have an inkling of a feeling that Ultra Prime have let RNG get a little too much here, but now maybe cutting them off at the head is the biggest choice, and Juice just gets completely squeezed by Doggo again.
Doggo 4-0-5, taking complete control of the game by just landing 1 W. RNG are gonna take that mid lane tower, but the Baron has been started, and there's no TP on Tongyuan.
Not big health bars for Ultra Prime, but they'll take it anyways. They'll be losing a tier 2 in mid lane on top of the outer turret that they lost to, though. So a little bit given back to RNG, who are also starting up the dragon here to get themselves soul point.
Oh, look in the mid lane. Qingchen already dipping into the river. Hacker pushing that wave up mid. Has the Baron buff, remember, but this dragon. This dragon.
Oh my god! Qingchen! The man's a monster! And now they're finding everything they need afterwards. Big lilting lullaby on its way. XCC has locked them down though, and Huanfeng's damage is unreal. RNG, they've caught it overextending Ultra Prime. Look at Yukai! Yukai! He doesn't get it! And Togulin shuts him down! RNG at 31 minutes in! They have lived up to expectations!
They've done it again with a sub-jungler. The man is playing mid lane and it could be anything right here right now. They have a wave.
They have a wave. Look at the faces of Ultra Prime. It's complete desperation. Their health bars are non-existent. Niket, the only one that's going to come alive here. And RNG, even with musical chairs, they're trying to finish it off. It's the Nexus turns next. They just need half. They just need to finish it. They are so close. Oh no! They've got juice on the side. They've got the auto attack, but the defense, it's alive. And Ultra Prime, they survived a tail to tail.
Oh my god! Ultra Prime save their Nexus with half HP. Huanfeng is going to be alive. I want these 17 seconds. RNG with one fight. Let's watch this again. Juice gets tagged by W from Doggo, and Doggo all ins him. Doggo loses majority of his HP bar in the process, but one of the biggest scares for that backline has been absolutely eliminated. Right here, Chinken steps up to the plate. There is no smite around. XCZ was on his way down from mid, and Chinken steals that dragon, giving soul point to the set of Ultra Prime, but they have overextended. Exhaust has already been used, and everyone piles up onto the Zac. Juice has already respawned, gets the flank TP, and RNG, even though Yokai put a Herculean effort to 1v2, it just wasn't quite enough. Level 18 Yone was too good from Tongyang.
4 items now with the shield bow completed, and my goodness, I love that we're getting this set up for both teams. I love that this first series is just everything being left out on Summoner's Rift. And it's going to need to be a big effort from both teams to try to clone this one out. And I think in a lot of ways, once Yukai gets to his full item build, it's going to be a lot of damage packed into a little bit of a punch. And RNG need to deal with that.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate actually in that push. Had they had Huanfeng survive a previous fight, I feel like this game would have already been over. Not having their AD carry right there kind of hurt their chances of that last push. Talking though about it, we talked earlier about Ultra Prime having so much control on the map. They had side lane push, they had mid lane push, The 3 carries were so far ahead in terms of gold. They would be able to destroy a wave, push in, put down the vision. Now, your Nexus is undefended. It has no towers. There is no way you can walk out of that base to do much as Ultra Prime, so they just need to be very patient for at least that inhibitor to spawn for them, which means you're giving RNG a lot of free reign on the map, which is something they needed to try and catch up in gold.
It's all the little things adding up into a very even game at this point. And as is tradition in this series, and kind of re-scoping back into what this series should have been, was RNG having to change a bunch of pieces around in that game number 1. They settled on bringing XCZ to the jungle in game 2, and it has looked like a different RNG since that point. But this whole series should have been Ultra Prime coming in triumphantly and cleaning up a struggling RNG and trying to regain a little bit of confidence from that rough loss to TT earlier on. It's single round robin here in the Rumble stage, and you do not want to find yourself on the bottom half of Group Nirvana.
Ultra Prime is still ahead in gold. However, because we're getting to these late game stages, as you can see, the gold has sort of been equalized in terms of items. You see Ezreal on 4 items, same as Kai'Sa. You see mid lane, 4 items. 4 items on the side of Yone as well. So the item disparity is mostly between the Zac and the Lilia. But you don't care because Zac is there literally as a tool to pin people
They go for
down.
it. Oh, Doggo gets half his health. Now Magnetstorm gonna be popped. That's the flashback from Hwanfeng. Now Niket
TP flank.
overextended, and they take full advantage of it. Now Juice going for the finish. Juice, after being put down for so much of this game, he's looking to end it right now. Ultra Prime, you gotta get back. Juice is finishing the game, and he has the slicing maelstrom auto attack, and it's RNG. They'll take their first victory in the Rumble stage, and it's over Ultra Prime.
The man was bullied 3 games in a row, Mazel. Bullied, taken out his lane, killed, perma-dived, and he ends the game with a backdoor. Him against the world, and he comes out on top. Ultra Prime. Oh my God, they must be kicking themselves after this loss.
Just
That
look
was
at the
an
cams.
RNG that was struggling.
The cams afterwards, absolute devastation. Yukai shocked, hands being thrown up in the air. RNG. The musical chairs worked. All they needed to do was put XCZ in the jungle and put him on Zac. It's gonna be a massive, massive step up from Hwanfeng and Tong Yuan that should this fight down. And the scaling came alive for them.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna give it all up to XCZ playing in the jungle, because we also had main support going back to his role and main mid laner also going back to his role for RNG. I feel like Tong Yuan played such a huge part in why RNG survived that strong into the entire series. His game 2 performance on the Lucian, the pressure he was exerting the entire time on this Yone while the entire game was collapsing. The entire map for RNG, it was going down, it was chaos, it was on fire, and Tong Yuan was keeping it strong on a side lane. Honestly, incredible performance, and for RNG, that must be great. They needed this. That was a 5-game losing streak they just broke.
Yeah, they were able to get 2 more wins under their belt, but a series win more importantly so. And they actually end up getting that win over Ultra Prime, which puts them down to 1-3. So now evening up the score between these two. And it really was a really good showing once they were able to put their pieces in the right positions, but also Tong Yuan having been kind of the only holdover now for RNG in a lot of regards, but having been a developmental piece that has been there since some of the big names have left, it's really nice to see him step up.
I'm actually very excited about Juice as well, because he feels like he's the kind of guy that will bring out the more spicy picks towards the top side of the map, the more carry-oriented picks, if you will, and they will put him down, but he will come back stronger. Same thing with the TF, same thing with the cannon. Yes, that is
My
exactly.
top lane is going to go down 0-5, it's fine.
Hell yeah! If this man is gonna end the game for my team, let him go 0-10. I don't care. You know, the classic Yasuo solo queue power spike. He didn't care about no exhaust because the exhausts were nowhere near to stop him to end the game, and that's all that matters.
I think Ultra Prime thinking a lot about that later game setup because they all overextended out of the map and Juice immediately going for the call. And again, it was a situation where this whole series, it was rough to see RNG come together. A lot of times they were all finding their own advantages. They were all fighting in these fights, a lot of sporadic fighting, not exactly all on the same page, and ends up being enough over Ultra Prime in the end. And I think that is huge for this group Nirvana because it sets us up for a ton of teams being very close together.
Even though I wanted to see Ultra Prime win, because again, they are my dark horse in this particular group, evening things out 1-3 for both these teams, seeing this performance come out from RNG. I just want to see what this sort of momentum will do to a team like RNG as well, especially since they've been struggling since spring, changing members for summer, then rechanging them again, then the whole shuffle comes in for this particular series. Nothing really is working. They were 1-5 in groups. Now they're coming here with a 6-game losing streak, adding up the Ultra Prime first victory, of course, of this series. And it just feels like they were revived. They were willing to fight. They know what they want to do. They were pressuring side lanes. And I'm just honestly interested to see if this momentum will carry through to the next one.
See exactly how that's going to carry through as well. I think they found the composition style that works for them with the pieces that they have. And obviously you're going to be wanting to shore that up a little bit more as we move forward. And speaking of that factor, obviously it's a single round robin. The next matchup for RNG will be RA, so not an easy task, a team that's at the top of the table right now for them.
Yeah, RA, well, I'm going to give you the results-based analysis. RA lost to Ultra Prime. Therefore, RNG will also be... I'm just kidding. It's not going to be an easy task. RA also have their brilliant moments of carry, right? I feel like all of these teams have insane potential to winning games. It's just their inconsistency, that follows through, that we can't quite consistently see this iteration of the good teams on the map. And right here, Ultra Prime, man, all this money on their carries. How far ahead they go into the early game. They steals on the Dragon just to get ace straight off the back of that. He must hurt a lot.
God, looking at that fight from Taguen, knowing the engage was going to come through, is separating himself for the rest of the fight and then goes back in with a big combo in the end. And Yuikai gets so close to a massive outplay here, but a really well-timed knockup by Taguen. This was the first attempt to end, but they were denied.
They were denied. The Nexus, however, was unguarded. No towers up. The inhibitor was down, which means that Ultra Prime have to play constantly inside their own base. You cannot risk to get backdoored. Saying this, obviously we'll see in the next clip to come, this was the last fight that resulted in the backdoor. However, the teleport that's gonna come through from the cannon, I thought it was a flank teleport. And in the end, Juice decided to just end it all right there and then. It would have been a fantastic flank teleport. He had flash, he had ultimate, he had everything. But this is much better than playing 50-50 for a team fight.
I love that he stops to get the kill. Just the absolute Chad on this man. There is a world where he doesn't get the auto attack off and doesn't end the game there, but he stops to get Yuikai down and gets the kill. You see the RNG staff elated to be taking their first series win here of the Rumble stage. And again, setting this group Nirvana off kilter as a whole, because now we have 4 1-3 teams.
It's great to see something finally working for RNG, because then you have something to work off of the back of. When everything starts failing you, I feel like it was Reckless that said that once in an interview as well. It's like you forget how to win. You forget what formula you used to win because nothing is working right now. You've lost confidence. You've lost confidence in yourself, in your teammates, in the way that you probably drafting, playing the game, everything all together. But this actually working, it gives them pretty much a baseline on what they can build up on. And if that's XZ in the jungle, on facilitating junglers, hey, go for it.
They're going to need to keep cooking up those formulas for sure. I talked about RNG's future schedule as well, and talk about Ultra Primes a little bit because they do have Team WE as their next opponent. That's going to be a bit of a rough one as well, and I think it's going to require a lot more shoring up of the mid jungle.
Yeah, I feel like Yuikai and Hacker have a little bit more work to do right there. Love the camera smacking that bottle on the floor. Hell yeah. Oh my God. The smack of the notebook as well. Ecstatic.
Hey, it's hard-fought wins here. And especially with how long the series was. We had the longest game of the split there as their second game, over 50 minutes in the LPL. As it feels like unheard of at this point, but it was a consistent lead by Ultra Prime, and they lost with that gold lead.
Yeah, and they'll be kicking themselves for it for sure. All the gold again was in the right place. Doggo was 2.5k up onto the Sky side. It wasn't quite good enough. And I wonder, honestly, I'm just really scratching my head, and I wonder who could be taking MVP for this particular game from RNG, because there were a lot of pieces that fell together for that victory to come through. Do you give it to the guy that miraculously won you the game by going 0-5 in laning phase and just TPs to end it all? Do you give it to Tongyun for having a fantastic series as a whole? Do you give it to Huanfeng, who's been, I feel like, the quiet force throughout the entire of the series for RNG, constantly putting in the damage? Like, I feel like every piece of that RNG roster did exactly what they had to.
I think even Iwandi having a little bit of a run for the title there, but it is Tongyuan who gets it in the end on the Yone. He needed that 3-item power spike, and he used it so well.
Absolutely. His side lane pressure was pretty genius as well, generating so much gold through just being an absolute absence on the map. No one could see where he was. No one knew where he was. No one cared about where the Yone was. And suddenly he joins the fights with 3 items. And he is the difference maker, especially where they were able to ace Ultra Prime after that Dragon.
And that all leads to a very chaotic latter half of this Group Nirvana. It's going to be a lot of fun. But that is our only trip to Group Nirvana for the night, because now we are ascending to Group Ascend for the next series, as we will be taking over onto Weibo and Anyone's Legend. You do not want to miss it.
Come down the endless fire, to bring forth the ages, to be left with no pain. You'll see your vision's eye, and give your body to the fire. It's true that you were born to die. So now it's set your spirit free. Let the lifeless clear away. For we have come to save you from your pain. So let your voices scream. shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps, feel our malice. For every soul they took away, rearm and take our aim. Rain down the fire like rain. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps, feel our malice. For every soul they took away, we arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vacant race. To think of what is standing in their way. Oh, face him up, oh, face him up. For we are true to our name. Once, a stealing course. Strike twice, redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where the ring down, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend on our end, we refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once, and still no flow. Strike twice, redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where the ring down, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. When the rain down, we must survive. Relive the pain and turn it on love. 'Cause we must live up to our move closer, but with a deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last to the edge of death and back again. We've seen the walls come down, but here we all still stand. We're not afraid, we feel like the final round. They try to extinguish us, we are done lasting death. Hear the awakened world, scream glory and scream courage, for here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through fires to redemption. gentlemen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us.
LPL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble, of course, and we're getting into our second series of the day. Of course, RNG taking a banger of a 2-1 victory over Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime could be a little bit sad tonight for sure, but now we get to be a little bit happy as we ascend to greatness and we ascend to group ascend between Weibo and Anyone's Legend. A series that honestly will tell us a lot of what the latter half of this Rumble stage is going to look like for both these two teams.
I feel like for both these teams, there's different reasons why they will be looking for victory. Weibo Gaming has been known as the most consistently inconsistent good team that we have over here, especially the last year. They'll beat the best teams, they'll lose to the bottom teams, then they will beat a great team, then they will lose to another one. And it has been the case for them. They're coming into this as a 2-2. They have beat JDG, but they've lost to top esports. So there's definitely like a 50-50 going on for Weibo. And for AL, it's most likely a road to dominance, right? The more teams that they get to beat, they're already 3-1. They can make their way up to 4-1. They could be contesting the top place versus BLG.
Yeah, you have to remember 8 games in the split, or at least in the stage of the Rumble stage. And I primarily just want to see if Anyone's Legend is truly the real deal. When we got to this stage, you have to remember this Ascend group is the top of the top. It's all the best teams facing off against each other. And I think Anyone's Legend has been able to take some very convincing wins, but they also suffer that really rough loss to JDG as well. And I think if you look to consistency, it's got to be gained here against the consistently inconsistent Weibo.
Absolutely. I feel like for AL, especially before their series versus JDG, not only had they not lost a series, they had not dropped a single game in any of these series. And when the tough task came at hand, when they had to play versus JDG, if you guys have not watched that, this is one of the best series that I have particularly seen in a very long time this year. It's really worth a watch. 3 absolute banger games of macro tempo. It was go all the freaking time. And I feel like AL were put to the test. They didn't go unarmed. They did fight to the bone with JDG. However, this might give them a lot more intel on what they need to fix moving forward.
And speaking of fixing, we see Weibo coming out onto the stage there. But Tarzan, a piece to the fixing puzzle for Weibo Gaming, as him and Breathe coming into the roster this summer has been a really, I guess, breath of fresh air here for them.
It's such a great addition to the roster having Tarzan in a meta where you've got all these carry jugglers coming through. And when you know that you're going to have great facilitators around you, especially looking at Shahu, which is pretty much a Swiss knife. He's played top lane, he's played mid lane. He was considered one of the best top lanes, if not the best, when he played top lane back then. So if a guy knows how to facilitate his jungler, it's him. He's played both the solo laners, and he has been one of the rock-solid pieces to that Weibo roster.
Might have just willed Malphite into existence. I don't know. We'll see. On the other side, though, Anyone's Legend, a pleasant surprise here in summer. Dominated in their group stage to start off the split, and then now in the Rumble stage. It's been really nice to see Kroko and Kael have massive influences on how this team functions.
It's been great to see them reunited, right? Back in 2022 summer, they got 3rd place when we were playing together in Sandbox. And now, 2 years later, they're reunited again onto AL, and they're bringing success to an organization that didn't necessarily plummet in spring, but we weren't particularly surprised by their performance either. Now, coming into summer, the addition of Taba in the roster as well, I feel like there's been a lot of adaptation in the way that they draft, but they've been very versatile in the way they play the game. They've got multiple styles, from the 4 squishy carries into the side lanes, into the 1-3-1s, the 1-4s, into the all-in team fights. It's just a joy seeing what AL will bring each time around, and it has been one of the main reasons why the JDG series was so fun to watch, because they forced JDG to play their game.
That was the most interesting aspect here. We'll see if they can try to force their game tonight. A very important reliance on the jungles, and I think Crisp, well, renowned in his own right, I think for the right reasons, a literal world champion, against a very active Kael. I want to see the supports get super movement onto the map early.
You want to see the supports getting down and dirty just to get their junglers ahead, because it has been the case, right, for both Tarzan and Kroko. You mentioned it, that if Weibo plays for Tarzan, Tarzan gets unlocked on the map, he has a field day. He gets to farm, he gets to play aggressive, he gets to invade, he gets to get to that late game. He is the carry his team needed, and that he is for that team. And for Kroko, it has been the same case, that every single time that this guy gets ahead, and I'm saying every single time, he has 6 out of 9 Brand games. The man loves Brand, okay? He loves being able, yeah, he's playing with fire, and so far he's not come out burned, because he's won all 6 of them.
Want him cooking all the meals here. He'll be just fine. But it's super, super important to focus on what this series means. We are getting so close to the end of the Rumble stage. You want to have that guaranteed spot into the playoffs. You don't want to be one of the teams that has to go to the play-in playoffs and fight your way into it and then make a run with the gauntlet that we have in the LPL. So we kick off game number 1. Weibo versus Anyone's Legend in Shanghai. It is going to be Weibo on the blue side banning away the Ashe, Sejuani, and Leona. It's the Tristana, Renekton, and Rumble ban on the other side by Anyone's Legend. First pick of the Lucian with that flexibility it brings, but Anyone's Legend now looking to grab maybe a little bit of the prio on jungle.
I absolutely love the adaptation and the switching over to the B1 Lucian, because once Tristana is out of the picture, it is the single-handedly strongest AD carry in that mid lane. Whoa! Hope locking in that Draven super early. Surprisingly enough, no Brand for Kroko either. They're gonna go towards that Zyra, having that peel for the Draven later on in the fights.
Love to see this being brought out. Just going for the 2v2s, so maybe trying to force those supports to stay in the lane here as well. And very important to put a little bit of a spotlight there onto Hope himself, who has had a long career in a lot of rights, but since the transplant over with him and Shanks from WE, It's been really nice to see. Also, I was checking to make sure, and this would be the first competitive Draven, at least in the listings for Hope. So a lot of fun to see him whip that one out. It is the Lilia and the Cassante backed by Weibo.
I was just about to say, with Light and Chris being a huge threat on Weibo Gaming and Hope having such great games recently, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of lane dominance. However, I was also not expecting a blind Draven coming out from Hope. Draven does a certain lot of dominance in lane. However, you need to make sure that you've got the right tools to keep him alive and also have the pressure with needed support. Now, being on red side, you've got more than enough tools to choose a counterpick on your support to try and get the Draven to shine. Things like heavy engagers, like the Leona's been banned out. You've got Rel, Alistar, and Nautilus coming right up, which are usually things that you pair up with the Draven.
Try to take away some of those big tools. It is also a classic being taken away from Weibo at this point with the Senna ban towards Light. I've been very happy to pick that one up in the Rumble stage so far. We'll see if that support will focus or any of those engage options may be taken away a little bit more here by Weibo in the second phase.
I feel like for Weibo, they are also looking for something more lane dominant. I think Olai's fall onto that misfortune. He's had the spotlight for quite a while. Sees a stat checker, and also it just goes so well with the combo with the Lilia. You put someone to sleep, bullet time right on top, and you have somebody that gets deleted out of the picture. So if Weibo Gaming are really truly looking for bot lane dominance, they could potentially slam a wombo combo on the bot side.
Would love to see that big ban, because that's also been, you know, something that's been rising in a lot of priority in terms of misfortune. It is that ban, and the last ban by anyone's legend here in the first game. See if maybe Rel, things like that, are the ban priority for Weibo.
Now, this becomes a whole different story, because the stat checker is gone out the picture, and AL also have counterpick and support. A lot of the times we might see things like the Ezreal Braum being locked in pretty blindly. However, then Weibo lose their ability to engage on those team fights and go on to AL. Now, wait, what?
It's going to be the Ezreal locked in for this mid lane setup. As they will try to steal that one away, but also still very viable in that mid lane here for them. So we'll see what the answer is going to be now for Weibo on their side with the last two picks of their own.
I was about to say, you're looking for lane dominance, but a lot of your dominant champions have left the building, so potentially you could play for scaling later on. You see that Ezreal getting locked in, but this is most likely a mid lane Ezreal for Shanks.
There is a wild world where Kyle pulls it out in support. We'll see as we get through the rest of this one. But the Kaisa locked in for Light. Something he hasn't pulled out just yet in the Rumble stage, but still very strong pick for him. And also a lot of follow-up into the CC that they now have as they lock in the Rel.
Ooh, loving something like a Braum or even an Alistar right here. If you want to play towards that Draven down the bot lane, it's a great combo. Kaisa, an extremely short-ranged AD carry that you can punish very early on in the laning phase. We'll see if they're going to go for the more defensive or offensive option right here. However, if they choose to go for that Braum and not the Alistar, your chances of engaging onto Weibo or catching them off guard are a little bit lessened right here. We're going to have the Braum coming in the end for the side of AL, and they have a fantastic, again, peeling composition, playing towards allowing Weibo to come at you. There's a bunch of engage on the side of Weibo with the Lilia, with the Rel as well, so AL will be more than happy inviting them in. And if this doesn't change, it's also Shanks on the Draven mid lane.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of spice added in at the last second here, but I also want to take a look at Weibo's side where they have a lot of dive potential. They have a lot of follow-up potential as well. I think Xiaohu and Light's going to have a lot to say.
You know, I didn't expect any more AD carries to peak in the mid lane, but now I think we've truly seen it all. The Draven for Shanks in the mid lane, one of the most dominant AD carries, one that dunks out so much damage also in the early game when you do catch those axes off the floor. So we'll see how he's gonna take the heat onto that Lucian that was B1 from the side of Weibo Gaming.
That's why I was like, I mean, this would be a first time for in a storied career, a first time pick Draven here the Rumble side. I was like, there's got to be something there. A little bit of spice given though by anyone's legend to kick us off here. They have a very strong composition. They have a lot of peel tools. but it's all about Weibo's momentum. And looking at this series as a whole, this is a proving grounds of sort. For anyone's legend, it's a chance to prove that they deserve to be at the top of this table in Group Ascend. For Weibo, it's trying to dispel the doubt that always rears its ugly head with this team. They've lost to some of the best teams. They've won against some of the best teams, but now is a chance to recoup after a devastating loss to Top Esports. We get into it now, our second best of 3 of the day, and it's, of course, anyone's legend versus Weibo.
Wow. Everyone's very excited, Moselle, for these series, and rightly
As they
so.
should be.
Both teams have been performing more than we expected them to, especially for AL. And they did take JDG to all 3 games before they fell victims to it. Now, of course, AL have a Brom and a double AD carry, so usually you will see either a late invade or some sort of aggressive push into enemy jungle to try and take some control. You'll see Shanks has walked into the Raptors right there of Tarzan. Sets down some vision for that early game, make sure that he doesn't get backstabbed. Draven, a very lane dominant AD carry. However, when alone, when you don't have help from any support, you could be very easily susceptible to die.
I want to see what they utilize this Draven for, especially maybe some priority it gives. Giving Kroko a lot of options. Yeah, just a couple auto attacks early from Draven. Any ADC player will know, and those level 1s do not go your way. I'm particularly looking at the path right now for both Tarzan and Kroko. I said they probably are looking to have a little bit of activity from their bot lanes, but they are both going to be looking like pathing towards top.
Well, yeah, of course, an AoE jungler wants to start at chickens. And also another very clever thing that you can do, when you know your chickens have been warded, you can take them first and then you dip into Fog of War. So enemy team will not necessarily have info whether you went towards the tops of the map or whether you're full clearing from bot to top. This time around, I'm expecting Tarzan to sort of clear Raptors through top and then end up back into that bot lane. As you can see, Hope and KL are actually pushing. So if that continues to be the case, you could potentially have an opening to try and get a summoner.
Kael's going to have a lot to say on this Braum if he can get active with the rest of the map, because those concussive blows followed up on by the amount of range they have with Hope and Shanks. It's going to be really important as we see the level 1 trade. Exactly what happened.
Yes.
It was the early barrier.
Wow. Okay, that is a very well done case right there for Shanks, because that cooldown is almost back up and available in just 2 levels time. So if he uses aggressively to get that first level 1, gets the push into that mid lane, know that he can dip into river, hold on.
Those plasma stacks do a lot of damage there if you don't have the Unbreakable ready to go. He did burn the flash.
But that is perfect, because look at Tarzan, he's pathing towards that bot side of the map. If there is an opening, that ward is gonna die soon in the pixel brush. So this could be the perfect opportunity. They're pinging him right now that he's at his Grom, because Kroko has already scouted towards the tops of the map, so they know exactly where Tarzan is at this point.
Both junglers using the mind games of the vision a lot in the early game so far. Will be the scuttle in the bot side, secured by Kroko. Tarzan waiting in the bush here. He's sneaky. There will be the plants coming alive for Kroko there, and Tarzan being rebuffed.
And Kroko has the chance to double Skull Crab right here if he wants to. Seeing as Tarzan had to fall off, going back, probably having, if not Fated Ashes, close to. He's not gonna back yet. He's just sprinting through mid lane, trying to stop Shaku from pushing. The slow.
Has so much damage, though, as well. Kroko gonna take a decent amount on the back end, though. Swirl Seed had come down. Not gonna do it. There is the signaling. Now, usually there's a number in that category, and it might be the first time we're seeing the Draven in mid lane the LPL here. Kroko, though, he's gonna try to call for that Draven onto Tarzan, who is on the wrong side of the tracks now. He is Lilia, though, and has a lot of speed. He'll try to get a little bit of speed up against Kael, but now he's in a lot of trouble. He's gonna try to hit Blast Cone into it, and he could get the kill over to Kael here. He's actually going to turn back right. He thought maybe there was an exit strategy, and now he's just proxying the wave. Tarzan's having a lot of fun here. He's trying to make his way out.
He's won so much time in the process.
Oh my goodness.
He's not making it easy for Croco to get this kill, and KL has to stick around because a whole combo, he's just taking more creeps. A whole combo from Tarzan right there could potentially kill Croco off, but that is so much time that KL had to waste on the map, whilst Crisp, on the other hand, had the time to head back bot lane. They were taking the push, which means Hope had to play under tower. Again, all this time that Tarzan wasted off of KL, you see that Weibo have gained onto the map.
See what that leads towards as well now that we have objectives coming up. Kyle has made his way back down towards bot side. Dragon is up and available, but both pings looking out towards this top side. The grubs are to play for, and we have level 6s for our solo laners. Shanks a little bit off of it now that Xiaohu has the advantage. He wants to step forward. Does get the culling into the back of him. Shanks going to be very close to level 6.
Looks so grim right here for Shanks. He's almost got it. They've spotted Croco as well on the side right there, trying to clear that brush. And this is the whole part about Lucian. Draven can run you down with auto-attacks, but Lucian has that burst. When it sticks, it really hurts. Croco has no flash.
Yeah, there's no way out for Croco here. He just goes down immediately. What a pounce from Weibo. And now Shanks in a lot of trouble. He has flash, gonna save it for the moment. He's to stay on the side, but now Swirl Seed hits. He flashes afterwards. He's going to heal back up, though, after popping. And we get a little bit more action than maybe we expected in mid lane.
Tried to potentially bait a flash from Xiaohu right there with his own flash. However, now you're stuck underneath the tower, don't have a lot of HP. You'll see the red buff is on Xiaohu. He's going to be regening quite a bit. He could be getting dived.
He has the play. He misses, and Xiaohu beautifully executes him. Oh, bot lane, bot lane, bot lane. Crisp in low, though, and Hope gets it as well. So there is the trade back in the end. And bot lane stepping up big for anyone's legend.
Oh, this is going to be the battle of the 80 carries for sure, but it's not going to be the 80 carry in the bot lane for Weibo Gaming. Xiaohu with a 2-0. As we can see the replay on what happened right there. Overextension by Crisp ended up costing him his life right there. And this is the whole matchup that we're talking about. Whenever you're going up against Braum, you get that initial engage, but a lot of that engage and the damage up front is blocked by the Unbreakable. Therefore, you end up going down because the stun sticks, the slow sticks, and you can very easily proc that. Oh no,
Tarzan
Croco
has 6. Croco, he's in trouble. Might not even need it. Croco just goes down again. Tarzan gonna be saying you should have stuck to the brand.
Yeah.
What's up, Hope? Hope is stepping up time and time again, but now light his killer instinct over to him. That's the flash out, and Kyle coming over to save the day. The Unbreakable, is it going to be enough? The flash is forward. Tarzan claims the kill in the end. Now Kyle in some trouble, but in mid lane, it's Shank for Xiaohu, and Xiaohu sits him down.
Both of these teams have so much to prove, and every single lane has been going at it. Shanks versus Xiaohu. Xiaohu's coming out on top, 3-0, 1,000 gold in the lead so far. And Hope tries to make the hero play down bot, then ends up being shot down, almost gets out with his life. Marcelo, I'm not gonna lie to you. At the very beginning, we were chatting about these two teams and we're like, oh, Breathe and Ale, for sure, they're gonna go at it. They play bruisers, you know, they play AP top laners. It has not been the case. They've been stuck on tanks for the entirety of game number 1, and everyone else has been literally fighting tooth and nail. The gold, almost dead even.
Yeah, the big impact will be later on for our top laners especially, but right now it's the mind games of what's happening bot.
And I feel like Croco has been overextending quite a bit. You know, your support is all the way back in base. Hope doesn't have much burst up front, tries to save you, doesn't have level 6 on the Zyra. And Hope makes a really lovely play right here, but Croco died so quickly that Tarzan didn't even have to use his ultimate in the previous skirmish. It would have been a completely different story if Tarzan did not have that ultimate available. However, it's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Weibo.
He's the one that steps up and initiates it, even with it. Still very close.
Oh
my goodness. We're looking back at it again. It's like deja vu, but Shank's not going to go down. Oh, the burn. It's just enough, and Tarzan claims it. And oh my goodness.
Just about. Shanks lives there. It's not going to be enough, and that Draven pick is not looking that great at the moment, Mazel. Xiaohu has absolutely dominated that mid lane. Lost at level 1 with Shanks using barriers so aggressively just purely to take control of that lane, and ever since he's lost every single one of those trades. I feel like there's so much in line to that level 1 from the Draven, being able to overforce those auto attacks on your opponent, and then they never get to come back. However, Shahu has had a great resurgence from that level 1.
He's sitting at 3-0 already with the plated steel cast in mid lane. A lot of strength going to be given over to this Lucian, especially once he's able to get out onto the map as well. Now we take a look down bot side where Krako wants to make something happen. We said from the beginning, Krako and Kael, they are the important duo to combine to make things happen for anyone's legend. If they're going to make things happen, it's got to start sooner rather than later. Although Tarzan is hunting nearby, anyone's legend feel the pressure and then will move away.
He's also level 8, which means he's one level whole higher
This again?
above Kroko. Shanks is one level down to Shahu. Shahu also has the steel caps right there to try and mitigate a bunch of those auto attack damage that's coming through. Meanwhile, thank you, observers. This is a very interesting matchup to look at.
Hey, Allah got the combo, all right? Allah's all right.
You're right. Oh,
We did get the culling in mid lane. Still flash available. And the whirling death for Shanks.
Kroko is looking. However, everything has been lit up with Weibo's vision right there. He's just about going to cross, and they know exactly where he is. He's heading down bot lane again. However, every single time Kroko has tried to make anything happen, he kind of gets backstabbed by Tarzan. Great vision right there. Allows Tarzan to sort of stick it down on the Rift Herald up top as well. Grabbing the neutral objective. Kroko wrapping around that mid lane, but Shahu playing perfectly towards the top river, ready to dip into Fog of War. Sorry, not Rift Herald. It is going to be, of course, the Void Grubs 11 minutes
It's
in.
Grub-ageddon! Oh no! What do we do?
There's too many Void things on the map, you know?
We get all 6 grubs secured by Weibo. They've had really strong control over the objectives so far in this series and so far in this game. It is also the injuries plus boots completed for Tarzan, so even more strength coming back onto the map. And you'll have to hope that there's a little bit of hope for anyone's legend in terms of their damage potential coming up. And Shanks really needs to complete items.
Yeah, I don't know about any hope left for AL. Double Kraken Slayer is what I see from the side of Weibo Gaming. And however, AL might have 2 tanks, but Weibo Gaming have 2 tank killers in their team. Tarzan is now looking for Ale. He's not going to connect the orb. And I just wanted to talk to you for just a second. If you guys are not aware of Shahu, there's 6 Void Grubs in the team, and usually when you get 6 Void Grubs in the team, you're looking for a split pusher. You're looking for somebody that can hammer down those towers and really put that pressure on the side lane, and in general on the opponent team. Shahu was considered probably one of the best top laners when he swapped over to that top lane, as well as one of the best mid laners in the LPL. So if somebody knows about side lane pressure, it definitely is him.
His time as the general for RNG was a huge voice on the team, especially with Ming. They were the leading hands of the shot calling for that team, and it has consistently been the case that Shahu finds himself in strong positions in macro. There have been some question marks now and then, maybe the side lane not as strong as it was when the LeBlanc meta was around, but now in this one has a lot of potential on the Lucian to have that with no real answer in the side lane. Just look at that damage, and Shanks, he's getting the culling to the back. If he doesn't flash that, he's going down. And Tarzan with the influence here as well. He's gonna find Kael with a lot of the slowdown. Tarzan wants to keep going. They're under the turrets here, and the tier 1 hasn't even been taken.
And that's the exact pressure we talked about exerting on the map from Shahu. Not only does he almost get the solo kill, burns double summoners from Shanks, forces AL to play towards wherever he is, which means that Weibo are a little bit more free to play on the other side. Talking about this though, they're not as free as I was expecting. Hope was pressuring Light so hard underneath the tower, and so is Ale on to breathe. So Shahu's pressure right here is much more important than I thought it was. It's not just about freeing the other members from playing the game a little bit easier on the map. It's about everyone else is kind of struggling at this moment from Weibo Gaming in terms of laning phase. So Shahu creating that advantage on his side could be what they need for AL to shift their attention onto him.
And he's got all the gold leads under his pockets there, so he's got to find a way to either manage that and do the side lane pressure or get it to the rest of the team in some way, shape, or form. We have 10 seconds for the next dragon. Again, we said earlier, Weibo had complete objective control so far. See if they continue that here as well. They still have the Rift Herald maybe as a distractionary play as well.
Xiaohu is the man for everything. He's like, you want pressure top? Done. Takes the tower. You want pressure bot? Done. He's actually super strong to play into the Poppy as well. You don't necessarily have to dash into the champion. You're pretty close enough to take trades with her. However, you need to be careful not to get too close and get caught with the W when you're trying to dash away or in. Poppy is very, very potent when you're trying to engage onto her. Xiaohu right now, absolute control of the side lane, no matter which champion shows up. Weibo Gaming trying to pressure in that mid lane to try and take control of that dragon coming up. They already have one in their pocket, having a second one, and starting to stack them. It'll be absolutely huge for them trying to force fights later on.
Trying to get a redeploy back onto the map for anyone's legend down towards this bottom side. Maybe contest over this dragon. Did get started up by Weibo and pulled out of the pit, but not going to commit to it just yet. Tarzan always hunting and waiting. They do have very nice targets for the Rift Herald. They want to pop it. Bree's going to move down the mid lane now as well.
They have 5 members down the bot side of the map. Weibo Gaming are threatening that mid lane. Reminder, they have 6 Void Grubs, so they do burst through those towers quite easily. However, somebody's going to have to answer to Ale up in the top side of the map. There is not much pressure on the map, so he doesn't feel the need to TP in yet. The more you leave that Poppy alone up top lane, you're going to be losing structures on the map without necessarily trading anything, and this is actually going to be the case. Weibo Gaming resetting right here, allowing AL not only to save their towers, push top, and walk into that river to establish some vision. That's a small W for AL.
It definitely is. I think this is a team that has shown a lot of grit in their split so far. It's been a little bit of a long one to some extent, but their Rumble stage has been very dominant. Their placement stage was also very dominant. And it was a pleasant surprise coming into the split to see how strong they were. Now, Light's going to find a pleasant surprise gift onto Hope with about half his health gone.
Yeah, Hope wasn't very pleasantly surprised right there as he lost his entire, half his HP bar, sorry. Riftwell is going to be summoned right here, knowing that Hope is under pressure in the mid lane, losing a bunch of that HP bar. The charge is going to come in. You have to commit to killing that Herald before you move in.
They're actually going to try to take out Kyle, and then he also got all the damage from Light on top of him. Glacial Fissure in the middle of it, canceled because he just goes down. Another charge in mid lane by the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, you get a 1v1 in top side. Ala in some trouble now. He's trying to run away from all outed Breathe. That's lasting damage done by Weibo in mid lane, though.
Great play by Weibo. They knew that AL had to commit to kill that Rift Herald if they wanted to have any sort of pressure into River to try and contest for that dragon. Meanwhile, you've got pressure from Xiaohu down the bot lane. You see that Crisp is also around to try and cover for him. Shanks has to wait in a brush, which means not only is he losing all these creeps to the tower, but a lot of that standing gold goes in the pockets of Xiaohu as well as securing that dragon. And let's have a look at this again. You know that AL have to commit right here. The tower is going to go down. Tarzan going to mark AL really nicely right here, and then he will move forward for that sleep. A bunch of the initial damage gets blocked by the Unbreakable, but once Light goes in and the Unbreakable is down, they just finish off KL and take full pressure on the bot side of the map.
Now we're looking at the second item being completed realistically for Weibo, as they had the Guinsus in the Essence Reaver there for Light and Xiaohu respectively. Anyone's Legend looking to be a little bit proactive now, again with this combo of Croco and Kyle, who have been so potent for this team so far. But Weibo, it seems to have woken up a little bit from their rattling against top esports here recently.
I would say that it's not that bad for EL if there was any other mid laner other than Draven. This is the kind of champion that wants to have pressure and cash in early on, and currently he's sitting on a 2k gold deficit right there.
He's gone! The light shines through and there's no hope left for anyone's Legend. There's the Whirling Death. Is it going to be enough? Get the snipe! And he gets the cash in.
Just about as I was saying, this guy needs to cash in. Oh wait, there's more.
He's going to be low on those stacks from the deaths, but still, it is a dub nonetheless. Now, Shanks has completed the Lord Doms after that one, so second item is completed there. A little bit more strength for anyone's Legend in the fighting potential now.
Grabs that crit cloak as well. A few crits onto the key targets like Kai'Sa, Lucian, Lilia. Could be very pivotal for a W right here from AEL. Again, Weibo Gaming with so much pressure on the map. Light has been playing absolutely out of his mind. Shaku
One
getting
auto
tagged.
attack, by the way. Like officially gonna hit on the double. Members now Tarzan needs to body block a little bit as Kyle being very annoying, and Ala gets the deep flank, and Xiaohu in a lot of trouble now too. He's gonna dash to safety, keeper's verdict, and it's going to be a kill by Ala onto the major member of Xiaohu, the guy that had all the gold for Weibo.
Great flag from Ale to catch Xiaohu. He has everything in his pocket. The entire lead is onto him, and AL are looking straight for that Baron. They need to start dodging a lot of these Lilia abilities because there's still a bunch of AoE. Crisp is still there. Does have the ultimate.
This is a heck of a call. If AL want to do this, they're going to turn the fight. They get the wall bang there as well. Ala's still tanking up, but there's the lilting lullaby coming in. Light still going to be massive. Tarzan getting a lot of damage here too. Breathe all out and back. And now Weibo. Look at Tarzan go. Light stepping up as well. All out and Breathe making the difference. Can Hope stay alive? Hope the only no. It's not enough. Light shuts him down again. And what a masterful series of plays by Weibo in that fight. And they're on to the Baron.
Tarzan goes absolutely crazy. Croco is still around for the Baron.
He popped them out now. The Baron's still being taken. I think Weibo, they're going to force this one. Croco, no way into the pit, no smite, and the Baron secured by Weibo.
The second he sees Xiaohu, he pulls back. Croco doesn't have the flash to try and grab that Baron, and let's watch this again. Light tags with the W onto Hope and absolutely all into him. This is why Kaisa is so strong into the Ezreal, because you get to dash onto him and absolutely annihilate him before any of the poke from Ezreal lands. Then he gets sniped out by Shanks from the other side of the map. 647 gold, we take those. And this is an absolute masterclass from Tarzan. You'll see the orb goes in, he tags a bunch of people, he puts them to sleep, and then he dashes in. But this is only just the beginning. Light went crazy too, but that flash from Tarzan was absolutely massive to try and help Light and Breathe to follow through that play. Absolute masterclass by the two carries of Weibo
The
Gaming.
fact that Light gets Killer Instinct up, we started that replay with Hope dying to Killer Instinct on her turret, and then Light finishes it by killing Hope again with it. Absolute insanity there. And now we get our repositioning around this bottom side, because Dragon number 3 on the table for Weibo, and a lot of strength under toe as well.
Oh, breathe.
Caught out. Gotta be careful. It's about the position now. Weibo can collapse. They've got Crisp on the flank. They've got Xiaohu moving up as well. They might have caught Ala here, overextended. He is in trouble now. The rest of the team trying to body block on the other side, but it's not going to be enough. He's completely left out to dry, and this Baron buff is about to get so much work done for Weibo as they crash onto a tier 2 tower in bot side.
Remember, AL love it when Weibo Gaming engage upon them. However, it's a 4 versus 5 line.
Can't do that. Light has been willing to pull the trigger every time, and it's been a massive difference maker here now as well. Weibo onto the inhib now in bot side. They're trying to take this one down. It looks like they'll pull off afterwards as well. Maybe look to the Dragon, as they do need to get a little bit more health under themselves as they do. It is anyone's legend moving out to push mid lane.
Fantastic push by Weibo Gaming right there. They use their Baron buff to actually take objectives like towers instead of that Dragon first. They could have very easily tried to bait AL into walking for that Dragon. However, they have so much standing gold in their pockets, translated into items, that right now is the time to fight and take it all. And that's exactly what they did. Grab that inhibitor tower down the bot side of the map, and the Dragon on the way out. Now sitting on Soul Point, and it's going to also be an Ocean Soul. Having all that poke coming in from Ezreal, I mean, he makes the hopes of Hope carrying a little bit less.
And we talked about from the draft how much influence priority of the solo lanes would have on this jungle matchup as well. And Xiaohu getting those early kills helped put Tarzan in the position that he's in now, where he can just kind of run rampant on the map. He's also got the Seekers as well, and he's been able to kind of push the tempo into Croco, having a pretty huge CS lead as well in that regard.
Yeah, Shanks has been shot down off the get-go, and Draven is one of those champions that really relies on snowballing. As you can see here, Hope is literally tickling Breathe at this point, and Hope together with Croco Zara are going to be probably majority of your damage. Croco hiding in there has to come out eventually, because when you have a tank running out, you have to forfeit the space. And Weibo Gaming will be taking another 3 tower.
Oh, Chris, but there's the killer instinct on top of it. There's the Wombo combo, but not for anyone's legend. They will get one back in the end, but a culling to the back, and that's easily the retreat option for anyone's legend being cut off at the head. They will end up losing Kyle as well under turret, and now you've got Ala trying to separate him, but it gets all outed by Breathe, and a triple kill for Light, who is 8-1 on this Kai'Sa, almost going to 9-1 with that one.
Flashes for the W right there for Light. This is a statement game for the Weibo Gaming AD carry. Weibo right here. The death timers are not quite long enough for them to end the game. However, every single inhibitor is going to be dead by the time they're done with AL's base.
The man that made miracles happen on LNG, Light, has come into question in this split. In this year, him and Chris were a wonderful combo, and it's been something they've been working on for a long time. But here in the Rumble stage, we've seen huge moments of brightness from them. And this in particular is one of Light's best games of the split so far. He's on 3.5 items now. He owns Seeker's Arm Guard in his inventory. And a lot of time left to kill for Weibo.
I don't think he's even back yet. I think he's farming the chickens, trying to get another item. Fantastic engage right there from Chris. Sees Croco, knows that Light will instantly burst R to get into the plane. That's exactly what's happening. And right here, Weibo are just slapping AL with their wallets. They have too much damage. They've got too much engage, and AL are trying to run back into their towers, but they have no allies left to run to. Light just deals so much damage. He even flashes for the W right there to try and poke Hope. I don't think the W would have killed him, as you can see. He'll flash for the W. I don't think it was going to be quite enough, but hey.
It had the plasma stag.
Props for the style.
Xiao just gets obliterated from his team. And that was a huge pickoff by Ala. He did burn the flash for it, but the defense will stand by anyone's legend.
No Baron available for Weibo Gaming. He's just going to slow down their siege. 37 seconds for Xiao to get back up again. However, Weibo Gaming, I'm not gonna lie to you, are so strong with Lily and Kai'Sa, where they could keep up the pressure like this. 4 versus 5. Try and create as much pressure, push AL back into their base as much as possible. Breathe, more than happy to be alone versus 2 on the tops of the map. Super tanky at this point. We saw Hope later, earlier on, throw some poke towards him, and he was barely tickling him. I think Ale is doing more damage to him at this point than the Ezreal. Double super minions raining through AO space as Weibo Gaming are gonna go for their second Baron, of the series.
The difficulty for anyone's legend is, again, kind of those dive tools, the follow-up tools we've talked about the entire game for Weibo. As soon as you overextend, they just follow and completely take you down. The Baron is also taken, so now the siege is going to be that much more potent against anyone's legend. And I think we saw some of the reasoning why we go with this double marksman with a little bit of the strength for Shanks on the Draven in mid lane, but the holistic team composition for Weibo has just been too strong.
Yeah, and I feel like AL have been bleeding through mid lane, not being able to stabilize there, has not allowed Croco to play his game on his AP champions, and he has really hurt them. Right now, they're about 10k gold down, and this is going to be their last try to defend their base.
Tarzan hits one big lilting lullaby that could just be the death knell for anyone's legend in this first game. First World Seed will hit on the Hope. He's not going to pop it just yet. They're going to try to work on these inhibs as they do.
He does have a flash. He wants to, if he sees them come, he's trying for it.
Ala right there to body block, though, is going to push him back. Now double knockup by Kyle as they get a big Glacial Fissure back. Crisp getting low. Nobody going to go down just yet by Weibo. Tarzan wants a big play, but they have to back up. The health bars just aren't there for the damage dealers.
They're overextending a little bit under the Nexus Tower. However, they get the objective they came for, which was at least one of the 2 last towers remaining for AL. AL absolutely choked underneath the last remaining tower overall.
If they get the Ocean Soul, they can keep sieging. Their health bars are going to be just fine. They can't get caught, though. As the Dragon goes over, now Breeze going to go all out, healing up so much. Look at Chris, the 3-man Magnet Storm. and anyone's legend. They're being picked apart here again. Weibo get one back to them, but Allah is going to flash away. The last Nexus turret is still on the horizon. Tarzan getting chunked by Shanks. There's the TP in from Allah as they're trying to save the base. Hope is down. Shanks is down. And Weibo consistently inconsistent. They'll take game number 1 against anyone's legend.
What a huge statement game by Weibo Gaming. AL is the team that all the big teams were looking at. They saw them absolutely smash placements. They get into Group Ascent, they smash 3 teams back to back to back, clean 2-0s, impeccable play, quick macro, fast tempo, outplaying everyone in lane. They come into this series versus Weibo Gaming. Consistently inconsistent, they showed up and showed off, and specifically for Xiaohu, who was heavily criticized throughout the year for not being a top performer in this particular team that made Worlds Finals last year. Having this performance says a lot.
He set up the team so that Light could down smash over onto anyone's legend. Now it's going to be difficult for anyone's legend to bounce back, but we do expect that bounce back. We'll be right back with our own little break and our game 2 on the horizon.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL Summer Split 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble, and we are in our second series of the day. It's our second series in Shanghai, and it is our first of Group Ascend of the night. It is Weibo taking a resounding 1-0 victory so far over anyone's legend.
Damn, all the allegations for being consistently inconsistent still stand. Nothing has changed.
Absolutely.
unless we see Weibo close out this series 2-0. I will say very uncharacteristically, AL did a lot of mistakes in the early game. Coco was walking in places where he shouldn't be, where he didn't have priority, where he didn't have teammates. Shanks tried a very daring, I would say, pick in the mid lane that didn't pan out to be great. And because I was mentioning that mid and jungle, this man on your screens right here took complete advantage of literally what I just said from the side of AL and pretty much run away with the game. He had a phenomenal performance.
He did. 8 MVPs now on the split, a massive addition to this roster as a whole. When we were thinking to ZDZ and Xiaohao, not that bad of picks for them, but Breathe and Tarzan have definitely ramped up as the season has gone on, because the question marks were there early. Like, Tarzan and Breathe were not having impacts into the game, but Tarzan has been one of the most dominant junglers when he's able to utilize the prio in these solo lanes so easily.
And I feel like this is what has been awakened from Xiaohu's performance as well. Again, look at over in spring. Everyone was criticizing Xiaohu for not performing to his own standards, right? Like, he set the bar for himself, being that incredible mid laner / top laner that he has been through the years. And I feel like the addition of Thousand, the addition of Breathe has sort of given a next level to Xiaohu, having to perform, having to be that rock that Tarzan can rely on for that mid lane prio. And particularly in the previous game, it came out hugely clutch.
So let's do a little bit of a check-in on our spotlights we were looking at coming into this series. Croco and Kyle, they were trying to be active, but Weibo were just too proactive to combat, and we're not able to get off the ground running. We know that is how anyone's legend finds success. It's off these two players playing off of each other and getting out on the map. We'll see if that changes here in game number 2 itself, as Lucian and the Sejuani banned by anyone's legend, and Weibo on the red side gonna ban the Trist and the Renekton.
What I find very interesting a lot of the times when there's a bunch of B1s available for teams is what they value the most and how they use it. In the previous game, Weibo Gaming did value a lot the Lucian, and Xiaohu did wonders on it. Right now, all eyes are on AL. What are you going to choose to go with? You could potentially go with something like the Corki, the Leona unbanned, the Misfortune out as well. It's going to be the Leona. Huge priority right there. Has been paired up a lot with the things like the Ziggs, and the Misfortune has that wombo combo-esque flair that AL could be using down the bot lane.
I will also say fact after that last game is anyone's legend hadn't lost a red side game so far in the Rumble stage. Did take that first L there. Definitely one few and far between for anyone's legend and taking losses to split. It is Tarzan taking something he has been willing to hover towards so far this split, and it is the Nidalee coming out.
That's a very firm, quick pick right here for Tarzan. If you will, a little bit more of a quote-unquote selfish pick out of all the AP clearing junglers that we have seen, and one that really needs to snowball in the early game. So I'm looking forward to see what Weibo Gaming have in store. Already they've showed us a tank towards the top side of the map, so clearly Tarzan is not planning to play towards that side of the map, so I'm expecting a lot of spice to come out through the bot side of the map, and particularly mid.
And honestly, from this get-go, like, Tarzan has to be so active and so proactive, honestly, on this Nidalee. You have to be ahead against a composition like this, because anyone's legend are looking pretty stalwart so far with the Zyra Corki lock-in.
Let's see what AD is going to be in the mid lane. Yone is one of the most prominent ones, especially when it comes to Corki. Has a lot of side lane pressure as well. You can choose to play however you prefer with a champion. Very versatile, great in team fights, great in split push, good early to mid game as well, especially when you get your trades correctly down that mid lane. So that's a pretty good pressure point potentially after level 3 for your Nidalee to work off of. However, I'm still not dead set on what this Nidalee can do unless I do see that bot of the map. I'm expecting Light and Crisp to go for something ultra aggressive.
And as a little tangent on Xiaohu's Yone here, definitely been a nice addition to the toolkit for this guy. Definitely not known for his Yones. Obviously, he has like 6 games, I think, played in his career on the Yone itself. Obviously, newer champion, but it's been a flexible style from Xiaohu that I've really appreciated in terms of like a bit of a renaissance on Weibo for him in his career. Now we are neck deep into the second phase, already in the bans as it's full bot lane focus so far. The Ziggs and the Ezreal going to be banned by Weibo. It is the Senna already, anyone's legend banning away.
Now, very interesting, the Ezreal ban right here. Again, the Spike together with Corki, these two champions literally build the same first 2 items. So getting that Spike early on with a double Trinity Force gets very scary fighting around objectives. And especially when Tarzan wants to play for that early game to snowball, you definitely do not want double Trinity Force champions that poke playing into you. Misfortune is going to get locked in. What is going to be likely the support right here? We're looking at things like the Rel, the Alistar, some kind of champion that can pin people down for quite a while.
I like the Misfortune takeaway. It's been something that Hope has been very happy to take, and it also layers up with the CC chain super well that they had. I think Weibo taking away some of the core pieces of anyone's legend, but there is that tried and true Kaisa that Light dismantled anyone's legend with last game, and it'll be Hope piloting that this time.
Ooh, could it be Allah on his Jax? Not banned away. Usually, first 3 bans for most teams when they play versus AL, and it is going to be the case. Jax locked in into the Cassante. Breed is going to suffer just a little bit towards the top side of the map. However, I feel like Weibo game have already pre-decided that they are going to be playing towards our bot side. You got the stat checker, which is Misfortune, early on. And I'm not going to lie to you, I feel Hope is not going to be on a pretty good footing down that bot side of the map. Very short range AD carry, playing into the stat checks, playing into the double ups from Misfortune. Might be a little bit difficult to get any priority towards the bottom of the map for AL, which means Tarzan will definitely have his target on them.
Will indeed. We get the Alistar locked in, though, as that Wombo combo set up for Weibo, and Chris very happy to be on the tools of that one. But again, I think when we look at it, it's really all eyes on Tarzan on the Nidalee to be extremely active, because anyone's Legends comp is going to be just fine if they don't fall too far behind and can at least scoop up some of these objectives. Blue side making it a little bit easier, and the Zyra itself going to have a ton of clear speed in this matchup.
Oh yeah, I feel like all eyes are on Tarzan right here. Weibo Gaming have made a very bold statement, which was insta-lock Nidalee R1. After they see Leona, they have to figure out ways to make it work. They've got so much setup towards that bot side of the map. We could be talking even about invades early on with that Nidalee wherever you have priority. So again, all eyes and all pressure on Tarzan to make that early to mid-game work for him to get ahead.
Holistically in this series, you have to remember it's anyone's legend that we're coming in this one to prove they're cut from a different cloth, to prove that they are a top team in Group Ascend of the Rumble stage. They're 3-1. They've only taken a handful of losses, and it was to JDG in their last series. Weibo, they've had ups and downs. Consistently inconsistent has been the word we've said so many times for this team. But this is a chance to prove that going into their last week of play next week with all 3 series back to back to back, that they can rise against and find consistency in its form. Now, it was a rough and tumble game number 1 for anyone's legend. Weibo stomped them into the dirt. Well, let's see if they can rise themselves in game 2.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Love to hear it.
There's even more. There's even more after the Giles.
But this has been a matchup that I've personally been looking forward to just because of some of the question marks behind these two teams. It is a single round robin. You have to remember Group Ascend having those 9 teams. You play 8 games. This is the 5th game for anyone's legend, and they've been a team that everybody's been kind of keeping a side eye on. Are they the real deal? Are they not? They've proven time and time again that they are in a lot of regards, but then you have a series like this one that kicks off where Weibo completely trounces them.
Yeah, I feel like AL also having a lot of dominance in the placements where you're pretty much slotted with other teams that are not necessarily that hard to beat. However, when they did move over to Group Ascend, we're like, okay, this is the real big deal. These are the big teams that they have to face. The first 3 that they went up against were a struggling FPX, a struggling NIP, and LGD, and they took him out by storm. 2-0 every single series. And then came JDG, and we're like, okay, this will be the telltale of if AL are the real deal, and they are. That series was absolutely incredible between the two teams, and AL did not come out on top. They lost 2-1 to JDG. However, they put up a really strong fight, and I'm expecting to do the exact same thing here versus Weibo Gaming. Call it a game one fluke, call it a game one Andy. However, I do believe that AL have all the tools they need. Engages, disengages, mixed damage. They've got a fantastic composition to push that forward.
And again, they're fine kind of resting on their laurels, being perfectly fine if the game state is either even or if they are just a tad bit behind, because their team fighting is going to be insane. You have a little bit of that. Again, the combos are always a plenty for Weibo on their side, but it really is about getting a snowball going with Tarzan on this Nidalee. He will show his face in mid lane though to Shanks.
He was pinging towards Kroko's bot side jungle. However, your bot lane is getting pushed in, so if you choose to invade right there, something is not very right. Something is a little bit sus. Hope and KL have been having a lot of priority towards that bot side of the map, and as you can see, I feel like Kroko might have a lot of priority. Grab that support, link up with KL, 2022 Sandbox vibes. Get into that jungle, grab that Grump away from Tarzan.
If these two connect, especially Kyle getting out on the map early, that's where consistently anyone's legend have been able to choke out games from their opponents. A little bit of the same with Weibo on the side of Tarzan. There will be a little bit of an invade secured by Kroko and friends, as they're actually going to move to help him secure the scuttle grab too. And this is the kind of stuff you need to see when you're against the Nidalee. You don't go roaming into Cougar country all alone.
Nice, 3 camps that Kroko is up right now, and Weibo, ooh, they're unaware, they're unaware.
The grasping roots. We'll get the flash out of Chris there.
Great stuff. We expected Tarzan to play towards the bot side of the map, but due to the fact that Kroko and friends pushed Tarzan towards the top side of the map, they knew they were uncontested to make a play, try to get a summer spell. Now, not having that flash onto Crisp dissipates a lot of that pressure that they would have when Tarzan would be around, and right now you see Tarzan top side of the map, getting into this jungle. Kroko, is he aware that this is happening? No item onto Tarzan. Kroko's walking
What did
back.
I just
with
say?
Red buff and Fated Ashes.
What did I just say? You can't go roaming into Cougar country by yourself. Oh, but if you miss the spear, then I guess you can. Tarzan, unfortunately, not going to be able to hit that one. Kroko going to be just fine pushing out into his own jungle.
I don't even know if Tarzan wants this. There is Fated Ashes onto Kroko. There's a red buff onto Kroko. He actually deals a lot of damage. If you bunch up onto a lot of these plants, Tarzan
He's got prior on
could
mid.
end up, he does.
Hold the back and stop. The headbutt back, though. Chris separating the fight a little bit there. On bot side, the back did want to come through from anyone's legend, but they won't get it off just yet. Hope will pop that one now.
Tarzan is trying to put as much pressure as possible into Kroko, but Kroko just keeps farming. He's almost double the CS up. Reminder, this is a Nidalee that needs to get ahead in the early game. However, you also need to have the lanes available to you to help you shine. To help you push through into the enemy jungle, invade, take those trades. However, Light and Crisp have been sat underneath their tower for majority of this game. Crisp losing his flash, might lose his life.
Oh no! It's the supportal outplay solo bolo for Kyle.
Absolute disaster from the bottom of Weibo Gaming. Again, the consistently inconsistent allegations are coming back. Oh, Weibo Gaming, Crisp walks a little bit too far forward. Tries to touch the sun, gets burned. Kyle with the 1v2 underneath the tower. And again, it has been a case of your only literally playable lane for Tarzan is most likely that bot lane. But now, not only did you look flash on your Alistar, you were playing underneath the tower. Now you've also given a kill away, which means that Leona will get beefier and beefier as time goes by. Talking about that, Leona helping to pressure in that mid lane, getting more numbers, close those void grabs as well. Crocker is just taking them away.
Yeah, getting the extra bodies out on the map meant that they could just move to that play, and Kyle getting the outplay here.
He didn't even necessarily have to do this. Kyle could not potentially hold this wave in front of the tower, which is what he attended at the beginning, but it wasn't quite the case.
Xiaohu needs to be careful though. Croco had an angle there, not going to grasp moves just yet. Gonna save that one. Dragon is up. We're positioning from anyone's legend over here to take the scuttle out from Tarzan. The flash play for Kyle. They actually get the play out of Tarzan. Now he's not gonna have the distance to cover the rest of it though, and Tarzan will make it out with a nice little pounce. Anyone's legend forced out of the play. Didn't get what they came for, but they did get the flash of Tarzan.
Yeah, Croco flashes forward as well to try and place his ultimate in the tri-brush. Didn't quite manage to get anything more other than Tarzan's flash right there. Even out in gold in the jungle right now. Reminder, this is the biggest matchup that we were looking at. You've got in Italy, you are supposed to get ahead in these matchups if you want to be that force in the early game. Later on, you've got things like the Leona, the Jax. They could be taking a bunch of those routes for you. You've got the plants as well that can be used from Croco to tank a lot of these spears thrown at you, especially when you're walking into objectives. So unless Tarzan finds a way to somehow get himself ahead, it's going to be a little bit grim transitioning from mid to late.
We are hitting level 6s for everybody though, so the big wombo combo available for Weibo now. If they can get the Fate Sealed plus the bullet time combo down. But on the other side, you have a lot of those pick out tools. Killer Instinct and Hope that we saw Light utilize so well last game, but also Kyle pretty much has a cancel button on anybody on the side of Weibo. Very difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, speaking of Weibo, they're actually trying to make a play in the Ala. Does have the lead strike out onto the ward. Tarzan's still going to show his face up here, though. Maybe try to get the push in on the wave.
Yeah, trying the long range spear right there. It's not going to be enough to tag Ala. He's going to be able to get out. No need to use his flash. Doesn't have it available anyway. And Kyle, again, onto that mid lane. Putting some pressure down. Trying to help Shanks push that lane. It does become a little bit difficult. Ala is going to be fine. It does become a little bit difficult for Corki to just pressure out that mid lane. You could very easily get your flash burned right there. Kyle constantly helping to get that push down mid means that Shahu doesn't get any free reign on the map. Reminder, this was the guy that got Tarzan so far ahead in game number 1, but it's having pure mid lane dominance.
Yeah, it's crazy how much mid lane priority can enable the junglers in the LPL. We've seen it run rampant across the league so far. Mid lane push will be in favor of Weibo now as they move over to a dragon already started up by anyone's legend. They'll be able to take that objective. So far, anyone's legend giving Weibo a bit of taste of their own medicine, taking full objective control so far in this game too.
About 1,000 gold in the lead as well for AL. And
oh,
Tarzan.
That's the combo you like to see. And Croco, he'll get his blood.
Getting flashbacks from Croco actually doing this in game number 1. Chris now in trouble.
He doesn't have the unbreakable will there. Does get the full time out from Light.
Mid-wall?
Into mid lane.
Not gonna result in much. Shanks and Shahu have been trading since literally the very beginning of this game, and this is pretty much the nature of this matchup as well. If you are the Yone, you definitely want to be trading into that Corki, getting to use as much of that mana as possible, especially if you're getting to use W. That means Corki can never walk up again because it gets very dangerous, especially after level 6 onto the Yone, where you have the ultimate for the all-in. Shahu is trying to get as much pressure in the mid lane as possible. However, Kyle has showed up again in that mid lane.
As soon as Xiao goes forward too, gets immediately comboed by Kyle, as it has been a constant, but that's what we love to see. That's the biggest difference that we're seeing in this game number 2 is Kyle being very proactive on the map in a successful way.
And you're not threatened down the bot lane, right? Hope has both flash and barrier, and Crisp has constantly been burning his flash, which means you're not gonna get those long range flashy engages coming in from the Alistar. Kyle gonna find himself a cow. However, Weibo Gaming are gonna be able to sneak in those void grabs towards the top side of the map, denying AL the 4 buff that you can get. They'll be fine with it. However, you do have the Jack, so you would much like to have the buff available to you. That's not going to be the case. Weibo gonna deny.
So taking a little bit of stock of what we've seen so far, the proactivity from Tarzan hasn't really amounted to much, even though we said that's a key factor moving forward. AL going to feel a lot more confident on the map now. They've been able to survive this early game and get some of these objectives under tow for themselves.
Ooh, Croco. He's got eyes on to breathe. Ala's gonna clear out those wards. That can also act as a bait. Clearing those wards towards river means that, hey, Croco might be coming through that river, but he sneaked in onto all the way to the third brush on the top side of the map. Maybe one route will be enough, but this is a Cassante, and he's playing very, very close and safe towards his tower.
Knowing something was up, the back will be completed by Croco. But as I was kind of talking about earlier, a little bit of that check-in for Weibo on the side of Anyone's Legend. They are going to be on the first item very soon. Bullets coming to be used in bot side, which is clear out the wave. But Shank's going to be very close to his first item here. We already got the static shiv for the wave clear of Hope. And their team fight around these objectives is going to be lethal.
And that's just great news. You've got that static shiv, you're pushing down the wave super quickly. You're never going to be threatened by light and crisp in that regard. And this was actually our fighter lane. It was picked into the Kai'Sa, that misfortune, and that Alistar to try and win lane, create a point of pressure on the map for Tarzan to play through. However, Tarzan right now has fallen behind. Bot lane is only 400 gold ahead, and Hope has immense wave clear towards the bots of the map, which means that Croco can play towards those dragons, start stacking them up for AL. This is the bread and butter. Getting that pressure through one simple summoner or one simple kill into vision, into neutral objectives is how they have been demolishing every single team so far.
We'll continuously see the trades until they actually become impactful between these two top laners. But big thing now is thinking about the setups around trading for Rift Herald versus the Dragon. Two Dragons sets up Anyone's Legend to buy themselves a ton of time in a lot of regards, but the Rift Herald trying to get the crack down on some of these outer turrets could be really important. It is Liandry's already completed by Tarzan.
Yeah, we should have Liandry's very soon onto Croco as well. He's waiting in base, I'm assuming. Just a couple more gold to finish up his item. He is 400 gold up. However, he does have his boots available. It is going to be the case. Grabs that Liandry's for himself. Liandry's, which is a lot more impactful onto the Zyra than it is onto the Nidalee. A lot of AoE damage coming through all those plants that can burn you down. And the full tempo rotation coming in from AL right here, playing for that Rift Herald, as you mentioned, making sure that you choke Weibo Gaming as hard as possible in that early game. If you take control off the topside river, having that Zyra is a huge tool, because people walking into you, they're walking into plants.
Now, Xiaohu is on the other side of the map, does have TP available. Breeze being surrounded by the sharks of Anyone's Legend, or maybe the pandas. Maybe looking like a nice stick of bamboo here. And Croco actually able to do a decent amount of poke onto Tarzan, who is not a tanky member on this Nidalee. Hope up here on the top side now. TP will end up coming as a defense by Ala into the bot side.
However, this could end up being a numbers advantage for Weibo Gaming. There is TP onto Xiaohu, so they'll definitely have 5 members if they want to on the top side map. Breathe has to get back a little bit off this tower just so he can make sure he gets this reset. And as you can see on your map, the TP is going to be called in. They're going to swap around Yone top, Cassante towards the bot side towards the Jax.
Risk just finding out Kyle there. He's in a lot of trouble, but does have to back up. Xiaohu finding Hope, though. That was so close, and now Tarzan coming to finish off the job. Crisp is about to give him the horns. The double knockup is there, and Xiaohu comes in to claim the kill after everything.
Hope didn't think he wanted to mess with the bull and didn't think the bull was around. And grabbing the kill, very importantly, onto the Yone. I feel like Xiaohu might be the difference maker right here, as Ale and Breathe casually just exchanging a few hits with each other. Jax becomes an absolute menace on a side lane later on, and we will be able to see possibly the Yone versus Jax. However, for now, Weibo Gaming, they're looking for that Herald. KL is moving forward.
They have the
super low
cutoff here with the walls, with the Rift Herald not going to be finished off by Weibo. Tarzan maybe want to step up just in case. Allah has shown up in mid lane. Going to take a little bit of run damage from Light as he does, but the Rift Herald is continued by Anyone's Legend here. Weibo circling back to try to fight it off. It is going to be secured by Croco. Solar Flare popped, but the flash in return.
AL are giving up pressure towards the bot side of the map. They do not care if that Cassante gets a lot more gold, because they do have the tools to take him down later on. That mixed damage through AD damage with the Corki and the Kai'Sa as well will be enough to try and take Cassante down later on. They figure that getting that Rift Herald is going to be of much more importance to them. They want to start taking down towers, playing out the macro versus Weibo Gaming. Weibo Gaming, who on the reset are going to take that dragon away. Again, you see the TP coming in. This time it's Xiaohu. They swap places. Ooh,
Really good
Hope
flash
has to
from
flash
Hope.
the ultimate right there. And ult away. Just about survives on the snap back from the extra damage on the ability. And Crisp has to commit the flash right here, just so he doesn't have to tank enough that tower, as he knows that the rest of AL are right behind him.
Barrier waited on until the last second from Hope, but still not enough. Now we look back to it though. Croco and Kyle, the Wonder Duo, have combined to catch Crisp out, and they're going to carve him up into some nice hamburgers.
That's 4 members of AL committed towards the top side of the map. Nice trade!
Xiao is getting everybody jumped onto him, and now he's used everything. All he has left is flash, and he wants to go in on a Croco. He's pushing them off the turret. It's going to get the execute over onto Kyle, and it's the trade kill in the end, and anyone's legend coming out on top with that one.
And what's happening on the other side of the map? They do not have a wave. Weibo Gaming are trying to push down the tower before the teleport comes in.
The all-out came through as the Valkyrie, but it still is not going to get the kill. They do get the turret as another trade.
Trading mid lane tower for top lane tower. I think Weibo Gaming being behind in this game, they will 100% take that trade. Now the question mark right here is that Zyra is 3-0 and you've got a Nidalee. Crisp walking a little bit too far forward. He sees the control ward in there. That is 3 members of AL. He has to walk forward to not get hit by the Zyra ult. This is just not going to be enough. You're just prolonging your death right there. And Shaku tries to take a favorable trade. However, Hope dives straight back in to trade that. Ends up dying. Nice flash for the Q right there to get the extra shield. That Croco just...
I can't believe Kyle gets to execute. Like that, it feels like they literally were just fighting. And now Xiao gonna be a little bit worse for wear for that one, not picking up the gold on the back end. So Dragon not gonna be in the eyes of any beholders, but they are looking for plays. As I think anyone's legend have been very willing to step up in these in-between moments.
Oh, absolutely. Ale as well, very willing to drop his lane. He knows that it's much more important for his team to win fights when you've got numbers advantage, and he is going to get stronger than Cassante anyway on the side lane. So just sacrificing a couple of creeps, maybe 1 tower to the Cassante is going to be enough to win your team the fight. And it has been the case so far. Again, AL has been praised a lot for the way they play the tempo around the map and the way they rotate their members to try and benefit from pure numbers advantage. Shaku almost found Croco.
But that's kind of the angle now as well. He's really wanting to be on that 3rd item. We saw earlier on today what a 3rd item Yone can do for a game. Weibo looking down a long wait for that one. Tarzan still going to try to be proactive though.
They're looking inside Croco's jungle. They have been doing this the entire game. Pretty much. Let's see if they can get a kill on Nidalee.
They actually get the Strangleforce combo there as well. Tarzan's just completely out of existence. The sun is just too bright for him. They got Croco over on the other side though, gifting a kill to Light. Ala is going to get knocked back, still gets the counter-strike on the Breeze. Breeze still makes it out alive after burning his flash. And now Weibo trying to retreat. Ala wants to get the engage, gets the counter-strike. Bullet time right back, though. And now Xiao looking for his angle, gets immediately shut down by a double kill to Shakes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Light, he's doing it again. The man had a mega pop-off in game number 1. And now he's popping off in game number 2.
What a great headbutt from Crisp onto Ala as well. He had the counter-strike ready. This could have been disastrous for Weibo Gaming. Light saves that team fight off of the back of that play for Weibo Gaming. Keeps their hopes alive. 3-0 to the Misfortune. Let's watch this again. Tarzan's been playing very aggressively together with Crisp. This is not a Nidalee that is ahead. The second anyone jumps forward, Hope is more than happy to pull the trigger and get in. Shaku also misses on the ultimate. They do manage to trade 1 for 1, but when Ala's TP joins, everyone has to run for the heals from the side of Weibo. And as you'll see right here, Shaku plays very cleverly through the wall. But the second the first pick happens right here and Shaku dives forward, they just don't let him move. It's a Q from Leona. He's stuck permanently. Great kill right there from Light. And you'll see the counter-strike will come out from Ala. Insta headbutt. Crisp has been doing this every single fight.
Really impressive stuff from Weibo to fight that one out. Now you look at the damage done, and it's a 3-0 Light on the Misfortune. Second item completed there with the Bloodthirster as well.
That Infinity Edge right now got the crit cloak as well. It's gonna be hurting. Second item completed for Xiaohu. Remember how much of a menace this champion gets on 3 items, and Weibo Gaming have managed to sort of equalize the gold as well. About 2,000 gold in deficit for Weibo Gaming. Reminder how important this particular game is for them. The consistently inconsistent team absolutely smashed AL in game number 1. Now they're starting the Dragon in game number 2.
AL pride on the line in this series.
Oh, Allah.
Yeah, the Dragon just goes straight to Tarzan. He immediately takes it. Now the re-engage there is not going to go through the fate seal to victory, at least the safety for Xiaohu. And Weibo, they are looking at getting to their defensive turret down here on bot side, but maybe they just want to take the fight anyway. Three's gonna all out Kyle, and Kyle's just gone. Light claims that kill. Now Tarzan has hope on the other side. They're gonna bring the Hex Gate over. Croco, get you a man like him that'll come save your life, or maybe just die trying. Oh my God, Hope makes it out with the Hex Gate, and now Croco gave his life for nothing. It is going to be the distractionary tool by anyone's legend. Picked out, Croco's down.
Everyone from AL is scattered around the map, and Weibo Gaming are sticking together as a unit because they know if they don't, they would get assassinated by Hope's Kaisa. Great stuff from Weibo. They grab the Dragon, they take control of the top side as well. Chris is holding the line. It's a 3 versus 3.
Ala has a counter-strike available. He's going to have a ton of damage on Chris now. The rest of Weibo, they're looking like anyone's legend as they were trying to run away. And again, they find Crisp, and they'll take him down to size.
He'll take some control over towards the top side of the map, and it has been the entire case for AL. They're trying to get as much vision control as possible. However, now the Baron is going to get started. Tarzan is around.
Yeah, the Gwynsu's unlocks this. The 2 item spikes for both these marksmen unlocks this. Anyone's legend. They're bringing Croco over, but Tarzan's already pointing center. Xiaohu going for the flank of a century. He does have the combo. Croco's here, but he's getting locked out immediately. The solar flare has to be the difference. Xiaohu misses, but he gets the triple knock up anyways. Croco no longer there. Tarzan gets taken out by Ala though. No jungler on the table means the fight for Baron is done.
Oh, Xiaohu with the TP. Can KL find him?
No, they can't get him. Xiaohu makes it out alive.
He got blocked by the wolves that Xiaohu pulled, and he just couldn't make it in time to stop him to connect the E. Genius. Xiaohu enrolled the wolves into the team, and they worked to his advantage right there. But what a scrappy fight around the Baron. Both these teams are willing to throw their bodies, and the gold is almost dead even yet again. 4-0-4 for Shanks onto the score. 6-0-1 on the Misfortune for Light on the other side. And as you can see, Xiaohu had a pretty great flank right there. Breathe follows up onto Croco as well. This absolutely decimating right here. However, Xiaohu misses everyone, grabs them with the Q3 luckily, and here Ala trades the jungler, which means that the hopes for a Baron right there for Weibo Gaming are sort of dissipated together with Tarzan.
I just love that both these top laners, like, if I can take out the jungle, that's all that matters. And they do so indeed. Very back and forth, very much what we expect between these two teams. That's why game 1 was a bit of an amalgamation and a wonder at where anyone's legend was going to show up. Now they find themselves in a little bit of a dicey situation with a very tight game, but they have a lot of scaling, as we had mentioned, from the draft in their side. Croco, be a little bit careful out on the map, but there is always the threat of the Baron.
I'm not gonna lie to you, it has not been very impressive seeing that Nidalee performance come out of Tarzan in this particular game. It leaves me with all the coulda, woulda, shouldas of a champion like Brandt, for example, that he's played a lot. Lilia, Croco, he's looking for Tarzan. Crisp is walking in, but now the Rylai is being completed. It means that getting slowed requires your flash to be up if you want to look for engages if you're Crisp. Luckily for him, he does have the flash available. Weibo Gaming are going to move in to establish a little bit more vision towards the top side of the map. That Baron is up and available, can go down really quickly with things like Misfortune Nidalee.
Try to get the combos, but then especially on the back end, if you overextend, they just pull the trigger on you, and then you get all of that thrown at your face. Ala is starting to have a little bit of a better time in the side lane. That's going to be something that Weibo have to deal with.
It's absolutely Jack's time. It's happening. 2 items in for the Jacks, playing into a tank. There's not much you can do if you're Breathe, but just sit there and hope that Ale is at some point gonna stop chasing you on that lane. Shaku on the other side. It has been a big gold lead in the mid lane in general. However, Shaku has shown how important he is in those fights. He has yet to hit a huge ultimate. Weibo Gaming are gonna start the Baron right here. They saw Corki down bot lane. They're looking for TPs.
They were spotted out by the blue trinket. TP coming
There
down.
it is.
Breathe not going to come just yet. Oh, they got the lockdown on Chris. He's got to pop the unbreakable will, but it's not going to be enough. Look how much damage is coming out from him. Our Counter-Strike is pop Baron. Assumed control loved by anyone's legend, but this is what Weibo wanted. This is exactly the setup as Tarzan waiting on the other side. Ola's going to catch him out now. They got to try to catch out Krako. Look at Breathe. He's going to solo down Krako here as well. The junglers, they're in trouble now. And Weibo, they're in the Baron pit, but it's been light the whole time as he struts his stuff to taking down the carries of the side of anyone's legend. It's the Baron that's under toe now, and Weibo will secure that one too.
What a great series. Light has been popping the F off this entire series. 9-0-1. He's playing an immobile carry into Zyra, Kai'Sa, Leona, Jax, and his positioning has been impeccable. He chases right about the right targets every single time. And even though Ale is dead set on killing Tarzan every single damn time to not allow him to steal the Baron, he's gonna flash Counter-Strike onto him, and look at Light. He stands still, takes everyone's attention off of the other carries, and then ends up assassinating every single one. Flashes forward, gets the passive from his fortune, moves faster, grabs Shanks on the way out.
Ben's just sitting there while all the explosions are going around him, and he's just like picking people off one by one. Love to see that from Light, a main stage of LNG in their miracle run. 6,000 total assists by Chris, a legend of the LPL, and now number 2 by head and above. And what a wonderful accolade to have for Weibo.
Absolutely. Light right there. Knew he was safe. Everyone else was too busy around him. It's like, hey, if I just sit there and press R, no one's gonna notice me. Everyone else is doing different things. Weibo Gaming are using their Baron, pressure on the top side, pressure in the middle, pressure on the bot side as well. Trying to get all the remaining standing gold. Again, if they win here with a clean 2-0, AL is the team to beat. Everyone was looking at them for tempo, for macro, for movements on the map. For Weibo Gaming, they're consistently inconsistent kings of the LPL. For them to win here is a huge statement.
Needs to come back here. Now fake seals there. Krako going down. He's going golden. Now everybody throwing their bodies here to keep him alive. They aren't going to find him. TP on the back. This is the play anyone's legend needed. Ala, he's got the Counter-Strike. He's got the angle. He's on the light. Killer instinct in from Hope. They got him. Light's gone. They actually found the carry, but Hope's in trouble. Hope's getting all outed by Breathe now as well. Counter-Strike on the other side though. Ala is finding Xiaohu. The CC chain is alive and well, and anyone's legend are going to breathe a living moment into themselves.
The instant overextension for Weibo Gaming is going to get punished by AL. Great teleport flank by Ale to shut them down. 4-1 and 3, they have found Breathe into the jungle.
Breathe just came back out of base, but Tarzan is here. Maybe they didn't expect the 2v2. The red buff is the focus right now as it's blocking all the spears. Breathe is just taking 2 members right now as Ala takes that spear. Shanks is here now as well, the red buff. All of this fighting all over, and Weibo's the one that comes out with it.
Yeah, Tarzan smites away the red buff. Great patience right there from Ale as well. He was holding on to the Counter-Strike to see if Tarzan was going to take the follow-up on the spear that he did hit onto Ale. Let's watch this again. Crisp. He's playing between tier 2 and tier 3. Great stuff right there. Shaku finds the ultimate too, but Kroko with a very clutch stopwatch right there and flash out. The bullet time is not committed to kill him, and incredible TP flank right there from Ale. Finds the one target that has been constantly getting away with it, and that's Light. The W connects from Hope. Allah jumps into the back line with the counter-strike as well, and everybody just shuts down Light.
That was 1,000 gold to Hope's pocket there as well. As soon as the Void Seeker went through, he immediately followed it up with the Killer Instinct. Really good play calling from Anyone's Legend there, and that's some of the fighting we've expected from them. That's why we saw them take JDG to task, even if that was a loss. Now Anyone's Legend backs against the wall here, still at a little bit of a deficit, but we're starting to see their composition come alive.
And this is a telltale on Light's positioning as well, right? If you miss position once, if you're too far ahead, they will find you. They have the tools. Leona, Kai'Sa, Jax, very, very good at finding immobile targets and jumping into the backline. All Hope needs is to either find some CC onto Misfortune or find a W, which he did last time. And I freaking love watching the LPL play Kai'Sa because they're so willing to instantly pull the trigger and dive into the backline. Hope giving his life away to take Lights is so worth it here because majority of that damage comes from Light. You take him down, you take the ability of Weibo Gaming to teamfight.
It's all about who you can take out of the enemy team in these moments. And again, I love that we got the back and forth nature of the late game team fights of our Group B matchup earlier, and now we're in the Ascension group, and tensions could never be higher between these two teams. Anyone's Legend so close to proving that they belong, so close to having those tests go right for them so many times, but so far, Weibo have had the better hand in this best of three. It is the Dragon coming up in about 45 seconds or so. Light, having just gotten a back completed, is on full items. GA completed.
Oh, love the GA right here. Does have his flash available. Cleanse will be up very soon as well. You kill him once, you have to kill him twice. Hope has to think twice this time around about jumping onto that Misfortune, because if you do, you kind of get...
Chris just said, let's go. He's trying to get the combo. The bullet time gets used, so that's a lot of tools utilized. They've got Breathe on the flank. They've got to get Hope out of there, as he's in a lot of trouble now. They have Allah on the flank to stop any more of the pincer maneuvers. Hope burning is going to have to pop the barrier there as well. Doesn't really have a way out, getting the backstop, and Weibo can surround this fight. Hope's all by himself. Xiao wants him. Gets the Killer Instinct back with the at least shield to save his life for the moment. Hope needs to surround, but Weibo, now they're looking to be aggressive. As Anyone's Legend, they feel like they've started retreating, but Weibo, they're split. They don't know which side to go after. Tarzan is finishing off Hope. He does do so, and Anyone's Legend aren't able to kill Breathe after all.
Ooh, that was very scary from Weibo. The miscommunication right there by spreading apart when they were TPing into the fight, didn't know who they wanted to focus. Chris finding Hope there, so huge for Weibo Gaming to play that 4 versus 5. They can sprint it straight to that Baron. They got the soul themselves too. The slow is going to be so huge for the fights to come. You slow someone down. Chris doesn't have the flash, so it would be much easier for him to actually find a target. Shahu?
That's a lot of damage in a little bit of a punch. And we are at the point where one slip up could just mean the game in a lot of regards. Baron is up. It's Weibo that started up here.
Breathe is guarding. Crisp is guarding the other side as well. Allah, can you find Tarzan this time around?
Watch the tanks. Watch the frontliners going for these junglers. Tarzan will just get the Baron. Stranglethorn's back. AL don't really have a lot of fight left to give. The bullet time has been used, so some of the wombo combo is gone. We've got to watch the pincer maneuver here. Look at Hope. He could join at any moment. Kael not as confident to move up. Krako not able to hit the grasping roots just yet. Void Seeker goes wide. Weibo regaining a little bit of confidence in the fight. Just going to use the Baron empowered backs to get a recall off.
Ooh, both of these teams are trying to dodge abilities right, left, and center. Hope throwing those Void Seeker spears coming out from Tarzan as well. Let's have a look at this one more time. Insane flash engage onto Hope from Chris. Again, the veteran on Weibo Gaming. 6,000 assists. This guy is insane.
Trap.
Finds Hope, the trap. He has to trigger the barrier, the burn coming through. And they knew that there was no way Hope could reset in this fight. Flash from Shaku committed as well, trying to make this place. And that was a great TP. Shaku will stop here and TP straight into Hope's face. However, Weibo Gaming, the comms were a little bit split right here. Tarzan goes for Hope, whilst on the other side, Breathe gets left to rot between 4 members, sorry. of AL makes it alive, and so far Weibo Gaming are getting away with all of the neutral objectives.
The fact that Breeze survives there is so massively huge. They also were able to secure that soul with the Hextech soul for them, so the poke is going to be even more of a detriment to anyone's legend. But if Breeze goes down there, they lose a lot of the tempo on the map. And now, with all the tempo they've garnered, with the soul, the Baron, everything available for Weibo, they will put on the siege on anyone's legend to end their hopes of being a top-tier team so far in the Rumble stage. Now, they are still pushing on 2 waves here.
Again, reminder, oh, they called Light. He has to press his cleanse right there. They're gonna siege onto this tower. AL, they might have to have a last fight right here. Maybe if a root lands and engage, all eyes on KL. Who does he choose to go for? Doesn't have the solar flare anymore, and another tower is just about to go down from Weibo.
Trying to look here. Oh, massive 3-man counter-strike from Allah. Is this the fight they needed? You got to look at Hope. He's the main damage dealer. Xiaohu finds them, though. And there's the bullet time over top of Allah's Golden State. They've just picked them apart one by one again. They've lost Kyle. They've lost Allah. And now Weibo. They're moving in for the final nail in the coffin against anyone's legend. Consistently inconsistent. It doesn't matter when you come up with wins. And so far, they've had a dominant series against anyone's legend.
Breed's gonna regen his HP. He's coming back up. TPing in only 3 members of AL.
Oh, they know what they came for. Weibo will not be put down today. They will make good on their loss to Top Esports. And Weibo will hand AL a 2-0 loss.
What an incredible performance by Weibo Gaming. Statement
That man.
performance.
That man right there.
Wow.
Like I
Light.
I can't believe it. Like the both games in this series, this man pop it off. Obviously a huge friendship having been developed on that LNG roster between him and Allah. But the man stepping up twice in a row. Incredible series from him and from Weibo as a whole.
Absolutely. Definitely the MVP of the entire series. I'm sure he's gonna get the back-to-back MVP as well. Have to give credit to the entire team. Crisp setting up beautifully some of those fights. The flash onto Hope in that mid lane broke AL right there and then. Gave Weibo Gaming not only the soul, the Baron, the last push. Great stuff from the entire team. Shaku stepping up, Tarzan Breathe, having to live with whatever was happening up in that top lane, you know, suffer through playing that tank, but that's what you have to do. If Light's having these performances, I'm sure Breathe has no problem playing tanks in the front line for him. And wow, this Weibo Gaming looks so freakishly strong. This is the type of Weibo Gaming that took down JDG.
It is indeed, and now the questions will remain unanswered for anyone's legend. A bit of a heartbreaking couple losses in a row. Again, the reason why this was a test to see if they truly do belong in that top of the table team conversation is because their wins had been some of maybe the lesser averaged teams here in Group Ascend. So trying to take it against JDG, against Weibo, those would have been big markers on their trajectory. But now Weibo are going to kind of push forward, and after a really heartbreaking loss against Top Esports, will remain those question marks of the up and down roller coaster.
And also, they equalize the score, right? You mentioned how important it is to pick up every single win in this group. You only play everyone once. And right now, Weibo Gaming have tied themselves with AL, who was a direct opponent for these top places up. Now, I'm gonna sneak peek a little bit forward right here and say there is a team that has been undefeated, of course, and that's BLG, and it's coming up next. But the fact that Weibo sprint up to 3 wins is huge for them in terms of trying to contest for the first spot.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what this Weibo roster can do. I think Tarzan deserves a lot of credit for the first game, but I think the second game was a little bit more of a stark contrast to that. And it was really the carries of Xiaohu and Mr. Light having a monumental moment. And I think that is a bit of a theme for the entire series so far this night.
Yeah, and it's also great to see that when the map is struggling, when someone is not doing that great, Tarzan could not find his openings. Crisp was down 1v2 to enemy support down in the bot lane.
Willingly give your body.
I'm not gonna lie to you. It did not look that clean in the early game for them. However, being able to step up for your team and having such performance, almost 40,000 damage right there. And I'm gonna eat my words as well, because I felt like it didn't seem like Tarzan was doing a lot in the damage department. However, 28k damage, majority of this as a poke, did stop a lot of the advances from AL.
And you can see Anyone's Legend had a pretty decent advantage for a lot of the early parts of the game, but it comes around those big pickoff moments. And again, there's so many little things that happen in these fights, and maybe on paper the 2-0 looks very rough, but this second game was much more of what I expected from Anyone's Legend in terms of what can go right for them. But it's also speaking a little bit more highly of what can go right for Weibo.
Yeah, and it has a lot to be desired. It leaves a lot to be desired by AL. I feel like they were very quick on the map in general. You'd give them a finger that would take an entire arm, and I feel like right here, Weibo Gaming just did not give them the openings to punish, as well as they have managed to punish other teams. And this could be a testament of maybe JDG breaking AL, and they had to reconsider how they want to play the game. That's fair enough, because they were undefeated up to that point, right? And Weibo Gaming came in super hard at them. They were taking every fight available to them. And AL used to be a more tempo-oriented kind of team where they would choke you out of resources first and then team fight you. And I feel like these very fast-paced, we will fight you in your face kind of compositions that Weibo Gaming were bringing into the table caught AL a little bit off guard.
I also love to just see how every time both top laners were just on site with the enemy jungler.
Oh, man.
Every single time, just hunt them down, take them down.
Tarzan was absolutely running
Like,
for his
bro,
life
I don't want
out
it,
there.
man. Like, leave me alone.
Friendly, please. All right, the overextension right here, which we thought almost cost Weibo Gaming the entire game. A little bit too far forward by Crisp, and a beautiful W connecting by Hope into an insta jump onto Light to assassinate him. Reminder that Light was majority of this team's damage, and he's been doing incredibly well up to that point in every single team fight. So taking him down, you guarantee that Weibo Gaming cannot advance forward. They just don't have any more damage left.
And moments like this where you could just kind of feel things stacking up against Anyone's Legend, and after Hope got kind of chunked out, Weibo had full control of how they wanted to take this fight. I think it's actually still a pretty good call from Hope to try to separate here. Again, the fact that Breathe doesn't go down there is so ridiculous. And then we see the follow-up.
Yeah, Ale was like, hold my hat, I'll do it myself. Wasn't quite enough. Again, Light was not threatened at all in this particular fight. Ale tried his best to get onto the AD carry of Weibo Gaming. However, again, you would have to kill him twice.
Yeah.
Did have the Guardian Angel coming into this particular fight, and AL was struggling to even kill him once. It only happened once by a miraculous W and a great flank from Ale. So it's not gonna be this time around. Weibo Gaming clean, 2-0, and honestly, this kind of performances, I think, are what get people excited about Weibo Gaming.
It is indeed, and the fact that they had kind of two different styles, very wombo combo focused on the second one as well, and Light being able to play both the Kaisa and the Misfortune. Really nice to see kind of the duality there, but also just that Weibo have been able to ride their roller coaster to a bit of a positive spree here in a way in 3-2. So it's a lot of question marks still on the table. 3 series left for both these two teams, so very difficult to think of what exactly can be shored up in such a short amount of time, but it is a very big statement win from Weibo with a 2-0 over AL.
And I feel for AL, you would say it's back to the drawing board. What used to work against all the teams that they took down? Because again, reminder, they did take down some pretty big teams, FPX, LGD, and IP. Sure, not the top of the table, but FPX and IP put a pretty good showing over in spring, have been struggling a little bit to find their footing over in summer. And of course, AL took advantage of that. However, when they did play versus JDG, which was their very first firm challenge for them, they did take them all the way to 3 games and almost won that series as well. So definitely AL have some pretty good features about them that did used to work for them. I feel like just Weibo just took them way off guard with how aggressive they were willing to play the game.
And there is no time to sit, as they will have a tough schedule ahead of them, as Light will take an MVP second here, and rightfully deserved.
Absolutely, his performance was of pivotal importance to why Weibo Gaming were so consistently aggro throughout the entire series. Not scared to press R into the Kaisa every single time Crisp would find an opening, he'd follow up. And I feel like Light and Crisp has sort of found a resurgence together. I feel like Crisp has had some arguably good oopsies here and there, get 1v2 under enemy tower for fun. However, he did also find the game-winning play onto Hope's Kaisa, and that says a lot about him and his 6,000 assists behind his back.
True that, which, you know, hey, helps with the accolades there in a lot of ways. But that means that we're done with our second series. We're going to be trying to catch up into our third series of the night as we tackle LNG versus BLG. You won't want to miss it.
Sons of Minerva, the fortune of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to own. For our kingdom
Welcome back, one and all. Quickly back to the LPL Summer Split 2024. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble, and we are getting into our third series of the day. Now, it had already started. I mean, we're going to be trying to catch up as fast as possible because it's none other than LNG versus BLG. Undefeated teams going to battle in Group Ascend. I was going to say Ascension. But we're going to be jumping straight into game number one. We're going to have drafts on the bottom of the screen, and we'll try to get caught up as best we can.
And why is this so exciting, you might say? Well, LNG coming in from spring, not very exciting, you know, somewhere middle of the pack. People had expectations for them. They were talking about MSI, maybe Worlds later on. The names remain the same. However, this time around, they have exceeded expectations from spring coming into this one, and they have been tested so far as we're moving into our first game between the two teams. They took down Top Esports in a very convincing 2-0 fashion. So they've taken down LPL's number 2 from spring, and now they're up against LPL's number 1 and undefeated BLG.
Now let's take a look at these drafts, because we do have some spice. That mid lane matchup, super important for us in Knight versus Scout. Knight crowning himself with the Zeri for game number 1.
Ooh, that's very exciting. Zeri has been seeing a lot more gameplay recently, especially in that mid lane. Wins a lot of those trades versus other AD carries. However, I do like the late invade coming in from BLG right here. Again, he makes sure that Weiwei does not get a lot of these seeds planted before he can pop them up to start clearing his jungle. Slows down the clear just by a little bit. Zara doesn't get too hurt, but the clear speed anyway. However, it does slow it down quite a bit in the early, and especially when you have a jungle like Sejuani, which is more of a facilitator slash ganker rather than a farmer. You definitely want to be slowing down a tiny bit. That's Zara clear.
And we will have a little bit of time here to talk maybe about what these teams are looking for. You have a ton of Venn diagram potential there for BLG. They're looking for heavy 5-on-5 team fights where there's a lot of setup for the individual pieces of LNG.
Oh, absolutely. And I feel like majority of the talk has been about the solo lanes for BLG and who can rise to the occasion to take them down. Bin and Knight have been very staple and strong, rock solid pieces, I want to say, to that equation. However, LNG, they showed a different face versus Top Esports. They played for sides, they played for lane dominance, and if they can show the exact same thing here, take down Knight, take down Bin, and play for the 1-3-1s or the 1-4s, they could potentially have a really strong chance versus BLG.
Good indeed. They've shown so much dominance, and a lot of that recency has been through Scout, which I find really awesome to see. When he had a lot of, rough moments, I'd say, to start the early parts of the summer split, and LNG in the placement stage did have a lot of questions levied their way, but Scout has really turned it up here in the Rumble stage and in Group Ascend, and now he'll have to turn it up even more against Knight on this Zeri versus Yone pick.
I love that. If you're going, 110% to beat Top Esports, you need to bring in 150% to beat BLG. Nice hook.
You get the combo off there on the dodge away. A decent amount. Fourth shot gonna hit him on the back end. Do a decent amount as Weiwei and Hung actually surrounding this one. We're thinking about going for it as they do have another fourth shot available. And there they go, the lollipop. El gonna burn his flash, does get a ton of healing back from On, and the heal burnt, but summoner spells have been used on bot side.
Great gank towards the bot side of the map by Weiwei, taking the summoners off of Elk. When you play in such a short range, AD carry becomes very, very scary to walk up to a lane like a Nautilus and Jhin. So much CC between the two. The Q is going to miss right there. Weiwei's back. You missed him.
Oh,
he's still
there.
there.
They run straight into the hook. On with a nice little show of faith and a bit of agility. There's the flash play from Shun on top side, though. Bin is going to try to get the kill on her turret. Beautiful juggling, and Bin and Shun make the play for first blood for BLG.
Meanwhile, Weiwei still hunting that bot lane, depriving them of experience, of gold, getting anywhere near their tower. LNG right here, they'll grab a turret plating. However, on the top side of the map, it is a cannon with a kill. You do have an exhaust on Hang later on, whenever that electric rat dives into the fight. However, if Bin gets too far ahead on a champion that can do damage, we have seen his impact on fights before.
Gala's going to have a decent CS differential over Elk. We are seeing a bit of a weird redeploy from BLG as they're bringing Elk towards mid lane. They had brought Knight out towards bot side, and that's the benefit of having the double ADCs. And you can play a little bit flexible with the lanes themselves.
Yeah, the lane is going to push towards Elk as well right here. And of course, mid lane is the shortest lane of the two. So definitely you want to be having your AD carry that is right now summoner-less. He'll get his barrier back now.
Get the swap
However, it's
down
much
eventually.
easier. Yeah. It's much easier. It's only gonna be just for now until they fix up the wave. And as you can see, Knight is already on his way. Didn't have teleport. Took that reset through the both side of the map. And they're not really gonna miss much. I think Knight's probably gonna miss like 1 or 2 creeps. He's gonna hit level 6 first before Scout. Scout's already taking his reset right here. Coming back with the Circuit Greaves.
So
Pretty chill early game so far, apart from the bot lane dive.
yeah, and I'm taking a look at the pathing culminations for both junglers. Definitely some top lane focus from Shun, but I really like this focus from Weiwei down towards bot side. They have Dragon up and available to them, but they also have a massive lead for Gala so far with the Jhin over Elk. And Jhin will be oppressive if he gets a little bit ahead now that he has the Swifties. You can get the trades so easily, and that 4th shot becomes that much more deadly.
See, oh, Shun is looking for Zika
They've
again.
come back.
Only level 5 for Zika.
They've come back and they brought help. Knight's here as well. They do have the all-out for Zika, though. He's going to pull him back. Fate sealed on Shun. They're in a lot of trouble. We have Knight popping his lightning crash. With a lot of AoE back, they're going to push onto the turret here. Ben is just going to go for the slicing maelstrom combo, but a nice double knock over Scout. In the turret shot, the flash, Scout gets the kill, a double kill for him. And they did find a play on bot side too, as Gala got the kill there. They're not going to get him either. And my goodness, LNG set the map aflame.
LNG are controlling the entire map. Scout pulling TPs to defend his top lane. Zika just about getting that level 6 to survive. Meanwhile, Weiwei bot lane again. Look at all these creeps that Elk is missing on.
He's already down 30 CS, man. Oh my
man.
goodness, it is a catastrophe. BLG kept trying to be proactive, but now 2 kills on Scout, 2 kills on Gala. BLG will scrap up something with the grubs. Here's that play topside.
And watching this again, that was great timing from Shun. However, when this cannon goes down, Zika gets level 6 and he'll use his ultimate to pull him back, to pull Shun back onto the tower, giving enough time for Scout to finish that TP and defend. BLG are not happy with this. They'll take the type lane and they're like, now we are diving. However, Bin does not do enough damage yet. There's enough shields on Cassante and Yone to take them both down. BLG overextend. They get their hands cut off. And Weiwei, once again towards the both side of the map, took the summoners from the first time around. This time they took their lives.
This combo is just so oppressive. The flash guaranteeing the 4th shot there, and then Elk already with a massive wave there just has no hope.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not just about dodges that. I'm not the biggest enjoyer of Jhin. However, there's
Hate is
only
gonna
one
hate.
tank. There's only one tank on the side of BLG, and Shun can only tank so much. So getting that Jhin ahead is actually going to hurt later on in the game.
And that's why I really liked Weiwei pathing down towards that bot side, even with the grubs going over to BLG. But now Dragon is still up on the table. They are hovering down this side. They have strength through the Jhin. And just trying to get as many resources as possible for LNG before the Venn diagrams start to come to bear for BLG.
Ooh, Scout taking a favorable trade right here on tonight before he snaps back into his soul.
Should miss the Arctic Assault there. Just bumps the wall a little bit, you know?
A little bit overzealous right there. I don't know if there was any follow-up there. On was around, but there's no way you can reach without your ultimate, and Knight had already taken that trade. So Juani ultimate going down means there's no engage potential for BLG there. For LNG, we'll take that dragon for free. Thank you very much. That'll be the first one of the game. Going over to their side, and again, 2-0 off of the back of that teleport towards the top side of the map. And guess what? Death, taxes, Weiwei, bot lane dive.
Why not? Especially this game. You've been able to return to that well, just as BLG have tried to return to the top side. Just gets completely caught in the middle of his move, but he does have a nice escape as the Grand Entrance comes up clutch, and On survives, but they are seeding so much pressure on this bot side, and maybe even all the plates too.
Yeah, very lucky to survive right there. I feel like on overextended, you knew Weiwei was around. This was not your side of the map to play on. And let's watch this replay again. Ooh, very nice. That's how the flash was forced off of Elk. Again, Kai'Sa was one of those champions where we saw in the previous series can be extremely oppressive. Both Light and Hope used her to her utmost potential, but you're so very short-ranged in lane, so if you get bullied, you lose your flash, it gets so dangerous to walk up into unfavorable matchups. And right here, Jhin gained that static shave, grabbing the boots as well of swiftness gonna be so quick on the map. Shun is looking top lane one more time, but now there's backup for LNG.
Very interested in the static shift start there, but Zika being surrounded by BLG. They're going to pounce on the Hung, though, instead. Nice double knock up there. Elk going to get exhausted outright. Hung still alive. They got the CC right back on a Shun, who gets all outed, and Weiwei is the one that cleans him up. Now you're going to get the curtain call out and slowdowns on the bin. Missed the fourth shot, though. In the end, they do defend the turret, although they're about to threaten another plate up here for BLG.
Great 4-man rally up the top to try and save Zika underneath his tower. On has been playing with fire a little bit too much. Playing onto the Rakan tends to be a little bit more squishy than all the other engaged champions that we're used to seeing. 2-0 on Scout, 2-0, 1 on to Gala. Static shift completed. You shred through that wave. That static shift damage is just about enough, so you can just... Oh.
That's the flash.
Oh!
Does have a lot of damage
Wait,
with the static shift.
only still level 5. What?
He's level 6 now.
Only still level 5. Just about got that level 6. But now the rest of LNG
Just
are
go
here. The
combo.
reset.
Look at the follow through. That's the double marksman. That's the double ADC there. They're going to try to continue to fight over the grubs, though. That's 4 already secured by BLG. And they're looking at grub again here, too, unless LNG want to stop them.
The only one who could stop them was Weiwei walking forward, grabbing that smite we just mentioned on. Just hit that level 6, which means that he was willing to commit that flash to get that engage forward. Weiwei, I think, was about 3 seconds off of having that flash available for himself. Meanwhile, bot lane, another tower is going to fall. First tower, sorry, is going to fall in favor of LNG right there. Zika's going to make sure of that.
Finally gets it. The slicing maelstrom used has been a little bit of an angry yell to the skies. Is actually flashed, burned there. Ben has an angle here. He'll have a shuriken coming up as well. Weiwei is right behind him, and the shield comes in. Is the burn going to be enough? Zika makes it out alive. Weiwei not able to chase down Ben.
Oof, the Leander is just about getting there. On now is looking for an angle onto Weiwei, potentially if he pushes too far forward. Weiwei's not going to be the case. It's going to push in that wave. On is going to spot him on the Grump. However, they do not have the tools available right now. The ultimate was used by Bin's cannon. So Weiwei, he's going to be able to clear around his jungle. They're going to spot him, and then he's going to be heading towards the top side of the map. But for now, there's not going to be much on the map. 120 until next Dragon Hang. He's going to start moving towards that bot side, establishing a little bit of vision. Having that Jhin and Scout on that Yone is super fed. Can very easily start taking those fights.
Now we look towards mid lane with Gala having taken pole position here as well. The threat of engage always there. Knight getting massive. You saw in that gold chart on the left earlier. He's right on par with Gala, who's the richest in the game. So the big team fighting potential for BLG, it's still going to be something that LNG have to answer towards. We do have both objectives spawning on top of each other, so maybe a bit of decision making to be made.
For LNG, you could definitely be looking to snowball your victory by taking that Rift Herald, and I feel like it all has to do with positioning. They have the exhaust for the cannon to come through. You mentioned the wombo combo coming in for BLG. If one Sejuani ultimate lands, if On can get a great flank or a 3-man, 2-man ult into the backline of LNG, you'll see Bin flying in. Not flash available for Bin yet. There is no rocket belt either, so he can't necessarily close up the space really quickly as he could before. And BLG are going to head towards the top side of the map. They are still looking for Zika, which they have been majority of the time. However, LNG are going to shove in that mid lane and push through there.
So first items for everybody except for the supports so far. We're getting the TP in from Scout. Shun be pushed out of this setup around the Rift Herald. They're going to try to find this flank going off right now. On pops the trigger, then Knight going to hit the lightning crash. They are all alone back here, and sometimes the best laid plans of mice and men, well, they go awry, as Scout's going to clean this one up as well. Gala's the one that gets the kill in the end, and that'll be 2 quick body bags scooped up by LNG.
On was looking for the perfect flank, and he had almost made it, but Weiwei, he knew deep in his gut that something was not right. They couldn't see Knight and On anywhere. The TP. Ooh.
It is.
Oh, the TP coming through. We got debated for a second.
They saw the TP
But
from
Bin is coming in.
Zika down towards bot, so now they want the play up towards top side. Glacial Prison gonna go wide. This feels so forced by BLG. Oh, Scout's taking advantage of him now. Slicey Maelstrom popped there in the end. And LNG, they will try to strike back, but the Rift Herald's still going to be secured by BLG. So topside neutral objectives have been fully under Billy's control.
I feel like BLG are trying so hard to establish some dominance on the Rift. They've been forcing that TP over there, Shun throwing that ult, not hitting. They're trying everything they can and nothing is sticking yet. Is the second neutral objective for them. They'll have the 6 grubs available to them, and they'll get that Rift Herald too. Let's see the usage that they're gonna choose to go for on that Rift Herald. They need to take the reset, of course, first, and then they can possibly go for the Dragon. They have been pinging him. Oh, the plant spotted him, I feel like, right before he died. So Weiwei literally baits with his body, and then the entirety of LNG just collapses onto Night and On.
He knew exactly what was up in a lot of regards, but it also is just really good collapse instantly for 2 members that were completely away from the rest of their team. We also look back into live. It is going to be a second Dragon by LNG. So both teams having their preferred side of the map for objectives so far. They're going to have to start clashing heads eventually, as Ben is trying to dodge out of everything. Does do so. And now they have the TP from Knight, who's going to immediately lightning crash. You're going to dive under turret here. He has the damage, and there you go. Ben gets him with a long distance shuriken, and they're going to try to push this outer turret as they have the Rift Herald spawn too.
That's a 5-man top lane for BLG. They're looking to use that Rift Herald to take at least 2 towers. You see Knight instantly back and try to defend that mid lane push. There's a bot lane push for LNG as well. How much can they get out of this Rift Herald?
Oh,
What
they
is
try to
going
get
on?
out. He's trying to Spider-Man out. The depth charge is going to buy time, but it's not going to be enough. He will be one auto attack. Oh, they don't get him. Okay, finally. As that will be another one going over. It's still the charge into a tier 2. And now that's 2 turrets down for BLG's favor. And a little bit of damage done to their own tier 2s by LNG.
Ken, the only downside for LNG, they had 2 lanes pressuring, right? They had mid lane and they had bot lane. However, Jin, he's not the fastest turret taker that you have as an AD carry. You only have 4 shots, then you have to reload, then another 4. It wouldn't be as fast as any other AD carry with attack speed, and he's only going to be able to take half that tier 2 in the mid lane down. And let's watch this again. Scout, he's looking for Bin. However, that ultimate is not necessarily going to hit onto Bin. Missing right there. Hang is missing as well. His hook, and they get TP'd on Knight. Great flank TP to capitalize on Scout, overextending onto his top player, and that's a 5-man top lane run from BLG. And they do manage to get not only the kill, but also 2 towers.
As he said, the push from mid lane not super strong at BLG. Just knew they could try to capitalize on this play. They still had the Slicing Maelstrom as well available. Really good follow-up just to secure it. It was a little dicey. A couple summoner spells being burnt both ways. But luckily they were able to secure that one in the end. And come back to live though. It's a lot of presence from BLG on the top side of the map. Still a consistent advantage by LNG this whole game. And we're getting the second items completed for a majority of their members.
Bin is looking. He's not gonna take the step forward. Diving into a Yone is never the easy choice right there. You could have end up getting collapsed on as 3 members of LNG are heading towards that top side of the map, and we've still yet to see that big wombo combo coming in from BLG. The big TPs, the flanks, the fights, making sure that you pile up that CC on certain targets to take them down with Shun and On. And they do have the scaling on their side. This is going to be more of an AD-oriented carry Kai'Sa in the hands of Elk. So not a lot of the poke, more of the consistent damage to take down the tanks, like the Cassante and like the Nautilus that will be playing in the front line.
Yeah, BLG are going to have a ton of consistent damage with the Azeri Kai'Sa combo there, especially with the build that you were highlighting for Elk. But it is on the other side. You have to look to the pickouts available in front of these objectives, and especially Scout, who once he gets those 3 items, we know what Yone can do. We've already been over it so many times. It feels like tonight it has been a primo pick for the LPL so far, but it is a moment of reprieve, and that's where we can cycle back to that original conversation of how important Knight and Scout are in this game. They are both heads and above major carriers post this 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and for Knight, he hasn't really been afraid to pull these TPs to try to play for the more offensive plays. And this is why we say always that BLG is the final boss, because LNG has showed a really great face so far in the competition and in the group ascent. However, unless you get tried by BLG, you've not been tried. These guys are so versatile in the way they want to play. They'll take a full team fighting composition and they'll start 1-3-1 and with it. Saying that though, LNG are looking. Q is not going to connect by Hank, but at least they know that we're in there.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if they could maybe get somebody with the wild dredge line there in the end. But the Dragon is in about 50 seconds here. And in a sense, this is definitely going to be a point where BLG will feel strong if they can get themselves into those 5-on-5s that we're talking about. LNG going to be looking for as many picks as possible in the downtime here.
Yeah, and if you look over at LNG, they're looking to finish second item onto Scout as well. They finished every other second item apart from the support, so they're looking pretty strong. I would say finishing that second item onto Yone is definitely going to help, not only in team fights, but also in side lanes. And it's going to be a massive threat. I feel like LNG have been playing it a little bit more slow, same as BLG, to try and get those item completions in. There is a wait for Scout. Is the item going to be completed? It's not quite going to be the case. Oh, it is. He just completed it last second before he landed. All right. All right. He's quick.
So does have the shield bow now with a little bit of fighting strength in the team fights as well. He's going to try to push this out. But I love the vision being highlighted by the observers. Big TP flanks and Bin. He's going to have a lot of say in these big team fights now that he's here for them.
You definitely want to be getting that backline. Bin is still looking. He's not moving. He's hitting into Fog of War. That would be the perfect TP flank. However, they need to know that LNG is committed either into fighting BLG or way far into this drag on the TP.
They do. They're going to pull the trigger now. It's LNG. They're going to try to close the trap beforehand. But look, it's been the slicing maelstrom. They don't even need it yet. He's going to pop it. It's not even the combo. As LNG are going to pull it right back. Look at Scout. He flashes over. He's going to get him. He takes down Elk. And now Knight and Bin, they're on the wrong side. Knight's just dying to a turret. It's BLG. They're caught with their pants down. LNG will take that all day.
Massive team fight from Scout right here to save the day. Gala dies instantly on the initial engage. All the money is on this Jhin. Losing him early on could be so detrimental. Shunna is around. Both smites up and available. It would be a 50-50, but Zika definitely wants to keep that Sejuani away from the objective. That would be so point
scary
for LNG.
Odds here now too. Do they have the wherewithal to get in there and shouldn't steal it away? Looks like it's not going to be the case this time around. It'll be soul point secured by LNG, and they trudge ever onward in a very strong game for them so far.
Again, Zika is playing Guardian here. But look at a great TP flank coming in from Bin. They'll take on down first with the squishiest member, but that flank, even though he was exhausted, it did not matter. Again, Bin at a very great position to carry and Scout. Played his mind out, kept dashing through walls, using that soul to get back through, snapping back. Unfortunately, he snapped back onto Shun with not much HP left. However, this is still a 3-4-2 in favor of LNG due to Scout playing out of his mind in this one.
And now we take a look back at what that fight has paid off for. It is 3 items for Knight, having a lot of team fight damage with the Runans completed, but also importantly, Rallies and the Seekers there for Weiwei. Himself going to have a lot of tools in his pockets. Now BLG, they're actually the ones moving forward on top side of the map.
They're moving in as a death ball. Only Elk remains in the mid lane. They're looking for Scout. They might find him right here. He doesn't know.
Oh, no,
he doesn't
they
know.
got him. They actually take him down. Knight just eviscerates him. And now they can maybe even move on to the bear. And there's the pings at least coming onto it.
Weiwei doesn't have his smite up and available just yet. The Baron is going to get started. Zika's moving in. They do still have Gala and Weiwei alive. They just need to keep them alive for the fight.
Got to get the vision in there now. They have their control wards up. Curtain call has been pulled. Going down now on, still on a big flank. Shun in the back of the pit. Taking a little bit of damage on the end of that one as Weiwei steps forward. He's trying to get the plants down himself. Baron getting low. 5,000 down. Shun out of the back of the pit now as well. Still on that massive flank. They're going to try to get Gala as well. They're going to flash over now. Fourth shot available for Gala. The Baron has been pulled off of now. Elk able to get away nicely. Shun backing in the push with Odd. Very, very aggressive backs. The Baron maybe just started up by LNG now.
At this point, there are no HP bars for BLG to stick around on. He has to commit to it. He only has about 30% of his HP, and he's super squishy scout. He's able to refresh and join.
Feels like a little bit of an overextended play by BLG, but LNG are going to force their hand here. Gala saving his fourth shot. He's just going to wait to see if they want to use it on the Baron. Shun around the back of the pit. Can he get the steal away? Scout's going to try to fight him. Now the engage from Hung. Fourth shot goes straight into On. He's gone now as well. Weiwei going to the back of the pit, but Scout's just been killing Shun. Shun waited way too long in the back there. He's down. Engage does go wide by the remaining LNG members, but they'll get the big purple worm, and they'll extend their gold lead.
Incredibly great patience coming in from LNG. The second they saw Shun anywhere near the pit, hands up. No one was hitting that Baron. BLG could not get anywhere near to try and assist in terms of damage, or potentially Shun to steal it away. Great stuff from LNG yet again. They used the low health bars, which they forced off of BLG to turn onto the Baron, knowing that BLG cannot contest. BLG tried to, ended up losing two, lost the Baron as well, and now Scout with a Baron up side lane. They're pulling a TP onto him, but Weiwei straight in this brush waiting.
Oh, it's the double. As Ben and Knight really trying to put some presence back on the map by BLG. Nice little moment of play, though, from LNG, who have been dominant. I mean, both of these teams undefeated, both of them having barely lost any games here, but LNG representing.
And BLG right here, that were poked out from initially starting the Baron on. You walk too close to the fire, you get one CC onto you. Gala absolutely assassinates him, and Shun, he was in the back of the pit. He sees the Baron going low, but no one from LNG is hitting the Baron anymore. Therefore, there is no chance of stealing it away, and LNG take two and the Baron.
Now an important fight for BLG to stand tall against. Dragon Soul, a Mountain Soul to boot. In 40 seconds, LNG going to be present in full down here, I'm sure, because they have so much vision on this side of the map. But they also have Baron buff for another minute and 20 seconds, so they can completely set up their lanes for this.
And it's going to be exceptionally difficult to try and fight LNG, especially when the GA that was now completed on Scout is walking down mid lane. You're going to have to kill him twice. He's been an absolute nuisance in these team fights together with Weiwei Zyra. Outputting so much damage. On caught again.
Oh, half his health bar is gone. As the Dragon might just go in favor of LNG now. The healing is going to need to come in clutch. The Dragon has already been started up, it looks like. There is actually movement now. They have the fate sealed right in, as Scout is just picking them apart by himself. He's looking for multi-kills there. The curtain call gets opened up by Gala. It's Elk that's getting chased down by Zika. Zika not going to find him. Glacial Prison right back to Convergence, doing a little bit of damage now as BLG have to be pushed away. But it's all right as rain for LNG as they take Soul.
Hang and Zika did exactly what they have to do. They were beefy frontline walls for LNG as LNG were taking that Dragon. And again, major props to Scout. He found incredible picks. Diving in, like LNG is doing right now.
Right out. The Stranglethorn just separates everyone else, and that's a major piece of your front line there. Kind of your go button for BLG. There's still the Baron up for a couple seconds. They're going to take this inhib and maybe even look at more. They feel like they have the presence, they have the momentum. They're going to take a bottom side turret and the inhib down there as well.
LNG are pushing right here for the win. 5 versus 4. They're gonna take 2 inhibitor towers off of BLG's base, and so far BLG have been looking like they have no answers to the pressure. They cannot deal with Scout's Yone in the side lane. They cannot deal with him in team fights either. And let's have a look at this again, because that was a fantastic ultimate and engage through the wall from Scout. Taking both carries there, tagging them both, leaving them with super low HP. Knight and L cannot rejoin the fight just because of Scout. That is a free Dragon, and then Zik and Hang just make sure that no one walks back in. in terms of trying to steal that dragon away from them. They'll grab the soul, they'll grab the 2 inhibitors. LNG look on fire.
They really do, and they have in this Rumble stage as a whole. And it's really been a lot of Scout having really, really good moments, but honestly, the whole team kind of come together. And a lot of a resurgence from, I guess, what Spring had in store for it. But now, I think the biggest question mark does become, are you going to be able to execute these team fights, even if you are super far ahead with this kind of competition that BLG have, and trying to catch them unawares? We are looking at top lane Siege, and they just have one more lane to break down to get all the inhibs.
I just feel like BLG do not have quite enough damage so far. Elk needs to stick on a target. It's an auto-attack Kai'Sa. You need to stick on the target, start doing damage. By the time you stick on a target, you have actually been destroyed by a Yone. The TP flag is going to come through from Bin.
He's looking. He's waiting. Predator in wait.
See, I tried to catch the observers. I got done dirty.
He was waiting in the bush down there, bot side, just in case. Just in case. But not going to be the case this time. That's like just a little bit of damage there. They are waiting because they know that like this is their only way in.
Scout now on the bot side of the map. He's going to be joining Bin very soon. He was just checking, trying to find where the Electric Rat is hiding. They know that there's probably a flank being set up by BLG. There's always a flank set up by BLG. And on, he has been moving a little bit too close to the sun this entire series. He's not the tankiest member, you know, in a Leona, a Nautilus, a Rel. Things that you can very easily face check with a Braum, potentially. Rakan has been punished one too many times this game. Specifically 5. Gala really does hurt those squishy targets onto his Jhin. 4 items now completed. 5, 1, and 2. 3.5k up onto Elk. On.
Oh, they're in a little bit of trouble now as the On's already gone. They got the double TPs coming in as well. Curtain Call is there. They have the Elk flank now on the Gala, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Now Should is gone too, and all of a sudden you had this really nice setup, all these things that could have gone so well, and what matters is the kills going over to LNG. And Ben, the only remaining member on the map for BLG, that'll mean a triumphant Game 1 victory for LNG. And they clean house in a battle of the best for Group Ascend. And it's going to be a slow and steady burn, but a burn nonetheless. And LNG rise to 1-0 in this best of 3.
What a great statement game from LNG. They're coming into this series undefeated. They are 3-0 so far, fighting up against the best in the LPL for this year, BLG, and serving them a first loss in this series, if you will, and it was a very decisive one as well. I feel like the lanes look stronger for LNG, their movement on the map as well, and I feel like BLG are gonna have to try and dig a little bit deeper if they want to try and go up against that tempo that LNG showed here.
And we'll take a look at the MVP from that game number 1 as well, as it will be Weiwei on the Zyra. A lot of influence there and a lot of shutdown to what BLG wanted to do.
Yeah, I feel like the Bean's TP towards the end was fantastic. He took that ward that was highlighted earlier on by our observers. However, Weiwei alone stopped him from entering this fight, which was actually huge. He could have taken a completely different turn. BLG thrive off of moments like this where they'll pick someone off by a huge play and then turn the whole game on its head. This time around, LNG shut that down straight off.
And it came from a holistic performance, it felt like. Yes, Weiwei getting MVP there, but honestly, Scout, really, really good stuff on the Yone, especially when Knight was trying to take a unique pick in the Zeri into him in mid lane. But that's it for game number 1. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with game number 2.
to fires, to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer Split 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble, and we're going to be diving straight into our second game of our last series of the day. It's BLG versus LNG, and of course, that game number one, holistically in favor of LNG, even though there were some moments that BLG gave them a run for their money. But it's a bit of a dominant game that we expect from one of our most dominant teams here in Group Ascent as Game 2 kicks off.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。
You know what I've always wondered, Mazal? You might know better than me here.
敌军还有30
I wonder who takes the lead every time
碾碎他们。
in the chant.
She's like a community leader or something along those lines.
I wonder if it's like, I wonder if it's like always like a new person taking the lead because they're just feeling it in the moment, it's like, oh, I'm gonna lead the troops into the gyros. Or if it's just always the same person,
True. Do you want to go and take a look at these compositions, though? As we need to catch up on the game itself before we get all the action kicked off, because we have Knight picking up the Yone this time with BLG on the blue side, but they have a lot of facilitation, and we have a level 1 here between these as the Bard is going to get a nice little double CC, but pushed back as well.
I'm loving how annoying of a bot lane BLG has drafted right here. The Bard that roams permanently, Elk onto the Ezreal. Very good self-agency as a champion, very slippery as well. Doesn't get punished very easily into lane. And of course, we saw Tongyuan play that Lucian to perfection earlier on. Incredible performance. It's one of those champions that has sort of, I don't want to say overshadowed Corki, but he kind of has. It feels like Tristana is like the pinnacle of AD carries in the mid lane. And other than that, people do seem to favor Lucian a little bit more than they do Corki right now. And it's just because he can take such good favorable trades. And it's also a little bit more slippery than Corki can be in that mid lane.
Pushing them off the wave down here on bot side, which for BLG is going to be very nice because their poke's going to be lethal from distance. See though as well, if we look at the jungle paths, which are going to be super important here, it's going to be the opposite side pathings for both jungles. So this push maybe going to be utilized by BLG early.
You could be looking on the other side for Wei Wei. He was very active on the Zyra, pathing towards that bot side of the map in game number 1, trying to get that bot lane ahead. However, this time around, you're looking at a pretty clear-cut combo towards the top side of the map. The W of the Renekton into a dive, into an E from the Zyra can very easily pin down someone like a Mininar or at least take a Summoner. So potentially Wei Wei will be looking towards that top side. Huge waves just crashed underneath the tower from Bin. So I feel like the window of opportunity has sort of been slimmed out. And we're not necessarily going to see a dive approach. He's being in the jungle, however.
Did get the 304 clear by Wei Wei. Try to be a little active on this top side. Again, we said they were pathing opposite. And Wei Wei trying to move into the enemy jungle here to get some vision down potentially, but see if the Krugs were still up. Going to use that vision to try to keep pressure on this top side of the map. So I expect Scuttle Crabs to be traded.
Yeah, he expected to possibly rush towards the top side of the map from Maokai much faster to try and pretty much shadow for that bot lane and hover around them. BLG already on the move on. Doesn't need to be in that bot lane. However, Scout is hovering towards the top side of the map.
Journey, if Scout steps up, not going to go for it just yet. And just back to the Scuttle Crab now, as well as Wei Wei wasn't spending too much time taking the Scuttle Crab because he's looking top side. Now slice and dice in. Bin gets locked down. Wei Wei shows his face, so junglers will be able to play around that.
Yeah, Wei Wei could not approach the wave since Bin's wave was actually a little bit far pushed on that top side of the map. If he stepped forward, he would be seen. Nevertheless, a semi-favorable trade right there from the top side. Zika seems to be suffering, especially when Bin is in the Mininar form. He is able to thread through those auto attacks onto the Renekton without being punished much so far. As you can see, the gold on the top side of the map pretty much dead even, the CS as well. And so far it's been all about that bot lane. BLG having absolute control on that bot side of the map.
And I love that we're having these kind of looks for both these two junglers, because I think a really interesting story in this one as a whole was the fact that Shun came in after Wei Wei on BLG. It was an initial start to that would-be super roster that didn't work out. And things have worked out for BLG and for Shun now that they are LPL champions, but it also means that this BLG roster has a lot of answering to do to continue that dominance we've seen from them when LNG have already taken what is a dominant game one to this series in particular.
Yeah, and a little bit of a fun fact. Half of Wei Wei has stayed onto BLG, or rather has joined BLG in terms of Wei, the jungler. And we could potentially be seeing into something like a positional coach for Shun, a different perspective. Bin
He's in a little bit of trouble. Does have a nice combo available to him. Now Magical Journey on bot side. They get the wall breaker combo now as well. And Hung gonna use the grand entrance out and the dash over to Gala.
I'm not gonna lie, Rakans have not been having much fun today. Such a squishy jump and you overstep slightly. Knight has overstepped
he
here.
had no idea he was there. Bait sealed straight to his death. And guess what? It's first blood for Scout.
And Wei with another great gank. He got that MVP in game number 1, now enabling Scout himself. About 1,000 gold difference for LNG, and it's sitting on those two guys, and they're definitely the two you want to have been ahead if you're an LNG fan. They're gonna grab the void grabs on the top side of the map as well. Zara loves those, takes them really quickly, lots of AoE damage right there, and the plants allow for a very easy takeaway as well without wasting a lot of your HP. Knight, a little bit too far forward. Getting some hurt right here from Scout. You're gonna need the help of Wei here. There's not much mana in Scout's pool, so Wei's gonna help him push through.
And now BLG are looking at bot side, although LNG are looking right back as Wei has a collapse. He also has Stranglethorn available and no level 6s down here. Shun getting chunked by Gala and Hung. Wei, he's actually sticking around. Might be looking for a dive if they go too far, but trying to start the Gromps now.
Taking the Gromp away from Shun. Again, it's a farming versus facilitating jungler kind of deal right here. Shun has been favoring a lot more the least junglers, I want to call them. The ones that facilitate mainly for the team and don't carry for themselves. Wei here with fantastic E. Knight trying to move backwards, has to use the ultimate as well. Cash in from Scout. Happy Cat coming through, and 1-0 onto Lucian, who has a lot of oppressive capabilities if you do get fed into the early game.
We've seen it on full display here recently in the LPL as well. That actually comes to fruition here, but so far, so good. LNG actually have a little bit of an advantage here for themselves. BLG going to try to stay as active as possible, and that's going to rely a lot on Shun getting the resources to the right carries, in particular Knight and El, because Knight's going to be gaining a lot of strength in this mid lane now that he's got a little levels under him.
Great trade right there from Knight. These are exactly the kind of trades that we're talking about when we say Yone X versus X AD carry in the mid lane. The second you've used all your bursts, the second you've used your spells, Scout ends up taking a very unfavorable trade right there. Yone is typically a champion that loves AD carries because he is an anti-carry champion. Loves taking them down, especially later on in teamfights or in a side lane. Very easy to play around. And Scout is known on the Yone. He's played a bunch of games. 2-0 versus Top Esports. Had 2 of them in store for Top Esports. So he knows very well how that matchup works both ways.
You have to remember, Scout having a bit of a rough start to the split. Has really turned on the Jets here in the Rumble stage. LNG gonna turn on the Jets up towards top side. Flash from Wei. They actually get him with the Stranglethorn here too. Bin gonna try to hop his way out. Does get the wallop back and the ulti there as well. And Bin makes it out, everything used, but his life is still intact.
That was so beautifully done by Bin. Uses the stun onto the Zara into flash ult onto Zika's Renekton so he doesn't get reached upon. Incredible stuff right there by the BLG top laner Knight.
He's just on site right now against Knight. He's not going to have the dominance, doesn't have a lot of health. BLG have collapsed back on a Wei. Now Scout has joined with the culling, but Knight picks off Wei there as well. He's going to have the soul inbound right back, but really big series of plays, even though LNG were the ones contesting.
Super low HP bars all over BLG. However, it is LNG that lose one of their members. Is going to be Wei, their jungler. And this game has been pretty slow so far in the early game. Mainly it's been all about picks. And I feel like when you're on the verge of beating BLG, slowing down the game is not always your best option, right? I feel like LNG took the fight to them in game number 1, and I felt like BLG were sort of scrambling about to try and figure out a way they wanted to engage and play the game and try to be more aggressive. And they were sort of lost in the sauce right here. LNG have sort of pumped the brakes a little bit, playing a little bit more slow and calculated. You need that first item onto Lucian. You should double call as well. Second one purchased by Gala just now, actually. So they're looking to play the long run.
And they will end up getting the kind of objective trades potentially here. We do have the 35 seconds on the Dragon, so maybe LNG can move over from the Grubageddon over to that side of the map. But BLG going to be perfectly fine with a lot of this very close early game to some extent. I really have liked the movements around the map from LNG so far, though. They've been really willing to be fluid with their lane assignments.
Yeah, quick tempo right here from LNG, always rotating for the void grabs. Their bot lane all the way towards the top side of the map. Hang moving more aggressive. You see there's 2 wards behind enemy lines, one in lane and one further up towards where the red buff is from Shun's jungle. Great coverage right here from LNG to make sure that they can pressure out those lanes, take those objectives without necessarily losing their lives or getting flanked upon. However, I'm getting very scared because if you go towards that late game and you go Yone, Ezreal, Gnar, things can get very, very scary. And I don't necessarily see a champion that could also stop Knight on a side lane.
Yeah, the side lane is going to be difficult to deal with in all actuality, but I think if you can get one big combo off with Weiwei and Gala, it might reassure the fans of LNG in a lot of ways. Now, that second dragon being secured, though, will mean that we get a Mountain Soul onto the Rift, and BLG going to be a little bit better for it. We've stacked 2 dragons already. Elk going to shoot the True Shot Barrage down bot side, try to get the wave cleared a bit, as LNG were surrounding them.
And I'm loving the build right here from Shun as well. He's waiting around. He is AP.
TP.
They're going to pull the TP.
That's Knight coming in to join. Culling already used by Scout. Scout in a lot of trouble. They are just able to pick him out now as well. Knight going to use that Soul Inbound to get the kill. As they follow through here with Knight, he has done a damage. They're going to get the Stranglethorn out of Weiwei, who was a bit scared.
Knight back-to-back with aggressive teleports, both in game 1 and now in game 2 as well, to try and bail out a situation that was most definitely a dive being prepared for LNG. And Knight ended up turning this one around. Now Hank is gonna walk through. Oh!
Gets him on the back too, and Elk comes up with 1 bullet time there. Magical Journey to safety though. Look at the plays from BLG. They're putting it together finally in this series.
I'm going back to saying I like Shun going AP in this game because that seed in that pixel burst did so much damage onto Heng that got Elk to push forward for that kill. 1-0 and 1-0. Trinity Force completed off of the back of that kill. And let's see this again because this is LNG preparing for a dive. Great TP flank right here from Knight to stop Scout from advancing any further forward. And LNG can do nothing right there to help him. You see that Bard ultimate landed onto Gala. There is a bullet time that can be put down. And they take the kill. And later on, they take a second one. Look, that seed just went into that pixel brush. Later on, Heng walks into it and pays for it.
Now Knight has a ton of say in how these fights get kicked off and how they finish. 2-1 also having that first item. Everybody going to be close to their first items across the table. But we also have to think about the next fights because Rift Herald is up on the table now. And LNG have had complete neutral objective control over on the top side. But BLG look to put a stop to that.
The only problematic thing about BLG is that if they're second to the river, they do not necessarily have the bodies to push in through Fog of War to set down their vision. They've got incredible catch potential with the Bard ultimate, with the Maokai ultimate, and so on and so forth. However, walking into a territory that is in complete Fog of War is not one of their strengths, especially since every member is a squishy, including the Maokai at this point. Same thing can be said for LNG. This is why I said the AP Maokai really helps here because you can poke people down with the seeds. You see Shun walked in here. There is not TP on tonight. There is one on Zika though. And this could be numbers advantage for LNG if they choose to fight.
1-2. The Rift Herald's getting low. They're going to have movement over from Elk and Gala. As Knight is on his way behind them as well. Back going to be completed from Ben. So the Rift Herald will just go the way of LNG. Tempered Fate comes out on in trouble, though, as Hung try to go for the quickness combo, but doesn't get it.
A little bit too late on the ult right there from Heng. On has to commit the flash. Now he becomes a target. Heng will have his flash available in a few minutes, and Ons will still be down. Making sure you're taking picks off of people that are flashless on the side of BLG could be key right here for LNG. They do have one button forward, and that is hanging on this Rakan. However, if you do make the pick count right here, you can definitely take advantage of numbers on the Rift and start taking neutral objectives and pressure on the sides.
Yeah.
Especially with Scout being that far ahead onto that Lucian.
Really love how Hung has been willing to kind of go in and out of these fights a lot of time. And I think Hung's going to have a lot of say in terms of how they can kind of peel off of the engages that BLG are going to be looking for from here on out. As you can see, Scout very, very heavy in the gold advantage for himself and on the Lucian. Going to have to be very careful also of his positioning in these fights.
So here, Scout swapping towards that bot side of the map. You highlight him very well. Has that BF sword now in the inventory for a little bit more poke. The Dragon's coming up in just about 25 seconds, and LNG are taking full control of that bot side river. Again, it's very difficult to walk up, and the Scuttlecraft has been taken. It's been taken actually by BLG, so they do have a bunch of vision down that river.
They do indeed. With their comp, they just have so much pull around it, but they are having a bit of a collapse over on the Knight by LNG. Will be pulled off of in the end. And this would be soul point for BLG, giving them a lot of decision-making power. They're going to try to make a play on bot side. The Nature's Grass going to be used on, waiting to pop that Tempered Fate maybe, as Hung getting very low. Bin going for the Meganar. There's the combo into the wall. They've got Zika behind them, but he can't get to the team. Tempered Fate on the 3, though. Scout getting low. Big wall up there as well from Bin. And a double kill for Elk, as it's BLG that get the bot lane play. They're gonna get the turret and the dragon on top of it all.
LNG overextend. Gala was nowhere near in this particular play. He could not join. Bullet time was so huge earlier on in the series that we were just watching. You cannot be team fighting without your AD carry, and BLG instantly turned this into a numbers advantage fight for themselves. Heng is gonna press the ult right there, but I'm not sure if you're
They got the
there we
quickest
go.
combo. Oh, the flash! Look how much health he had. Sub 50 on the exit. Now Hung, he's in a lot of trouble too, as he gets Bramble smashed back. Shun will clean him up, and Hung has been a saving grace for the team, but now he's 0-3.
And BLG are definitely back in this series. About 1,000 and something gold up. They're making very proactive plays on the map. They're the ones that forcing LNG's hand. And again, this is BLG. It was one of the very first teams in spring to play a 4-carry team. In this particular one, if you add the Bard into the equation, if you want to add him as a squishy or as a carry, you're playing 4 to 5 squishies, 5 carries on the team. Usually I would count something like a Pyke potentially as a carry bot laner. But yet again here, they have to pilot very squishy champions, all 5 together. And usually these fights tend to get very chaotic, and everyone needs to have self-agency. And if there's a team that can pull this off, that's definitely BLG. They're gonna pull a TP here. However, it's not a very deep TP. He's kind of like TPing into the front line and has to commit the flash, but catches 2 on the way out. And Zika tries his hardest to sort of peel for his team, but gets pulled in with the Nighthold.
Just to set up a huge wall up for Ben. Get all that CC chaining down, and there's really nothing you can do in those fights. So now we center ourselves at 19 minutes in. It's soul point for BLG. It's 7-1 in the lead. They have a little bit over 1,000 gold advantage, but it's really the fact that we're getting to these second items as well for Elk. Going to be there close for Knight as well, and how much pressure they've been able to put on the map that's leading to their victory.
And it's always like this with BLG, right? Every single time you give them a finger, they'll take the entire arm. They're so good at exerting pressure. This is not the way you want to be taking the Rifter. However, it's better run.
We're going
there's
top
no tower
lane.
towards the top side. Hang. No, revoke his license right now.
Hey, Hung gets to keep his license and maybe a future.
No,
future
he does
drive.
not.
He is in delivering that one top
It's
side.
been revoked for a game. Okay,
For a game.
I'm revoking it for a game. Yeah.
The biggest thing to think about now, though, is that LNG, in a lot of regards, especially when Scala hits this second item, like if they can layer it again, that's what we've said from the start. Their combo is just ruthless. But BLG have a lot of flexible options from it.
I just feel like because BLG has so much self-agency on every single one of their champions, LNG have not yet had the chance to catch them off guard. BLG are playing so self-sufficiently with all the 5 squishy carries. Everyone basically plays for themselves, but they do it so well. Again, they were the team that introduced this over in spring because they are so good individually that they can handle playing fights like this. And LNG have not yet had the chance for a big wombo combo in these fights. I feel like Gala has barely participated in any of them. Only 1 kill in 21 minutes for LNG. Hold on.
We're looking for him, hung as a bird in waiting, I guess, in the bushes there. But also to think about this series a little bit more and that resounding victory.
I'm not sure who's hunting who.
The bird's going to be made into a little bit of maybe stuffed bird, as Hung actually makes it out alive, so won't be stuffed today. But you also think about this matchup and why it was so important is because they're both undefeated teams in our group ascend in a single round robin, and we're getting to that halfway point in the split for both of them. And I think it's important to think that BLG is a little bit behind in games played as well, but both of them only having the 1 loss in games in this Rumble stage coming into this series.
And for LNG, it's also a statement game on their form. The fact that they're 3-0, they are top of the group right now, with AL catching 2 losses over in their last 2 games. And they want to definitely continue showing up that form that they have been so far. They have been so quick on the map. I love the fact that they've been so versatile as well. They can play teamfights, but they can also play side lanes. And with the form that Scout has been in lately, him being an absolute nuisance over in a side lane, LNG have won a bunch of their games due to that pure pressure that the mid laner is exerting all over the map. However, right now, only 200 gold in the lead. He used to be more ahead in the early game. But BLG, with some fantastic flank TPs from Knight and Bin, have found themselves definitely back into the game and in the lead.
Yeah, their combo, again, very strong if they can get it off on the other side as well, not just LNG's. There's a 3-0-3 Elk, almost on 3 items on the Ezreal. Does get a little bit of extra damage from the turret there, but is putting pressure on Gala. As the rest of the team is positioning around the Baron Pit for vision. It has been Knight trying to do the dragon this whole time. And you have to remember, this is Soul, and it's going to be denied. Because it's Zika that steps in with the slice and dice. And now he's in a 1v1 against Knight, who wants a little bit of revenge for that one. The Sterix Gage going to be popped, the flash forward, slice and dice. He's going to get him. No! He's denied by Shun. And Elk claims the kill on the Crocodilian.
Hold on. How exactly did Zika get into the pit to steal Ocean?
We're close. They're going to get the play there. Oh, Elk! He took everything from LNG because it was all initially focused at Shun. And now LNG have a decent siege with all those grubs. You have to remember they have 6 grubs under tow. LNG, they're pinging onto the Baron right now, Trouble.
Yeah, Scout is burning from the seeds as well. And you definitely don't want to be taking those Shun with Flash, with Smite. He is around. They're baiting.
Hung has just been a wild child so far on this Rakan.
Yeah, I feel like On was having a little fun on the Rakan in game number 1, trying to find these flanks. And this is the very interesting thing about playing the Rakan, the fact that you are very squishy, but if you find the right play with the right flank, again here, this is... he just presses the control ward, dives in, steals it on 500 HP, 400. No. The Q.
Wow.
Almost kills him as well. That was a great attempt by Zika right there. Not only does he steal the dragon away, which is so important, wins a little bit more time to LNG to play the map, but almost gets the kill on tonight too.
Yeah, Shun actually saving his life there in the end, but almost gives his life in mid and ends up sacrificing his ADC.
Yeah, great RW coming in from Hang right there, finding the pick. Nothing more will come off of it. It has been pure pick so far by LNG, their 2nd kill in 25 about minutes. They have definitely, again, slowed down the pace in this one. They haven't found the early advantages that we have seen them find through Scout this time around. The gold lead is actually shrinking between the mid laners, and the thing that's actually getting very scary is that Euronegno has peaked. He's got 2 items, Black Cleaver plus Serax, from here on out, Gnar will be taking over the game, and Bin's Gnar is absolutely deadly. Both him and Knight have been finding fantastic flanks to get onto LNG, and LNG that's currently playing a very, very squishy comp. So if that Mega Gnar lands, it's gonna be big trouble for LNG.
Big trouble in little LNG. And, actually, look at the play right now. The Baron is being just burned down by Knight and Shun because the Yone is so strong. There is a TP ward in mid lane, but they haven't spotted out that it's doing it yet. And it's already going down, so there's really no response from LNG. And BLG have just snuck under a rug a Baron buff. Oh,
Surely they have to know they're engaging.
Elk just goes golden, and that's the whole combo. That's the whole wombo. And now you're left with questions. As True Shot Barrage comes onto 2, you can get about half health onto them. But the Baron buff is going to be permanent damage done after BLG resets.
3,000 gold in the lead for BLG. They're gonna be completing the third item soon on the Rift, and surely you must have known LNG. But again, you do not have the bodies to engage. You do have the bodies to TP though. That is Zika.
They're surrounding him.
Just kidding.
Big shield gonna be used. He is the slice and dice dominus pop. Trying to get the distance here. Knight to get the Q3 out of there. You also had Shun coming up right behind him. The entirety of LNG was actually collapsing over there with all 5 members. And now they have to pay the price as Bin will get free time with the outer tower in bot side.
Hey, you need to remember how quick BLG is on the map as well. They're gonna get Knight chased on the top side of the map. They're gonna soak up 4 members' pressure. Meanwhile, Bin is already shoving, using that ultimate as utility to push down that wave, taking that bot lane tier 2, taking the mid lane tier 2 from Elk. Knight has TP'd back into the play again. If you make a play into BLG, be prepared to lose a lot on the other side of the map. But that's exactly what they're doing, especially when they're bound up and they can pressure these waves much faster.
Taking stock, we did get third items for our mid laners. Lord Doms for Scout. It's a Randuin's for Knight, so he knows what his job is. You have a deep flank from Weiwei, but is it going to be enough? He hasn't pulled the trigger on it yet. Doesn't want to be spotted out. The siege is in effect right now by BLG, but it's not very effective. As it will be pushed out. LNG looking in mid lane. They do have Bin on top, pushing that one out for BLG. He also has TP if they want to pull a play.
Knight is pressuring that bot side of the map as well. Has to back off. Lucian's under tower right there. Shun might get caught out.
Might be being cut down to size. This tree versus tree combat initiates here. They have the Nature's Grasp being pulled. And the Dragon now started by BLG. This is another attempt to get the soul. As they end up getting a bit of a bounty back, the Dragon does end up getting taken by Elk in the end, so it is the Mountain Soul there, as quick as pop. Big grand entrance, but Temper Fate cools him down in his tracks. As now Weiwei tries to get the separation, but a big Fate sealed there on the other side. Gollum's getting low, and now Knight picks them off. They're already finding all the kills, and all that's left is Hung. He's a little Birdman trying to find his way to safety, but there ain't no safety today. And of course, we got to go to 3 games for this one. And BLG with the Baron buff going down. They have open season on this bottom side.
BLG are not satisfied with his 0-1 into LNG. They're gonna push the series to a game number 3, and what a statement as well. They have been dominant from the first minute. BLG, all it takes is one team fight, one ace, and they'll take your game.
It's just the facilitation team style from BLG in this game 2 that makes the difference. And they will hand LNG only their 2nd game loss of this Rumble stage, the same that LNG handed to them in game number 1, and we got a tied up 1-1 series.
What's actually really crazy about this game and BLG winning this is the fact that they didn't necessarily have to do much. They were just constantly taking little pieces off your map, which resulted in vision, which resulted in 4 dragons, which resulted in you having to fight them. You get aced. I don't think Bin put more than 3 auto-attacks in Mininar form in that fight. BLG pretty much 4 versus 5 that one.
We're going to take a look at the MVP for that one as well, because it is Shun who claims it. 209 might not be the starriest of performances, but an important one nonetheless to facilitate to the other parts of the team.
And I feel like Shun has been such an integral part of the whole BLG story because he's always the guy that's overlooked since he's surrounded by such insane names, and they're all pretty much number one in their roles in the entirety of the LPL, with a few question marks towards that bot lane and other names inserting themselves into the conversation. However, Shun has always been the guy that has had to facilitate for BLG. He's kind of like the Yankos for BLG. The other guys carry, he's on a leash, he has to help them carry, and that's exactly what he did here with the Maokai.
Yeah, and I love that we got the different styles from both teams, at least in this one as a whole. So it's going to be fun to see what we get for game number 3. We are going to send it to a short little break. We'll be right back to find the culmination and who takes their undefeated streak to continue. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer Split 2024. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble, and we are into the final game of the day. We didn't catch up, but we're here anyways. We're going to have a lot of fun with it. It has been a 1-1 series so far between BLG and LNG, and Game 3 kicks off now. Only one of these teams can leave this series undefeated here in Group Ascend.
You see the drafts down here. Yone, we speculated that it was going to be banned out. I feel like he has been a statement mid laner for a lot of teams and a very good late game insurance, if you will. Getting to these 3 items can turn teamfight side lanes around. However, I'm seeing something that I particularly get worried when I see. Whenever I see Nidalee, I'm expecting it to get ahead super early. Now, you do have a lot of setup towards the top side of the map. Weiwei should be looking to try and shut down Beansna early on. And he does have the setup together with the Renekton.
And you have to remember, even though it's been some time now, Weiwei was the jungler that left, and Shun ended up filling his place on BLG and been there ever since. So, little bit added to it, but Weiwei obviously a very well-known Nidalee player. Also, just thinking back to all this time on Suiting, as we do look at the Ahri.
He's playing the Faker
He's
skin.
doing it. Woo! He did it. Let's go. It's also just thinking about the compositions a little bit more. Not only is it Knight's Ahri, which you know, Nightmare will be very happy to see in a Game 3 when it all matters. Everything's on the line. But it's also Scout's Azir, known as one of the best Azirs in the world. So very
I'm going to add one more.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to add more to the equation. It's also Shun's Vi.
And Gala's Kaisa. It's all over the place. And
okay, all right, fair.
That's the thing about this. That's what I love, is that these teams are putting everything on the line for this Game 3, because not only is it a moment of pride, but for LNG, you're moving to your halfway point of this Rumble stage to potentially be undefeated if you win here. And for BLG, a 3-0 start for them, even though they're a little bit behind on games.
Absolutely, and I feel like for Weiwei, he's looking to play, as we mentioned, towards the top side of the map, potentially playing with the combo onto the Renekton, but for BLG, it's all about that mid jungle. You pin someone down. It's so easy to get resets with the Ahri. I've spoken about the Vi a lot of times and how a lot of the teams will sort of draft Vi, but they will not have follow-up for the Vi. Right here, you have plenty. You've got Leona, Ezreal, Gnar. Every single one of those champions could just jump into the fray and get a reset for the Ahri. And when Knight's Ahri gets resets, things get really spooky in the team fights. As you mentioned, one of the champions that he is known for as well, especially on the Faker skin, getting a little bit of of that energy over from the LCK too.
Using it against Scout, who was the understudy of Faker for the longest time when he was on SK Telecom. You know, just the little mental advantages. But it's also thinking about this setup as a whole, right? Weiwei, as you said, needs to be very proactive. Shun back on the facilitation in some extent, but also a very proactive jungler in her own right for Vi. And a hover down towards bot side, as this is where the pathing has led to early on for these two junglers.
You see, Weiwei is going to end up towards that top side of the map. Shun is going to clear from top to bottom. Not much is going to be happening in that early game. LNG sporting the 2018 Worlds Finals bot lane as well. A very known combo with Jakilov and Baolan back then. If I'm not wrong, that is the Jakilov skin as well. Onto Gallus Kaiser.
It is indeed a beautiful one.
Not the Baolan skin, however.
Not that one,
onto Hang.
The new skins are too cool. And, we also get to return to a bit of a conversation that we haven't seen much of in this blind pick Renekton. Since we've been trying to catch up to the games, but now Wei Wei going to be up here to stop Bin's advances. Won't be able to get anything himself, and Shun is right up here as well.
Yeah, he'll get spotted out right now. However, if you miss your spear, Wei Wei needs to back off immediately, especially when you're charging a Q right there from the Vikings. A little scary!
Oh, they actually might get him. The Cougar Claws, they sink deep, and Wei Wei gets first blood for LNG.
Great stuff right there. That's exactly the combo we talked about. Wei Wei is going to want to play towards the top of the map. A tale as old as time. Renekton W into Nidalee Spear into all in. Both commit their flash. However, and Bin has the teleport to get back onto his lane, has the flash available for himself as well. So the follow-up gank is not going to be as easy as it would if he had committed that summoner on this particular gank.
I'm also going to take a look at how quickly we get into the objective conversations here, because I think that was super important last game around, especially with LNG kind of sacking all the bottom side pressure and eventually, well, we're just going to get the fight. And that's the kind of combo you have to be ready for. Spirit Rush going to be used to safety as level 6 just came online for Knight. He's able to go in and trade back and forth, but now that we get these level 6s, that mid lane priority is going to be important for either Dragon or Grubs.
Oh, that was almost the perfect timing for Hang's Roam to catch Knight right before he dinks to level 6. The W kills one creep right there as he gets shuffled back by Scout, giving him that level 6 Spirit Rush, gets him out of any danger. That would have been huge because it would have most likely meant that LNG can get this Dragon. However, right here, they're just looking to pretty much fight for vision.
They actually try to go with the Zenith Blade there for On, but not going to end up finding the follow through with it. But you still have a lot of bodies down on the bot side for both these two, setting up the 3v3, but it is LNG who potentially take pole position over the Dragon.
Yeah, and for the side of BLG, you've got better combat summoners on your bot lane.
I don't have a lot of follow-up, but you do have the plasma stacks. Early damage there as well with the percentage. But that is just the try onto Elk and On, keeping them under their turret. It is Shun using some of that knowledge of Wei Wei being down on the bot side to do the grub.
And you'll see slowly but surely it will start picking up. The second Shun is level 6. We're definitely going to see a lot of action specifically towards that mid lane where he can chain it up together with Knight. Dipping into Fog of War. It's one of the things they used to do together. They both hide into Fog of War that use the ultimate from Vine. It's a very easy follow-up through with the taunt. The charm, sorry. Plus the combo from Ari. Scout has found himself a Vi. That's a level 6 Vi, however.
Wild Vi in the grub pit there. Looks a little bit different
from the grub.
She was just
trying to fit in, man.
Yeah, well, hey, you know, the fists are big, but I don't know. The grubby eyes just don't match, I guess.
The pink aura with the pink hair, he tried.
Yeah, true. The closest you're going to get, I guess. Level 6 is not there for On and Hung, as they will need those to have a little bit more presence. Knight going to move over to the blue buff now, and this is where Shun and Knight become so lethal on the map, is that once they get into the roaming of the 2v2s.
And that's exactly what we just talked about. The second Shun gets that level 6, he dips into Fog of War together with Knight. Zika is there and Wei Wei's around. They're going to push them off, actually. Scout.
Oh, he gets charmed right in it as he's trying to go for the combo. Does have the Shrima Shuffle available to him if he wants to pull it off. Obviously, Scout very well known for his Azir, but also very well known for a very strong start to the Rumble stage here. And I think Knight and Scout will still take a lot of the center stage of this one.
The pace has slowed down, and it's very understandable. LNG with a huge task in their hands. They're 3-0. They're proving that they have majorly developed between spring and summer. And now they're facing spring's #1 BLG. It's not a small feat. It's not an easy one whatsoever. You need to play a very certain way to take down BLG, and they did manage to do that in level 1. They took the fight onto BLG. And right here, they absolutely do have the tools. However, I would like to see that Nidalee to get a little bit more further ahead in the early game. Tarzan managed to pull it off without him necessarily getting ahead, but he did have a pretty fed misfortune in the likes of Light. I did majority of that damage.
They find Scout.
Oh.
There's a cease and desist used. They don't want to follow it up. Flash out from Shun. As the Emperor's Divide came through too.
Now, that's a great combo right there. You can very easily bait, and while Vi is traveling, you can still move in that movement. He hasn't pinned you down yet. Scout uses that to get Shun right under the tower. Doesn't commit any summon, so burns the flash off of Shun as well. Great movement right there from Scout, and honestly, great patience as well to expect that Shun will be hanging around that mid lane. Again, we said Knight Shun duo, especially when they're on Ahri and Vi duty, is not to be played with.
Little side note, as the Swifties have been completed as the first item there for On. A little bit more movement for himself, but also some catch potential, as he will be a primary engage tool, him and Shun, on the map for BLG as a whole. And I kind of want to talk about those entrances for LNG, because it's not as simple, but it's definitely some big combos from Hung and Scout, as BLG now look on to Zika, who just got down here, by the way, and is going to be completely trounced on. Hung has pop quickness. He's coming in over the top rope now as well, trying to get on. On just dives to the turret out right there, and Hung is the one that picks up the kill.
Great awareness by Zika. The first thing he does when he sees multiple people underneath his tower is he clears out the wave, and he needs to flash the Viking, which is exactly what he does. He knows Shun doesn't have flash, doesn't have his ultimate available. He burned it out in the previous skirmish over in the mid lane, engaging onto Scout. Again, incredible awareness coming in from Zika, who's had a pretty good series overall. Stole the dragon as well off of Knight in game number 2, stopping the soul from going away. And Scout, again, not on the Yona this time around, but he's still being a silent nuisance.
They might put that nuisance to bed here, but it is going to be a nice little shifting sands out of there
You
by
can't put a
Scout.
bear to bed.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Get a comfortable enough bed?
I've tried, you know, I've had a pigeon on my balcony once. I've tried.
I used to like put a bed out there for the pigeon?
No, I just tried to make like a fancy little nest.
Oh,
But
getting fancy. Okay.
she didn't like that. She made her own.
Oh, well, hey. best laid plans. There you go. It is the grubs being traded on the other side, though, so it'll be 3 for 3 across the table for that one. So nicely done by LNG to use some of their map presence up there, as they did shift Scout through the sands up into the top side. TP down bot, though, deny this outer tower from BLG by Zika.
And again, both teams are exerting in general a lot of pressure on the side lane, and in general, BLG were the team that would put the utmost pressure on the map in general. Again, very fast in macro. You'd make a play on one side, then make a play on the other. The shuffle's gonna come through. Jump by
actually
Bin.
got the outplay right now on Scout. He jumped over the Emperor's Divide. Now he's just chasing him down. Walk it out. It can't hit the rock. Oh, the biggest piece to the puzzle, and it just doesn't fit.
Flash for flash right there, mid and top lane for LNG and BLG respectively. LNG, though, are gonna take that pressure that Scout generated on the tops of the map, get a second dragon for themselves. Starting to stack them up for later on. Bin still waiting in this brush. He still has Mega Gnar. It's coming up. It's about 10 seconds max off of that cooldown. Shun gonna get spotted on the ward. Scout knows that Vi is around. Tries to stay safe right there. Hung is on his way towards the tops of the map to try and cover for his mid laner.
And I see them actually all just moving up here. On is on the way as well. You do have push in mid by Elk. True Shot Barrage not available for him to help up here just in case. But honestly, Scout has a really nice time defending with the wave clear that he's able to bring to the table. And that's where, you know, we talk a little bit about some of the big strengths for LNG and BLG, but also some of the question marks now, as LNG are trying to make a play on the Bin. Shun is already here behind, and Elk also in tow. But Wei Wei hasn't gotten as monstrously ahead as maybe you'd want for a big, scary Puma.
Again, same thing happened to Tarzan earlier on, and Light popped off. He did all the carrying himself, and if someone can carry on a Kai'Sa, I'm sure that it would be Gala. Once he gets ahead and once he gets his items, he made his name onto that champion. We had our own producer screaming his name 3 times, because of the big play. So very known onto this champion and definitely has the carry potential he needs to perform right here. However, BLG did have to expend the Mega Gnar up top lane, trying to catch Hung on the flank, and will not be able to contest that one. Another neutral objective going to the side of LNG, and this is pretty much what Nidalee offers a lot to compositions. He's very fast with neutral objectives, very evasive as well, so you can very easily sneak in, take an objective, get out. Just 500 gold lead between the two junglers in favor of Weiwei, and 1 level up. However, Shun's job in this game is to set up for Knight to get resets on someone who's overextended on LNG.
And that's going to be extremely crucial in the fights to kind of keep an eye on, especially when these two mid laners decide to go forward. Until then, we'll be resting on our laurels, waiting to see them go clash to clash. But it is also a story of interest for Knight, who, finding himself on this BLG roster in this year, and them finding a championship for the first time in the organization's history. Really big step up for a team that has been building to this, right? They canceled the demons of JDG that they had lost so many times to, and then able to take down LNG in a lot of those moments towards the end there. So I really have a lot of high hopes for the developmental trajectory of this BLG team, and it's nowhere near stopping.
Oh, we have the race here for first tower. Sorry. Yeah, for first tower between the two teams.
The bot outer was
BLG was already okay. BLG already had first tower. He's gonna be Scout winning this race at least. Rift Trail is gonna be poked in the middle this time around. Hung knows how to drive it. I revoked his license last game. He got it back this one.
Instead of getting crashes, Gala gonna have to burn the cleanse. They find though as they get him Shun, and Gala gets the kill. They get the outer turret as well. Another piece of the base going down. All 5 members from LNG down towards mid lane.
Again, a reminder, what brought BLG's downfall in game number 1 of this series was LNG willing to take more aggressive trades into them, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Shun onto that Vi. Has fallen behind a little bit in experience, caught up now level 10. He's a little bit too far forward underneath his tower, ends up getting punished. Hung right here, he'll Q Hung's W, but on the turnaround, they'll absolutely engage onto him. Flash W by Zika, and everyone else piles up on top of each other. And this is the beauty in general of LPL teams, that they are willing and instantly willing to pull the trigger onto a call, no matter what the call comes from. This time it was from the top player. Zika finds the opening, pulls the trigger, everyone piles on, they take the tower and they take the life. And very importantly, that kill went onto Gala's Kai'Sa.
And the beauty of the blind pick Renekton. It's been running rampant around LPL, but honestly, if you can find plays like that, it makes the biggest of differences, even if you are super far behind in the lane setup. Now, second items are going to be very close for LNG and BLG. A little bit more fighting strength in that regard, but it is a soul point that's coming up on the table for LNG. They want to position around it.
They definitely have the tools. One kill onto Gala as well has taken him that much closer to the second item. However, BLG taking full control of that river. They do have the numbers advantage. Only now Scout will TP into that mid lane. Will help a lot with that push. Reminder, BLG do not have a tier 1 mid lane tower, which means once the push goes through, they don't care about it. They don't care about the tower.
They've got a big flank, and they do end up getting the dragon down. It's going to be going over the way of Weiwei, stealing it away in that soul point. Now Zika with the flank. BLG trying to reposition on the left side of the fight. Scout's going to have to burn the flash. The reset had come through from Knight. He's going to burn his flash too, but can't get the follow-up as Scout utilizing that improved blast cone to get away. It is the dragon secured by LNG, and it's also a kill traded back and forth.
Both AD carries end up dying in this fight, but the most important part of it is that LNG get the soul point. BLG will be forced to fight them in 4.5 minutes time. Let's watch this one more time. Weiwei has a fantastic position in the pit, and Shun tries to follow on taking the 50-50, but Weiwei just absolutely wins those. Everyone's gonna pile up onto Elk, and then on the other side, everyone's gonna pile up onto Gala. Both AD carries again end up going down. Scout with an incredible escape right here as well. Ooh, just about evades that Q.
So close. Knight almost able to connect there, but doesn't end up finding it. Now we're back on the map with a contest over Scuttle, and we're just fighting again. Because why not? Scuttle Crab was secured by BLG in the end. They did get the TP as well out towards the mid lane by Ben.
And I'm glad that BLG are actually waking up in this game. You've got Ari and Vi. You need to utilize this tool, this refresh of the ultimates onto the Ari early on. Vi's value drops so significantly much later on that she ends up just being a CC tool. Once you press R, it's a one-way trip. You know you're gonna die the second you press it, and you hope that your team will capitalize on the target that you have chosen. So if it goes any later on, you get a lot of value through the heals and the poke coming through from way, but Shun pretty much becomes a CC bot.
So if they can get the right target, it might just be the ticket to victory for BLG. We do have 20 minutes on the table, on the board, and it means that Baron is up. Scout, getting caught by the charm, hits the Emperor's Divide, but is it going to be enough? Nice quickness from Hung. Look who else has come in. They just keep adding bodies to it, and now they get the big trade, though. Both mid laners are down. It's turning into a 2v2, but look, the ADCs are on their way. Is it going to be fast enough, though? Way going down low. Elk trying to get forward with it, trying to get one more auto. It's on that claims it, too. It's the reposition on the other side, though, by Gala and Hung. Zika catching out Ben. Here comes the killer instinct as well. They get the hop over the wall, though, and Ben is to safety. Baron started up by Billy.
Ben has the flank right here as well, has the flash, just needs to charge his bar. Zika still has the ultimate available, tries to zone away on.
One does get the Zenith Blade combo. They get the double knockup, though, and LNG, we're waiting for this fight the whole time. Guess who's popping up? It's Gala. Spacing out Shun there as well. Ben getting the rage bar up. He's about to go Meganar. He's going to try to get the wallop combo. He gets the Meganar ulti into the wall. Hung going low. Shun claims him down. And Ben makes the difference in that fight. Gala and Zika able to make it out after, though.
Such scrappy fights between BLG and LNG in this game. They're both trying to get that early game advantage for their compositions. 2 items on tonight, and they're trying to take advantage of that. But they end up falling short in the next to come and exchange, and overall nothing earned on the map for neither one of these teams. The wave is going to get pushed by Knight, and just a couple of creeps are going to die to the tower. Nothing much. Let's see this again. Bin gets caught by Zika, but had Gala been patient, it's pretty certain that Bin is just going to dive over the wall. You could have held onto that ultimate and just follow up the Gnar after he dives through. Zika's gonna utilize the remainder of that ultimate that he used to engage upon Bin, and Gala tries to clean up the place right here, putting down the damage onto this Kai'Sa. However, you don't have the ultimate, so once Bin has charged that mini bar, that Gnar bar, it's getting a little bit scary.
Couple little things going wrong for LNG there with the slice and dice over the wall as well, not going to hit, and I think it makes a massive difference in the fights. BLG still able to rough and tough their way into these fights, though. It is the last outer turret by BLG taking down. Zika will find shouldn't been. He's just in a 2v1, getting a ton of his health taken out. BLG did take the outer tower in mid lane off the back of that one with the Sundisk.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Zika found them or if they found him, as they were right behind Fog War trying to pick someone off. But hey, Zika could say, hey guys, I found 2 guys from BLG. They took my ultimate, but it's gonna be fine. Scout, tops of the map, pushing out, and this is peak Scout right there on his Azir, on his side lane, trying to be fed, taking that tower down, complete control of the map on the top side, and this is the decision making from BLG. LNG are starting the Baron in return for the Dragon. BLG, though, are sort of between a rock and a hard place, because they need to deny the soul, but also the Baron could be going down super fast.
The thing is also use the Sundisk and topside to keep pressure up there and keep pushing so that now you can redeploy on the bot side of the map. It's not going to be fast enough, though, for LNG, as they will just lose out on their soul point so far. BLG denying that, buying themselves another 5 minutes here, but LNG, they were just threatening the Baron. Looks like they're going to go back to that well.
Their ECP onto Bin. They're going to pull their own TP from Zika. This could be a 50-50.
We'll find Hung BLG trying to collapse here. They're going to try to catch this support. They do. Baron getting low.
He's dead.
Solar Flare in there. Bin is in the pit, though. It's Baron secured by LNG. They will scatter like the wind to try to get these Baron buffs out of there. Zika trying to dodge out of the rest of BLG's ire. They will end up taking down the Croc. You will end up getting, though, a decent amount of Baron buffs out. 3 of them in tow.
And let's see if LNG are actually going to be able to utilize the 3 Baron buffs that they have on them right now, because they did sacrifice a lot for that. They sacrificed their soul and they sacrificed 2 members. All these kills going over to BLG makes them that much stronger in that mid-game 2 to 3 item spike. And Hung tries to find the flanker there, sits on top of a control wall for himself, but the second Shun finds him, he's absolute paper. He ends up melting away. Bin also threatening with a Mega Gnar inside the pit. Everyone has sort of run for their lives. Zika had previously used his flash and ultimate when he was found inside their own jungle, so didn't have that one to survive longer. And only 3 buffs remaining for LNG. They should be able to use that to take some control inside the jungle. Again, 3.5 minutes is a long time until the next dragon, but they can definitely extend their lead by pressuring out those outer towers to get the last standing gold on the map.
Try to make this a positive Baron power play here for themselves. It's hovering around that right now, but is positive in their own right. And I think looking at the way that the gold has been divvied out, really nice for Weiwei to have a little bit of that, but I definitely want to see Scout picking up some more gold. He's going to get the TP in mid lane, and this Baron buff still up for a little bit over 1:20. Use the Sun Disc to start the siege.
Oh, Shun and Knight on the left side of the map right there, ready to pounce if anyone from LNG overextends, but the Sun Disc is making sure that they do have some sort of tower or power to fall up on if BLG engage onto them. And this is very scary territory for Shun right there. You see, he catches a spear, he catches a Q from Azir. His HP bar gets chunked up too low. Mid lane tier 2, gone. Bot lane tier 2, the only one available outside of BLG's base, and that would be huge. If LNG can take all of this vision away from BLG, then the next dragon could be easier to fight for LNG.
Waiting to see who wants to pull the trigger first. One overextension, there's the Solar Flare. Mega Gnar not going to be available for Ben, so they can't make the play into the wall. LNG have the siege coming with another wave. They only have about 25 seconds on the Baron.
They unfortunately have no wave down the bottom lane and they have to wait. Meanwhile, no one's pressuring the top or mid lane wave. Only now the mid lane wave is going to push forward on its own.
Oh, they got the flank. They don't even need it. They just want the fight. But they are split. The Emperor's Divide going to separate BLG, though. They found the backline access with Zeka, who takes down Elk. And now they took the turret as well. Big Mega Gnar into the wall, though. And Ben might have bought them time, but Scout stepping up. He's under turret, though, under duress. And that is the siege onto the inhib turret and bot lane that LNG will pull off beautifully.
Great stuff right there from LNG. They pull off the flank. Zika, again, huge in terms of decision making on how LNG are playing these fights. He's taking such a leadership role in terms of finding the angles, finding the targets, and assassinating them. 2, 1, and 5 onto that Renekton. And you can see why it's B1 blind pickable over in the LPL. Him and Hung over in the backline. He makes sure to stick onto Elk. None of that damage is going over to the front line. And anyone who tries to leave towards the other side, Scout puts the wall, shuffles them towards that Renekton bin. A very good effort right there to try and get something going for BLG, but everyone was so chunked down for the previous fight. I just couldn't push forward to finish off anyone.
And this is why you can blind pick Renekton, because at any point in time, you can absolutely cancel out one of the carries of the enemy side. And we've seen Zika do that time and time again here. As we see LNG with a pretty hefty advantage and a lot of permanent damage done to BLG's base. You gotta remember, this is a battle of the undefeated here in Group Ascend, and this is a potential marking of the halfway point for LNG in their 3-0 start to this Rumble stage.
And what we wanted them to do when they sacrificed so much for taking this Baron, again, they sacrificed their soul and they sacrificed 2 kills to take that Baron, was to empty as much as possible.
This.
Scout
This is the play. Maybe Scout gets charmed, though. They actually get the combo. CC, as now the cease and desist is already used, but Shun is all by himself. They can't get to him because the Emperor's Divide just separated the entirety of it. Now Zika with the slice of dice was looking to go forward. The rest of LNG feeling hungry, feeling ready to take down BLG. And they are on the cusp of doing so here. They have a siege on mid lane too, and the bodies just can't hang for BLG.
They do have a wave, but Bean is Mininar and he has to defend the bot side. This is a 5 versus 3, and Zika is looking, doesn't have his flash available, but has slice and dice.
One big engage can make the difference here. Bin trying to stack up his Meganar bar on the bot side. The waves are not going to be helping LNG in that regard, though they will end up coming in afterwards, but the dragon is on the table. Look at Knight. He got the deep TP. He will be seen in the mid lane coming over, but he's got a bit of a flank here. But it may be flanked on his own right as Hung gets the knockup. He does still have a lot of mobility. Spirit Rush still available. Dragon Soul goes to LNG, and that's the Chempunk Soul.
Knight tries to pull the offensive TP right there, trying to see if he can find potentially a pick to maybe turn this into Baron that's spawning in 10 seconds. Not going to be the case. Soul going over to LNG. They've pretty much emptied the base as well. Only one tower and inhibitor remaining on the top side of the map. And LNG, the question was, how much can you take with that Baron after all the sacrifices you made for it? The answer was a pretty hefty amount off of BLG's map, depriving them of a lot of vision. And currently, Shun has become what we feared he was going to become later on with his Vi. He's literally a CC bot trying to pin someone down, but the follow-up from BLG has been very lacking. Scout with this Azir has been so on point with his shuffles that the follow-up from BLG is almost impossible.
They try to move around this top side of the jungle, but LNG themselves trying to fight over. Knight has an angle there. True shot barrage across, those Spirit Rush there. They got the combo there. Zika on the other side, though. You got to be careful. The Emperor's Divide is buying so much time, but BLG, they're trying to fight tooth and nail in this choke point. It's just not possible. They have Hung on the other side now on, getting low, and there's a big croc to bring him down. A killer instinct from Gala, and he finds the big pick. LNG, they've done it. Gala on his signature pick. Scout on his signature pick, and we are reining in the dominance for LNG in this Rumble stage. They will remain undefeated, and they will bring low the Titans of BLG and take a 2-1 victory.
LNG returning to form. It was not a fluke. Summer is their season officially. They brought down top esports 2-0, clean, clinical, ruthless. That was LPL's number 2 seed. Now they went up against LPL's number 1, and they took them down. That is consistency, and LNG are looking clean and crisp. I, in particularly, am so impressed with Zika. His decision-making, the way he was playing through that top lane, the advantages, the flanks, the target selection, absolutely impeccable from the top laner.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the post-game breakdown here after that one, because what a way to get there. Yes, that gold graph might be a little deceiving. Both teams left it all out on the field. But as we see, LNG 2-1 over top BLG, and that'll be very lasting damage as it's single round robin. And these are the top teams facing against the top teams in Group Ascent.
And we had such signature picks for so many players here. They literally let it all out on the table. Scout on Azir, Gala on his Kai'Sa. You've got Shun and Knight together on the Vi/Ahri pick. And it just wasn't enough. I feel like every single time LNG took the fight to BLG, BLG was scrambling about. And we're not necessarily on point today. They couldn't snowball the Ahri plus Vi composition. LNG were playing them up just better.
And it turns out that a lot of these back and forth fights end up being very influenced by Zika's entrances into them. And you see the contests over the dragons consistently, but Wei just comes out better.
And he's again on the backline, onto Elk. I don't think Zika let Elk actually play this game. As you could see over in the post-game breakdown, the damage from Ezreal was insane. That was with Elk not being able to play the game because Zika was onto him the entire time. And honestly, I feel like even though we've had great performances from the entire crew, I feel like he's very deserving of an MVP, at least in my heart, you know?
I just can't believe how many different engages was needed to take down Scout there. Just keep adding bodies, BLG. You'll eventually take him down. But
they did.
Yeah, they did in the end.
Bring as many as possible. Call an ambulance, but not for me. That's exactly what Zika did right here. They turned it around. The damage coming out from Gala was actually insane.
Yeah.
They knew that Zika's and Gala's ultimates were down from chasing Bin right there. And this one also looked quite grim. This is where we talked about LNG sacrificing 2 picks and their soul to take this Baron. They lose Zika on the follow-up as well right here. 3 Barons were enough to take 2 inhibitor towers, 2 inhibitors, and a fantastic flank to follow up.
This was just insult to injury, just completely diving under the turrets and then also following it up after this with just continuing to siege down. And I think they just took advantage of a lot of the inactivity that was in the early game. And I think that's LNG's bread and butter. We know them as a slow team. We know them as a calculated team. And maybe that hasn't necessarily been always the case so far this split, and especially in the Rumble stage. But if they get their chance, they'll take the picks they're comfortable with, and they'll take you to task with it.
And I love how in this particular replay you saw Knight and Shun working so closely together, literally engaging at the exact same time to try and get the pick, and it just was not enough. And of course it had to be Gala ending that one. Yes, it's Zika that gets the MVP. I've never been happier to actually see someone's efforts being seen. 3-1-9. This guy was absolutely massive on the Renekton. 86% kill participation. He was making and breaking these plays for LNG, and it's great to see that they can have so many different players that can pop off and get the MVP. This is a multi-threat team.
Yeah, last year Zika had a really big step up in the playoffs in 2023, but it's really nice to see him roar to life, literally on the croc against Bin, who has been known to try to take those 1v1 setups in the top lane. So very nice to see LNG kind of handle themselves in this way. Also, really leaning to a lot of the strength that we've seen them kind of pick already in the Rumble stage as well.
Yeah, and honestly, LNG being undefeated here, you're kind of wondering, the number 2 team could not bring you down. Number 1 team could not bring you down. JDG, I guess, the whole top 3 relies on you. Let's see if they can put up a fight against LNG.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look down this memory lane that we've had today, as we have had a bit of a long one, 8 out of 9 games, as RNG get their first win of the split, or at least of the Rumble stage here. And it also means that we have a lot of chaos in that group Nirvana. Then we had Weibo take a 2-0 over AL, and LNG a 2-1 over BLG.
Wow, I just realized that was a day full of upsets. Every single team that wasn't necessarily expected to win took the W, and pretty convincingly. Again, if you guys didn't know about RNG, they subbed in a bunch of people into different roles and they swapped them into game 2. It was a very entertaining series overall if you want to go back and watch it.
It definitely was. Let's take a look at tomorrow's games as well, because you know here in the LPL we do not stop. 3 more best of 3s to deliver the hot and fresh action, rather. IG versus EDG, and a very important one for Group Nirvana. LGD versus FPX, a battle of pride. And NIP looking for their first win in 5 series in the Rumble stage against none other than JDG.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough task. NIP really need a break. They need to start picking up some victories. But with JDG looking so strong, especially versus AL, and how they were able to pick up steam and play a completely different game versus them and take that victory, I'm starting to get worried by NIP, because if they cannot pick up a victory versus JDG, which is a very tough task, then we might be talking about them finishing bottom of this group.
Yeah, we'll have to see about what all this group has in store for us. But that has been all the LPL here for this day, but we'll be right back tomorrow. Same time, same place. Trouble, big shout out to you. We had a very fun day, some bangers as well, and I'm sure we'll have even more tomorrow. We'll see you all there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.